What up, what up, what up, what up, what up? We back, we live, we in here. Sorry for the delay, my peoples. Sorry for the delay. Can y'all hear me? Is my mic hot? Is the mic hot? All right, cool. Okay. I think y'all can hear me. Can y'all hear me? Peace. Can't do nothing till y'all can hear me. I've been messing around with this audio equipment. I got stuff all over the place. So, give me a second. Let's hear my man DQ while I set everything up. Hey, if y'all ain't joined the Discord, join the Discord now. Wrong one. I want my man DQ. All right.
Yeah, DQ. Check. Have you ever had a dream in the daytime? Had the same dream since the playground. And you made it come true cause you stayed down. Nigga, have you ever really thought about the limelight? In a room full of stars when you shine bright. I'ma make the right move when the time right. Alright. Nigga, have you ever had a dream during the daytime? Had the same dream since the playground. And you made it come true cause you stayed down. Nigga, have you ever really thought about the limelight? In the room full of stars when you shine bright. I'ma make the right move when the time right. Calculated every step, so I can't stand a hater out here hating on. Niggas out here making moves, see a hand out the type of shit they waiting on. I'm the type to overlook a hand, cause the wrong step will cost an arm and leg. Niggas tripping, signing deals in red. I'ma hit the booth and make some hits instead. Light years ahead, we done go short a couple of albums, see we up for the challenge. Now I'm focused on the bread, but these niggas be fucking understanding when it come to my talents. It just pop up past when it come to the salad, yeah, zips to the head. And we never mind hating consumers when it come to the rumors, cause we put them hoes to bed. Oh yeah, niggas try to take the page out my book and take the same steps I took. Network and cultivating relationship, a skill still for real overlooked. Whole squad moving like we Voltron, yeah, the whole nine looking like a gold mine. I'ma show mine nigga when it's go time. I'ma blow mine niggas when it's showtime. Niggas try to take the page out my book and take the same steps I took. Cultivating networking relationship, a skill still for real overlooked. Whole squad moving like we Voltron, yeah, the whole nine looking like a gold mine. Only show mine nigga when it's go time. I'ma blow mine niggas when it's showtime. Yes sir. Have you ever had a dream in the daytime? Had the same dream since the playground. And you made it come true cause you stayed down. Nigga, have you ever really thought about the limelight? In a room full of stars when you shine bright. I'ma make the right move when the time right. Alright. Nigga, have you ever had a dream during the daytime? Had the same dream since the playground. And you made it come true cause you stayed down. Nigga, have you ever really thought about the limelight? In the room full of stars when you shine bright. I'ma make the right move when the time right. Yeah. Big dreams, nightmares and monsters. Pimp thieves, hoes, thoughts and choppers. Crooked oppers, play cops and robbers. Siblings, smoke weed's the mantra. Weigh risk against shit that cost us. Hit a lick, it tastes bittersweet. You just a good soul, you wanna save the world, but you ain't they type, so they hint to lead. Wholesome souls die and world's incomplete. So I chase the pain so I can chase my dreams. Liquor is licorice inside my candy shop. Candy paint drop with wood grain supreme. Good for it, I'm good for it. Start the wave, you'll see when you look for it. Real recognize the real you look for. Pressing your luck and I wish you would for us. You don't want a person nigga that be living on this North Star. So close but I'm so far. I'm a tiger in the woods but I swing like a home run. Holistically on par. You don't really want war but I'm raw like a tennis racket. How about Venus but I'm on Mars. So went the galactic is soup for your solar. Bring it back now. You don't want a person nigga that be living on this North Star. So close but I'm so far. I'm a tiger in the woods but I swing like a home run. Holistically on par. You don't really want war but I'm raw like a tennis racket. How about Venus but I'm on Mars. So went the galactic is soup for your solar. Virgo. Have you ever had a dream in the daytime? Had the same dream since the playground. And you made it come true cause you stay down. Nigga, have you ever really thought about the limelight? In the room full of stars when you shine bright. I'ma make the right move when the time right. Alright, nigga, have you ever had a dream during the daytime? Had the same dream since the playground. And you made it come true cause you stay down. Nigga, have you ever really thought about the limelight? In the room full of stars when you shine bright. I'ma make the right move when the time right.
Yeah. Fire, that's fire. That song is fire. My man DQ did an awesome job on that unique flow, right? One thing about hip hop is, uniqueness, rules the day, right? His flow wasn't cookie cutter, right? It was very unique on that song, so that shows skill right there, right? It was very he was able to rap melodically with the beat, right? Playing with his words, his influctuations, you know what I mean? His rhyme pattern, you know what I mean, was awesome. I pick up on all that, right? But definitely, what's going on, Pseudo Killers? Today's topic is the Pseudo Killer's gonna smoke a pseudo today, right? We meant to do it yesterday, so I'm gonna wait for Unc and them to get in here. But guy Say Cool was over on Sinetta channel. Shout out to Sinetta, and he stunk up the place with pseudoisms, right? Stunk it up. He stunk it up. And we ain't gonna hold back, right? We're gonna tell him what it is. He used Sheikh Anta Diop's 2 cradle theory. I think his name is Sekou, right? So I got to get in here to wait for somebody else to be able to play the video. But so we going after Sekou. We going after Reza Islam. Islamabad. I don't know what the fuck. Yeah, but Reza Islam has been running amok, right? He ducked out of a conversation with Unc a year and a half ago. He must have known who Unc was, right? So he ducked out of the conversation with Unc. So we still looking for him. He's an anti-vaxxer, right? So he was going around during the pandemic, spreading misinformation. And I think he went over on Dr. Mayat's channel, and Dr. Mayat was going to let Unc co-host the interview with Reza Islam. But when Reza Islam found out that Unc was going to co-host it, he decided he didn't want to do it because he knew what was coming, right? He knew what was coming. See, these people need to be challenged. They sound real good when they sit on platforms and people just allow them to spew their misinformation or their information. With no pushback, you don't see, right? Steel sharpens steel is what I was taught, right? So, I'm sorry, I was looking at a text. Yeah, steel sharpens steel. So, we don't know how good these guys is if they ain't getting fired on, right? You can look the best in the gym, shadow boxing, right? Everybody look like a world champ. Everybody look like a world champ when they shadow boxing, right? But when some punches come back your way, you know what I mean? That's how you know if a motherfucker can fight or not. Huh? But yeah, let me see if something is working. Hold on, give me a second. Yeah, Say Cool. Yeah, the guy Say Cool, give me a second. Everybody, I'm gonna shout out everybody in a quick second. I see y'all in the chat. But let me get to this. Let me make sure everything is working. So I'm gonna go to that. Start that up. The hell? All right, let's see if I can get this in here. So I'm gonna go to the boom boom. All right, and then we're gonna go to pseudo killers, and let's go to. Let me see. I've been looking for CK all day. CK is missing in action. CK is missing in action. Boom. Now I want to go to. All right, give me a second, y'all. I'm trying to do some things in here. All right, so I go ahead, boom. Then I go to Discord. I was trying to. All right, gonna rock that like that. All right, I think I got it. So Ecan. Give me a second, y'all. I'm trying to figure all of this mess out. All right. I don't know. I don't know what I got going on, y'all. I thought I could do some slick stuff, but it's not working right now. No sound? Stu Peas, you messed me up talking about no sound. But anyhow, my bad. I had to fix something. I had to work something out. But yeah, Say Cool came in. He was talking crazy about the two cradle theory posited by Diop. And I think we should read that. Um Diop's two cradle theory summary.
What you doing? Chef?
I don't know how.
What is you doing?
Say something again.
Chef?
How the hell you coming through? I don't know how you coming through.
What are you trying to do?
I don't know how you coming through.
I mean, I pushed. I tell you, I went. What you mean you don't mean how I coming through? I go down in the pseudo killer and I saw your name and I pushed join.
Onto Old Mission Road, County Route.
I'm gonna do.
It's crazy. All right, let me get rid of that. Yo, that was Juju. I don't know how. Yo, that's crazy. I didn't even know my what you mean there's no sound? Can y'all hear me? Yeah, he said, what is this, a mental health breakdown? Yo, I got so much stuff running on this computer right now, and I'm sorry, y'all. I should have tested everything before yo, now my phone ringing. Get out of there. So the two cradle theory, we're gonna read it first. I think I need to start a Zoom. I don't know. But look, before we read this, let's get the Zoom up and cracking. Crazy. Boom. All right. So, Sheikh Anti Diop's two cradle theory, racism, and the cultural realities of the African descended peoples in America. Karanja Curl. Introduction. African centered thought has played a critical role in the reevaluation of Africana life, history, and culture. An African centered perspective within the discipline of Africana Black Studies works to ground any analysis of African people within their own culture and worldview. That's Curl 2008. In doing so, knowledge of the culture and worldview of African descended people provides the primary basis for the development of normative assumptions. African-centered scholars posit that culture and worldview are essential for accuracy understanding Africana life, history, and culture. Curl 1999 and 2001. Okay. Through the use of culture and worldview, we recognize the profound cultural realities of African people within the modern world, a cultural reality that is in fundamental conflict with the dominant assumptions imposed by Western value. One means of exemplifying the origins of African and European worldview differences can be found within the work of Sheikh Anta Diop, specifically what has come to be known as the two cradle theory. The worldview concept and Sheikh Anta Diop's two cradle theory work together to provide culturally specific explanations of human phenomena. Jacob Carruthers, 1999, and Kobe Cambone, 96. Two preeminent African-centered scholars have utilized Diop's two cradle theory in order to substantiate worldview differences. Both Wabago in 1976 and Nadov in 1998 have also utilized Diop's two cradle theory in their discussions of the origins of racism. Together, this body of African-centered scholarship provides a culturally specific framework for understanding racism as an outgrowth of the cradle origins of the European worldview. Far from arguing that racism is a mere human ideology, together these scholars argue that racism is fundamentally endemic to the culture and worldview of European descendant peoples. Okay, so other African scholars or black scholars have used Diop's two cradle theory to basically try to understand the origins of racism in its current attestations in the modern world that we live in. So it's not just Diop. Other scholars have added on and used his work in their understanding or trying to understand academically the issue of racism, its origins, and its effects in modern society. Okay? So an African-centered understanding of racism and white supremacy is essential for understanding the lived reality of African-descended people and all people of color. Recognizing that racism centers around notions and tendencies of control, individualism, distinctiveness, separation, conflict, hierarchy, and imposition, all of which generate out of the Northern Cradle's worldview proclivities. A more robust understanding of racism is developed, one that is grounded in the cultural specificity of the uniquely European descendant phenomena. Reliance on Diop's two-cradle theory in conjunction with the concept of worldview allows one to understand racism as a means of separating humanity based upon phenotypical differences, assuming the inherent superiority of those phenotypically classified as white and imposing their cultural value system upon the rest of humanity. It's deep. They cooking. All right, let's see if we got anybody. All right. The following essay outlines the importance of what Wabogo refers to as Sheikh Anta Diop's two-cradle theory by building upon the work of earlier Afro-centered scholars. The two-cradle theory is utilized as the explanation basis for worldview differences between African and European peoples. This essay concludes by returning to the early work of Wabogo and extends his arguments on the reality of racism as a cultural specific phenomenon generating out of the unique cultural and worldview proclivities of the Northern Cradle and her descendants. Mr. Rich says, so far facts. All right, so that's crazy. All right, so do y'all believe that racism is an extension of European? It's a European psychosis, damn near. That's basically what it's saying. But I will believe that racism is What do you mean I got what do you mean I gotta know? I don't listen. I don't look at things from a racism point of view, right? I think all human beings have prejudices, right? And they show themselves in different ways. The prejudice of race, right, is no different from any other prejudice to me, right? So the fact that I have prejudices as a human being, right, and some stronger than others, I then can't look at people of European descent and claim that their prejudice is some kind of a mental disease when I have my own prejudice, my own prejudices, right, and strong prejudices, and I also have strong prejudices, right? So racism is not a prejudice that's expressed in all people of European descent. So then, if that's the case, then it's not a mental disease or it's not something inherent in them. Now, Diop in them believes that the prejudice of racism is somehow inherent in people of European descent. And that's not even, you can't find a goddamn racism gene. You can't. You can't find a racism gene. It's just a prejudice. It's social. It is social. It is a social phenomenon, not a goddamn inherent mental defect. I'm not so you. Oh yeah, here come Mr. Rich with the nonsense. Oh, let me get you on the screen. Let me get you on the screen.
Nah, go ahead, talk. Yo, I'm just listening. I'm listening for a little while. Go ahead, talk.
Okay.
Go ahead, Bill.
But did you hear me so far?
Absolutely.
Okay. All right. Cool. Cool. Because I don't want you to miss nothing. All right. Let me see. All right. So we got Mr. Rich in the building. So yeah, from my perspective, racism is not an inherent in people of European descent. Right? Is not something that's in the blood. It is social. It is born out of social hierarchy, right? And people trying to gain position over one another. Psycho said it best. It's tribalism, right? And tribalism is not. We haven't found the gene for that yet, right? Where we can isolate that so we know it's social. So let's finish reading Diop's 2 Cradle Theory. All right, Sheikh Anti-Diop's 2 Cradle Theory. All right, let me put this back on the screen. Go back to my screen share. Okay. All right. Most discussions of Sheikh Anti-Diop limit his scholarly contributions to his groundbreaking work on the African origin of ancient Egyptian civilization in 1974. As a result, Sheikh Anti-Diop is only known through a myopic lens without a firm understanding of the theoretical and philosophical arguments that inform his scholarship. Diop is best understood through his methodological, philosophical, and theoretical position, which was best articulated in the cultural unity of Black Africa. The domains of matriarchal and patriarchal and matriarchy and patriarchy and classical antiquity, 1989. These arguments have been referred to as Sheikh Anti-Diop 2 Cradle Theory. 1976. And we probably the least interrogated by scholars interested in Sheikh Anti-Diop. I guess that's Malefi Asante in 2007 and Crawford. Come on, yo. As soon as I start in Crawford, where I'm at, 1995. All right, it says, yet these arguments were the basis of Diop's ability to substantiate his claims. Yo, I'm sorry, I got people calling me in the middle of the damn show. Like I'm not off on Mondays. Yet these arguments, yo, stop calling me, yo, what the fuck? All right. Yet these arguments were the basis of Diop's ability to substantiate his claims about the African origins of Egyptian civilization. And let me do this. Let me cut this motherfucker off. This motherfucker gonna keep calling me. Yet these arguments were the basis of Diop's ability to substantiate his claims about the African origins of Egyptian civilization and central to all of his English translated publications. The theoretical framework of Sheikh Anta Diop's two-cradle theory has also been influential in shaping the theories and arguments that have been produced by African-centered scholars, including the work of John Henry Clark in 1975 and all these other people, and many others. Therefore, any analysis of Sheikh Anta Diop that does not begin with the arguments we know today as the two-cradle theory provides an inaccurate understanding of Diop and his contributions to African-centered thought. Wow. That's deep, right? So that's basically saying, well, in this writer's view, that is the most important aspect of Sheikh Anta Diop's. So if you want to understand the mind of Sheikh Anta Diop and how he came to his conclusions, right, for the most part, you have to take into consideration his two-cradle theory. Damn, that's deep right there. Right, if that's accurate. Well, what do you say, Mr. Rich?
All right, keep on building. I'm gonna start back from the beginning because we got to go back. You know what I mean? We can't go too far ahead. You know what I'm saying? We gotta break it down. So I want to go back to the beginning. So keep on building.
Okay. Yeah. So because what I'm saying, what this guy is basically saying is that to understand Sheikh Anta Diop, you have to first, right, understand the two-cradle theory as being damn near the basis of or the theoretical framework for his worldview, right? So this is how he categorizes things in his fight against racism. So this guy's basically saying that Sheikh Anta Diop, was fueled by his belief that racism, European racism towards people of color, right, is basically inherent in them, and it's coming from their environment, right? Because his whole thing was that the environment shaped the psychology of both groups, the Southern people, the Southern cradle and the Northern cradle. But hey, Mr. Rich, I need you to get it out before American Dream start. You know what I mean? So we you can go back to the beginning now.
No, I want to hear American Dream too.
Oh my
God! I want to hear American Dream too. You can go ahead. I want to bring. I want to get everybody's outlook on this thing right here.
Okay.
Go ahead.
All right. What's up, American Dream?
Peace, Chef. Yeah. I don't know. I think the two cradle theory, you could correct me if I'm wrong, but I think if you read, I'm sure you read that book that Ankh is always pushing, Destruction of Chancellor Williams' book.
Uh-huh.
He speaks about the continent of Africa, and he claims that there was like this oneness about all of Africa, like this as if there was one constitution that ruled over all of Africa. So he speaks about just this oneness of Africa. And I think that Sheikh Anta Diop is coming from that same vein of saying that there's just this uniformity for all of Africa that has to be taken into consideration, and that all of Africa, and I think that's where the idea of race comes from, that their race just makes them gives them this oneness in their culture and things of that nature. And I think the two cradle theory is talking about the same thing for Europeans, that there is this one uniform thing. I'm guessing. And I don't know. I think that whole idea to me just seems. I guess pseudo would be the best. Well, not even pseudo. I just don't know if I agree with that idea that I just think Africa is such a varied continent, and the people there and their languages are so just different. But he's trying to make it appear as if there is under all of those differences in language and culture and everything else. He wants to present this idea of a certain oneness throughout Africa, and I just don't know if I really agree with that idea.
Okay. All right. Well, let's finish reading a little bit of this so we can peel it back a little bit. All right. This is an excerpt, I guess, from Diop. It says, there existed in the beginning, before the successive contacts of people and of nations, before the age of reciprocal influences, certain non-essential relative differences among peoples. These differences had to do with the climate and the specific living conditions of life. The peoples who lived for a lengthy period of time in their place of origin were molded by their surroundings in a durable fashion. The two cradle theory rests upon the geographical components of the southern cradle, northern cradle, and zone of confluence. Through analysis of environmental conditions, familial systems, social customs, and social values, Diop thus attempts to prove the existence of the southern cradle, northern cradle, and the zone of confluence, arguing that it is not necessary to provide a general history of each cradle. Diop in 1989 chooses in each cradle the outstanding historical facts whose nature is such to prove that a particular cradle is indeed characteristic of such and such a system. Diop posits that humanity has, from the beginning, when divided into two geographical distinct cradles, one of which was favorable to the flourishing of matriarchy and the other to that of patriarchy, and that these two systems encountered one another and even disputed with each other as different human societies, that in certain places they were superimposed on each other or even existed side by side. Then one would begin to clarify one of the obscure points in the history of antiquity. Now, just that right there, right? Now, we know that you have patriarchal societies and you have matriarchal societies. And we know that when the two mixed, sometimes there were conflict, right? And sometimes they merged together, right? You will see that. And then I think some societies had some societies had a mixture altogether, right? And you see that in societies that had male and female deities, right? They assign gender roles, right? Both genders had areas in the society where they were dominant, right? So we see a mixture in some societies. So I I think modern day we look at patriarchal societies stemming out of things like Christianity, probably Judaism, the Abrahamic faiths, right? I think is more rightly defined as patriarchal. And the societies that formed under these religious social systems tend to be more patriarchal. Well, at least the Western world religion. So I don't think too many people will fight back on that point by Diop. Anybody want to chime in?
Yeah, yeah, Chef, let's go back to the beginning, my brother.
All right, let's go.
All right. Let me ask you a question. You know, when he talks about worldview, right?
Mm-hmm.
What is your worldview? What is your worldview? Well, better question. What do you think about Pan Africanism?
Mm-hmm.
You think about that? And what do you think about? I know before you said something about, you know, you really don't believe in racism, like everybody could be racist, and just repeat kind of what you said, right, and then we can go ahead and move forward. And, you know, I was talking about, because Diop, you know, the cradle, way noble, and Kobe Campbell, you know, what they were talking about, you know what I'm saying, worldview. So, you know, I think you're looking on a small level.
Mm-hmm.
Because when you talk about racism and, you know, prejudice, yeah, everybody could be prejudiced, of course. But I'm saying when we talk about racism, we're talking about the people who got the power to define to define your reality like it's your own. That's way noble. So you gotta start from that standpoint, because if you don't start from there, you really don't understand what we've been through until now. As far as, let's take the chain of being, you know what I'm saying, academia. You know what I'm saying, when they form, you know what I'm saying, another thing, when they formed the word, you know, concept of race. All of these things was coming from. I don't think they were coming from, you know what I'm saying, African people. They're mostly coming from European people who established, you know, academia, education, what we learn, you know, in college, in Berkeley, and Harvard, and shit like that. You know what I mean? Because that's the people who got the power to affect our life. You know what I'm saying? Not
Facts.
average Joe Blow who's racist. You know what I'm saying? As far as us on a whole scale, because we're not talking about a small scale individual. We're talking about the group. You know what I'm saying? And, you know, so it's racism in education, man, in academia,
Mm-hmm.
in the disciplines, anthropology, and, you know what I'm saying? So what they're doing is they're combating that, because if you look around, it don't matter where you go, the European motherfuckers is not like the black man. Even when they got the war in, where they at right now? And they in Kiev, not Kiev. I forgot that European country.
Ukraine.
They don't even like niggas
Ukraine.
over there.
Ukraine.
Ukraine,
Mm-hmm.
Ukraine. You know what I'm saying? So I'm saying when you start to look around and see who's really have this type of mentality, or this ethos they're gonna talk about, the worldview, our worldview is important, and we get that through education. And our education is very racist. So we got to define our reality. That's why he said we have to look through it with the African mindset. As far as we define who we are and our activities and how we are and our behavior and all of that, just like in sociology. They study us like, you know what I'm saying, in a pathological way, like we're a disease. So we have to, I'm saying, make our own postulates. That's why Black Studies was important, to bring the other side. And, you know, I don't care what the title of, you know, the two cradle or whatever, but what he's saying is right and exact. As far as that first chapter, that first he was reading, it's right and exact. If we don't understand that, and, you know, because you gotta have a certain type of worldview. I understand, you know, you free thinker, and, you know, it's whatever, but, you know, there is Pan Africanism for real, and we all have a
Um,
common, just like in race. it goes by your descent. When they created the word race, it goes by your descent, right? So we all come from the same descent. We descend from the same people. Basically, when it comes down to it, we don't got into genetics and all of that. But basically, you know what I mean? Every motherfuckers in America descended from Africa. So I think the worldview and their stance on the worldview way Noble Kobe Cambone is definitely right, exact. Tell me something that you don't agree with in the first section you read.
If I can get in there real quick, I think, just to reiterate, I think fundamentally, I think the point he's making is about that black people and white people, which I think is what he's talking about, the two theory cradle of civilization. I think he's fundamentally separating black people and white people and saying that we're just totally different, and that down to our DNA, we're just different people. And I I don't know if I buy that idea. I don't think that. I think that this idea of race and black and white, it's all just created. I don't want to necessarily say social construct, because everything is a social construct, but the idea of black and white, it's not real. And fundamentally,
American, Jimmy, ask you a question. You was watching the they just had one of those riders, the Capitol, the State House, not the Capitol riders. What's saying one of those riders got right. It was all getting like 23 months, locked up or whatever. And now they got the one who has the longest incarceration, and he's a black man. So tell me, is that about black and white, or that's just because what? I mean, and that's just one example, but we're just saying that so far it's just been everybody was white. Everybody's white who's been the Capitol rider, who's been getting sent to 6 months, 10 months, whatever. The first black man, he get a higher sentence than everybody. No criminal record. He did the same thing they did.
But I think
there's any kind of black and white involved with that, or that
I think that's
race,
a different,
or that worldview on black people.
Right. I think that's a different question, though. That the question you're asking now is, let me just respond to you, bro. I think the question you're asking me is whether or not racism exists, right? And that's not what we're talking about here with the two cradle, is whether or not race exists. Like whether race exists is a different question from whether racism exists. Of course, there are races. Black people are racist. White people are racist. Everybody can be racist. But the question is race a real?
The ones with power, bro. I'm asking
but again,
about specifically with this right
no,
here.
You're asking me
you don't
gotta
say racism. Take racism out of it. Take racism out of it. Now you just look at it. I just stated the fact. Everybody
you're the one bringing
now
racism into it.
Listen. I'm saying take racism out of it. So now we see that 23 or so far there's been only white people getting charged with a certain amount of months. 23 months. The first black guy.
Sure. Listen, I'm not sure.
Listen. No, take racism out of it. The first black guy gets arrested, he gets more time than everyone. Now, take racism out of it. What do you think happened in that case? And the judge, and what do you think the judge?
If you can tell me, if you can tell me what that question has to do with the two cradle civilization theory, I'll answer, but I just don't know what it has to do with what we're talking about. What we're talking about.
You don't want to answer though, because you know what I mean. It'll mess up your whole shit. That's why you don't want to answer it.
I mean, I don't even know anything about this case that you're talking about. And again,
I simply say the facts, man. Just tell me, hey, it's your opinion. Tell me what you think.
I don't know anything about the case to respond to your question, and I don't know how your question has to do with the discussion we're having. It's as if you're changing the topic.
Because I'm going back to the fact that they're talking about two cradle theory and how the northern, cradle thing. I don't care what you call it, but I know so far in my lifetime, as far as people with the power, are more European people with the power with education, the justice system. You know what I'm saying? Education system, everything is mostly. I'm not saying black people are not bad, but I'm saying the people in power.
Mr.
Go ahead.
Rich.
Sure. If I could just respond real quick. Again, the question is, does race exist? And that is the question that Sheikh Diop is addressing with his two cradle thing. It's a question of whether or not race fundamentally
Read
is
it
a
again.
real thing.
Read
And
it
what
again. Read it again.
But Rich,
Chef,
can I ask you a question? Rich.
Yeah, I can read it again for clarity. Go ahead, Fitz.
No, all I'm saying to Rich is you kind of got to see it as that's a history of America, though. So they're the ruling class. So they're going to have biases. Do you get that?
Yeah, where you from?
I'm from England.
It's our brother
Who's
from
the
England.
highest officials in England?
Hmm?
Who are most of the high officials in your aristocracy or your
I
senate?
know
Or
that. I know that. I know that. But there's a different form of racism over here than there is in America, and you could say that it stemmed from these people over here. But there is a different form, and
Okay, good. My bad, bro.
Let me chime in there real quick because I'm gonna be real quick. I ain't gonna stay long. So there's a twofold issue. One, Sheikh Anta speaks in the format that the people in his time spoke. So you have to understand, you had people like what's his damn name? That always talks evolution, the evolution guy. Him, Sergei Giuseppe, who started the whole what is it called? Zion, whatever it is, Zion X or whatever it is, where they study different cultures. They would say that Africans have a different gene that separates them from Europeans, making them more barbaric. But they also did that with the other cultures, and they did that in a format to try to say that Europeans were the highest format. So he's returning fire when he's making his statements. The other thing is Sheikh Anta Diop always covered Egypt. So he knows that if you go into ancient African texts, including the Egyptian prayer, anybody who reads the Egyptian prayers, if you know how to open the door, you know racism, I don't want to say it starts in that area, but it starts with the disrespect of the Funaku, who they call the Asiatic, and the Nahesi, the Nubian, coming in to try to quash them, try to squash them. And so in the early prayers, you find, don't open the door of the Per-Ankh, the house of life, to the Libyan. Don't open the door to the house of life to the Asiatic. And so they say that, but they forgive the Nahesi. So when you have an analogy like that, he knows that because he showed the races on the wall, which is where he starts discussing races. And lastly, he knows we can't blame him and say that, oh, he's talking about DNA, because he's just making a psychoanalysis of how Africans look at the rest of the world and how the rest of the world looks at Africans. So I didn't see any DNA issues come up in there, as you would have with Sergei Giuseppe and those who do genetics, I think it's called. I can't remember. I don't know why I can't remember this morning. But he doesn't have those same hang-ups as they do. He's just using the same language that they would have used in their time. And that's it.
I'd like to chime in, if I may, with some perspective. The 2020 census shows the white population remained the largest race and ethnicity group in the United States, with 204 million people identifying as white alone. And overall, 235.4 million people reported a white alone or in combination with another group. However, the white alone population decreased by 8%, 8.6% since 2010. The multiracial population has changed considerably in 2010. It was measured at 9 million people in 2010 and is now 33.8 million people in 2020, a 276% increase. So I just wanted to drop some perspective on the conversation before we get in too deep. At some point, we got to correlate it to our circumstances. And I find the conversation most intriguing, specifically because I would say over 66% of white Americans have no interaction with you niggas. I hope you understand that. So let's attack this shit with some substance, all right? I'm back quiet.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Rich.
I'm not. Yeah, I guess I'm
Nah, go ahead.
still, you know.
I just want to hear what American Dream got to say. You know what I mean?
No, I mean even what James just said, I don't necessarily know what it has to do with the two cradle theory. I think we say a lot with, and we just go off topic, and I'm hoping we can
Are
stay
you
on
listening
topic.
to what he just said, bro? Are you listening to what he just said? That's right on. I want to ask the brother just to respond to you, just like repeat what he just said. But it's
No,
right on
I
topic,
heard
bro.
I
60% doesn't fuck with niggas. That comes with a worldview. They have to look at us the same way to feel that way. You know what I mean? I'm just saying shit is really simple. But, I mean, he's just, hey, Chancellor Williams is talking above, you know what I'm saying, niggas' head for real. Go ahead.
Moses, you wanted to get in?
Yeah, what I wanted to say was, I think to some degree, like I don't know, some kind of way, I seem to look at this a little bit different, right? Like, so yeah, I already understand that there is no race, but when I look at how racism is applied, right? Like, I can't get around using the word methodical, right? Like to a large extent, like I feel like, you know, it's always to some extent been around, right? Like, not, I can't even say that, right? So when it was around, it is kind of like the role it played was always something psychological. It's almost like it allowed, it delayed the quality, the process of equality long enough for the best way to say it is white people to extend their economic domination, right? Like, it's like like that's only been the purpose, right? So I think to some extent we don't allow ourselves to see it like that. If I don't know if you get what I'm saying by saying it that way.
Oh no, I get it.
Well, you know what? What American Dream saying is right. He's not actually asking. He's not arguing racism in that sense. He's arguing about race theory.
Right. That's exactly what I'm saying. That's the almost like the lower nature of the argument, right? Like what did that actually do for their economy, right? Like we know what it did to us psychologically, right? But look at how it allowed them to extend their lead, or how it prevented some of their previous generations from waking up to equality, right? Like we're in probably like the most liberal we've ever been in a long time, in my opinion. And I'm saying that process, like for us to get here, has been delayed because of things like scientific racism, things that they know for a fact weren't true. They
No,
didn't
what he's saying, I get that totally. But what he's basically saying is the race theory true? Not saying is there between the races is there such thing as race?
Right, absolutely, and I think Sheikh Anta Diop.
That's what I'm saying.
Right, and I'm saying I think Sheikh Anta Diop was given validity to that race theory and say that it was that black people and white people are legitimately different people. Like that, I think that's why he brought up the idea of the matriarchy and the patriarchy. And you know, we all know that the patriarchy comes with with its negative connotations, and the matriarchy is more loving and just more nurturing. And so I think he's making a strong and clear distinction between Black people and white people, and I think that's his objective. And and that's why I think his work has been rejected for the most part, because he's trying to give legitimacy, like fundamentally, like even you can even say down to DNA, like he's trying to say race is a factor in people's behavior and just in everything.
I mean, didn't he talk about worldview? Was how they get this?
Yeah, he talked about the worldview.
Okay, so do we have a definition for worldview just to see what it is and how important it is?
Yeah, and I think the idea of the matriarchy and the patriarchy is about worldview.
No. I just want to go to the definition of worldview so everyone can have an understanding of what you're talking about.
All right, I'm about to pull it up.
Because you're going to see that's how important, the way Noble talks about. The people who find their reality. I understand the day-to-day thing, but we're talking about education and I'm saying what they're feeding us to make you think that way. To make them, how they think. And their world.
Precisely.
Right,
and, just in the interest of correlation. Yeah, in the interest of correlation, from what I said earlier, it is undoubtedly indicating that race is a real thing. I mean, I don't even know why we have to waste time trying to figure out if race is a thing.
So would you say that race defines us as different? That's what he's basically saying. Are you different from a white person because of your color?
You different from other Black people.
Considering
it's not even about that, bro.
You can have a blood transplant.
That's what I mean. You can have the lower nature of the argument.
Stay on what he's talking about. Don't talk about. We're not talking about. Okay, so they define race. Okay, whatever. We're talking about worldview now. They made this shit real. Basically, let's just say that. Okay, let's take out what they created, right?
Let's look
at the facts.
So
let's look at the definition, bro.
I'm gonna read the definition. I'm gonna read the definition.
A simple question. So you're saying, are you saying color makes us different? Are you saying that the race?
Listen, we're not talking about color. Okay, we're talking about people.
What race is based on?
Call it what color you want to call it. Call it what people you want to call it. We're gonna show you their worldview. You can call whatever you want to call them, okay? But they are against us. Their worldview is against us, okay?
Whether it's color, phenotype, whichever you want to choose, it's a situation that they have determined a difference, and you've got to be sensitive to the difference.
So is it a social difference, or is it a biological difference? Is it natural, or is it a social difference?
That's what we trying to
make.
May I
ask
This is what we're trying to say.
May I ask a question of you?
I'm trying to read it, but everybody keeps blurry
because your line of questioning seems to suggest that you find the line blurry. Fritz,
okay. Go ahead.
The question is directed towards you.
To Fitz. Well, let me read the definition of worldview. Let's get back on.
Fritz, go ahead, Fritz.
He doesn't want to answer that one. That's okay.
All right. A worldview or worldview is the fundamental cognitive orientation of an individual or society encompassing the whole of the individual's or society's knowledge and point of view. A worldview can include natural philosophy, fundamental existential and normative postulates, or themes, values, emotions, and ethics. What is an example of a worldview? Various belief systems, religion, religions, ideologies, and science itself are examples of worldviews that contain differing pictures of the world. A worldview is furthermore connected with a particular moment in history. The concept of worldview is used in two fundamentally different ways.
Stop right there.
Yeah,
Clear.
yeah. So again, when they mentioned when they spoke about the matriarchy and the patriarchy, that's talking about worldview. When they spoke about
Man, stay
Europe,
on, but guess what? We
when
don't have the
let me just
power,
finish
man.
though. Let me just
We
finish
don't have
though.
the power. He's talking about affecting the people.
Yeah,
But you're talking about just,
let me
some
finish my
trivial
statement
shit.
without
We're talking
cutting you.
about who
Let
has
me finish my
effect on
statement.
the people.
Let me
I mean,
finish
no,
my.
but stay on topic, man. Stay on
Who's not
topic.
staying on topic? I'm talking about what he. You know what? So
You're
yeah. So
talking
when they
about
talk,
what we
bro, stop
think.
cutting
You're
me
talking about
off,
what
bro.
we think.
Stop cutting me off, man. Let me finish my statement. Stop cutting me off. I don't even know who you are. Stop cutting me off. It mentioned Europeans being more individual, being based more in individualism, and African countries are more about communalism, and so that is all about worldview. Everything that article is talking about worldview, and it's making a distinction between the African worldview and the European worldview, and saying they are just diametrically opposed to one another, and that's fundamentally the point that Diop is trying to bring across. So
So
he is
that's
trying
what
to,
you're trying to bring
yo,
across.
this
That's
dude,
the
yo,
point
you
you're
know
trying to
what?
bring across. He's been across the worldview, meaning that we have to define our reality, brother. What are you talking
I don't
about?
even know what you
We
got to
have
tell
to
me what you're
define our
saying.
reality. I just gave you some examples.
I don't know what you're talking
Anthropology.
about, bro.
Yeah,
I
no,
like you.
I mean,
I
because
don't
it's
know.
over your head.
I don't even know if you know what you're saying. I don't understand what
Yo,
you're
I know
saying.
exactly what I'm saying, bro. I know exactly. Kobe Cambone, man. Come on, this ain't the first time I heard of him. Come on, man. We nobles, really?
I'm gonna mute my mic.
Come on, man.
Nah, I feel like I get what he's saying. I feel like white people define their reality, and intertwined with racism. Like that was a part of how they created their identity.
It's in the fabric of their whole makeup.
That's what
And it
Diop is
allows
saying.
them, right?
Now,
Like it
see, I don't agree
actually,
with that, but go ahead.
Please.
yeah, I feel like that's a part of what allows them to make the kind of notion as if we are less than human, right? Like I know that's not exactly what the argument is, but I'm saying it moves you from it moves you into a space where you might be able to see that kind of stuff differently from somebody else, right? Like you got an irrational hatred, right? Like it's not even backed up by anything, and that in itself is just powerful, right? Like the fact that you're not even questioning the hatred.
Yeah, well, let's get the rubber to hit that runway. Is it a question about Diop's study? Diop's assessment is pretty clear, and I guess if you want to narrow it down to having two different worldviews, my question is this: did he make the separation appropriately with the genetics argument when they left Africa, and who stayed, and which common ancestor branched off into Neanderthal, and how is it did he make that clear, and is there any question on his process and methodology? Chef?
Yeah, I would say that to go back to where it all started from. Fundamentally, I would I'm not saying that racism don't exist. I don't think nobody on the panel, however much we disagree with each other, none of us is saying that racism doesn't exist. The question is racism inherent in a population? And I think Diop is wrong. Now, all of the things the anecdotal things when Mr. Rich could point out racism being practiced in the judicial system, I totally agree with that. Yeah, the guy from January 6th, the black guy got the most time. Could that be a result of racism? Hell yeah. I'm a black man in America. You will never get me to deny racism. But to argue that racism is inherent, right? And somehow can be factored down on the genetic level or come with a group by simple fact of the group having sex with one another, right? By white people procreating with each other, I do not believe that creates racism. I just don't believe it. Because if that's the case,
I'm with you on this.
There was an environmental factor that he stipulated that was a big part of his argument.
So let's get to that. So
isn't that what you're referring to or denying?
Yeah. Because I don't believe that the environment, right, that white people were subjected under for a long period of time, shaped their cognitive to be anti-black, right? I think that's something that comes along with socialization. Now, let me explain.
Can I interject?
No. Before you explain, let me just interject. You're correct, but he didn't attribute that to black. He said they were doing that amongst each other first. The trait is amongst each other first.
No,
okay.
Where did you get that from?
From Sekou, from Sekou's presentation.
Oh, from Sekou. Okay, all right. We didn't get that far yet in the conversation. We were still talking about Diop.
Well, Sekou was talking about Diop, so he was asking where did I get that part from?
Yeah, but we're talking. All right, let's back up, Mr. Rich. I'm gonna let you get in, but let me try to explain this thing.
Diop.
Yeah, I know. So let me tease it out a little bit so we can get the way, you know what I mean? All right, Diop said that because of the harsh environment, right, that white people was produced in on the ice, right, that they became more aggressive and tribal, right? That's the northern cradle, right? So the southern cradle, it was more hospitable.
All right, let's stick with that one first. Let's just dissect this northern cradle first.
All right, so let me get back to that. Let me get back to that. So, but then we got to talk about how them taking that aggressive tribalism that was that built their society and their innate mental faculties, right? When they moved out of the ice and encountered other people, that resulted in the phenomenon that we call racism. Am I correct so far?
Gotcha. Wait. Let's go back a little bit.
All right.
Let's back up some. So, let's go to the northern cradle because we were talking about, how they developed this aggressive nature, right? How they had to hunt, follow the bears, they couldn't have kids, all that good stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you say, how did that make them more aggressive? Now, look at ancient Egypt. We was all into spirituality, kumbaya, you know what I'm saying? Of course, we had the magi options, for sure. But they came in with them bombs and technology, they killed us. You know what I mean? On that aggressive type mentality, because we didn't really go out and try to conquer the world like that. You know what I'm saying? And, dehumanize the people, whatever. But, that definitely, because that's their ancestors, right?
Yeah, and I think you may
believe in.
It's just because they came from that environment and they encountered black people is not where racism came from. That's not what he was saying. He was saying it was a combination of both cradles, and we are just on the northern cradle right now. So just because they were violent with each other because of the environmental restrictions on their nomadic life, and they encountered black people who was in the first, we've got to understand that it was a combination of the two. But we're on the northern part right now, right? So I think it was a slight jump. And if you look at the southern cradle now, you would find that he was saying that we were very accommodating. We were very nutrition rich. No one was going hungry. Everything is all around. So now it has to be a combination of the two. Here comes a greedy aggressor meeting someone giving, and it's the perfect sadomasochistic relationship, is what I think Diop is saying.
Can I say something about the Europeans though?
I mean,
When they landed in Africa,
it's not exactly
when they
true.
landed in Africa, the Vikings and all of them were way gone. They had a different civilization then.
But
they were civil.
Though. You don't consider them Europeans?
Well, if you're classing back to the Europeans, yeah, of course they are. The British, they're not European.
Okay. Well, stick on the topic.
And the Portuguese and the Spanish. No, but all I'm trying to say is that's even pseudo what he's trying to tie back to. That was a wave. The Vikings and them were civil by the time they get to the 17th century or the 16th century. They just had different goals them times and to conquer, and there was help. You can't say they just went and conquered. They had help.
Yeah, I actually I said earlier.
What's good? What's good with each other?
What's up, Gullah?
What's up?
Yeah, I don't say all this shit. That cradle, north cradle, south cradle shit is pseudo, bro. Because that ain't even we dealing with complex human civilizations and people. You know what I'm saying? Coming up, you have to really understand the people in Europe even before you get into all that shit. Like you had different people that even came into Europe, coming out of the Middle East and coming out of the steeps and these different areas. It ain't just this one cradle place of these people living on some ice. Like you gotta deal with the Mesolithic Europeans. You gotta deal with the Neolithic farmers coming in from the Middle East, and then later the steep people coming in. You know what I'm saying? The Indo-Europeans coming in from the Central Asia and shit. It ain't just this one cradle thing that he talking about. He didn't understand that. Even in Africa, it ain't just no one cradle. It's different civilizations, different populations.
Yeah, I did say earlier.
The wrong cradle. You know what I'm saying? Just keep on going, Chef.
I did say earlier that I wasn't sure whether Diop was pseudo or whether he was just wrong with his information. But I do think, I'm changing my mind. I'm really thinking he was just pseudo. And I think he was presenting this idea that I think he just knew wasn't real, and he was trying to kind of create a distinction between black people and white people. He was trying to create racism, if you will.
Yeah.
What's your worldview, Gullah? What's your worldview, Gullah, on this? As far as
hold on, he just made a good point. I think American Dream just made a good point.
Because that's what we talking about. We talking about how this stuff we've been through, developed, and this is how we look at it today, and how it's relevant to who we see who are in charge. 60%, my man just said 60% of crackers don't fuck with us. So it has to come from a worldview on how they think and where they get this from.
Yeah, we got to be careful about
all this. I mean, we're just talking about the cradle was like back then, but it developed to where we are right now. I mean, I don't see y'all don't see the lines, man.
Nah, that shit didn't develop out of that. That shit developed out of the end of the Roman period, and then the Germanic taking Roman politics and putting it on other people.
Man,
it's called feudalism, bro.
It's
called feudalism.
They still crackers, bro. They still crackers, man. Feudalism. Who give a fuck? They still crackers.
But I'll let you go on.
Well, shit. Bantus was crackers, but Bantus was crackers to pygmies. Like, how about that?
But ain't no Bantu fucking with us in America right now. Who got the wall? Who got the control? Ain't no Bantu.
Hold it a second before we jump out the Julando.
Come on, man.
It's the same thing. It's the same thing with the Roman Empire, bro. Like, it's just muffle whoever.
Crackers, bro.
Juju, you better jump out there with your word of caution, because they're gonna jump out the window.
Juju, go ahead. Hold on.
The Romans ain't the same motherfuckers. The Romans ain't the same motherfuckers that came over and colonized the United States. They just took their shit.
The United States, their education and their mythology and all that shit coming from Aristotle. And this is in academia. Come on, man. You should know that.
Let Juju get it. Hey, Juju, where you at?
I'm in. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, man.
Yes, loud and clear.
Good. I muted everybody.
so I could get a little a space in between. We can't talk over each other. The conversation is awesome. Definitely needs to be had. So let's try to get all our points out and come to a level of understanding where we may not agree. I definitely don't agree with the notion that Job was anything pseudo. So let's be careful with throwing that around. Again, we're dealing with someone who was, well versed in his fields, a PhD. So let's show this man some respect. Lots of scientists later on were proven wrong. Doesn't mean their work was wrong when they were doing it. That's all I have to say about that. All praises to the ancestor. But yeah, this is an amazing conversation. I just want to say, let's not be throwing around Job as being a pseudo. He definitely was not. Okay.
But that's the thing. That's the thing. Like, people get caught up and think pseudo is this term. Like just because if you got some shit right and you got some shit wrong, that means you a pseudo. That don't mean like that ain't no sensitive word or somebody.
But you're not
like the slang word that we use. Like if you got some wrong information,
that doesn't mean you're pseudo though. If you got it wrong.
No, what he said was, I heard him. What he said is that true cradle information is pseudo. I agree. So I'm saying you can have information that's pseudo.
Okay.
It's invalid. It's false. You feel me?
What's up, so
pseudo doesn't just mean false.
In his linguistics method was pseudo. Wolof is not related to no damn Egyptian.
No, pseudo actually listen, pseudo actually means someone is intending to fraud.
Exactly.
Like that's what pseudo, it doesn't mean that they're wrong. It means they're intentionally trying to fraud you. It's a scam.
Intentional. The man was married to a white woman. So let's be careful with the word. Again, I'll say that.
Sure, and that conversation can be had.
That's so strong. Just be careful on how we're labeling.
And two, he had political agendas going towards the Negritude movement for the Francophone African countries. There was he had political agendas.
Man, but what he's saying is true and how it affects the people and what they're doing now.
Yeah.
So let's tease it out.
Top, yo. The crack is on top. And where they get this worldview from? Their education, their ancestors' experiences. We just talked about the damn definition of worldview. It's not a loose
but listen,
what are you talking about?
Listen, I'm trying to hear the conversation, right? And Chev is trying to really lay out the argument. But it's like niggas is getting caught up in their feeling. They want to talk about, we talking about the goddamn riots. He's laying out a theory for why Europeans are different than Africans. So let's see if his theory actually hold up to scientific scrutiny. Like, take your feelings out of the conversation. Like, I don't give a damn if a nigga got sentenced to jail right now for some racism shit. But not what we're talking about. We're talking about, is there a genetic component to race? Is race a real thing? So let's examine the conversation, bro. And at the end of it, let's see what we come up with based on facts, not niggas' emotions, bro. Let's just deal with it on a factual basis.
Indeed, absolutely, Sosa, and that
I bring some sources. I bring some facts. Go ahead.
Right, and that conversation about whether race is real or not, I think that's a conversation that's been had over and over, and we all know race is not real. Everybody knows that, I believe. So to really sit here and give credence to this theory that says race is real, unless we ain't got nothing better to do with our time, I guess. But I just think that this question has been answered, and most of his work has been rejected by what we would call the consensus of scientists. Like, his work is not, it's both false and pseudo in my perspective.
He just gave you some statistics before, not scientific, right? He gave some statistics, but not just talking with emotions.
I don't know, but James says 66% of white folks don't interact with black people. Where did he get that from?
Yeah, and you ask him?
Or you said because he said that shit was true? That shit sound dumb as hell on face value.
North Dakota University.
I figured I'd bait somebody in. Don't say you gonna get it. I ain't even got to worry about you right now.
I listen to it.
Where'd you read that 66% of white people don't interact with black people?
We'll get to you, man. Let's stay on point.
He's using your source as evidence. So I'm asking, where'd you get that source from so we can look at that? See if that's a true statement. Or was that just regular nigga shit where niggas just quantify their own percentages and shit and just make shit up because it sounds good?
I'll produce the source because I don't talk out the side of my neck. All right,
go get that. Go get it.
Right, well, if
go get it. We got time.
I'll give you a hint, but
I'll
back with you.
A long time, bro. Go get it. We got time. We ain't going nowhere. We chilling.
No, I'm on another beat right now.
Right,
I'm talking about Diop and his. I don't agree with his policies. I don't agree with his politics or religion. But if the man has a plausible explanation of these racial differences that we have as a standard now, real or perceived, just like sea level. Sea level is a particular standard, right? It's not something that, now we have race in the picture, right? So now if we would ignore it and we say, no, race isn't real and it's not here, and we are being affected by it adversely every day, that's going to be foolhardy. So
biologically, not socially. Biologically, not socially. No one's saying that there's a difference, brother.
Absolutely. And they seem to just keep overlooking that difference because the difference is so important. It's such an important difference.
But another thing, is ancient Egypt a matriarchal society or a patriarchal society?
Wasn't it both?
Nah,
as far as I know, most of the pharaohs were male.
Patriarchal. Just because they have some female goddesses in there and shit like that, but it's a male-dominated society.
And so I think you had a really good idea when you mentioned that the one of the best things we can do is take a look at what Diop was saying about with the compare and contrast between the African clan and the Indo-Aryan or the European. Let's take a look at that and do your own assessment and see if it has any validity or not. And what I have here, I'm going to share my screen. Right. And let me know if you guys can see this. Right. This is from Civilization or Barbarism. Right. This is chapter 5, where it's a very brief chapter. It's only like 3 pages or so. But I think this particular chapter, it outlines like one of the central parts of this whole two cradle theory, because here's where Diop, right, he compares and contrasts what he calls the African clan and the Indo-Aryan clan. Right. Again, I would like us to actually look at the two cradle theory in Diop's words, right? Because I think a lot of people are saying things and contributing ideas to Diop's two cradle theory that shouldn't necessarily be associated with Diop, right?
Brandon, I have his work up if you want to read it.
Yep, I have it up now.
Oh.
Okay,
did you share yours? Now, what I have up, I have Civilization of Barbarism up, chapter 5, with the clan comparisons, the African and Indo-Aryan clan. What did you want something specifically different to share?
Oh no, Melvin wanted me to clarify some stuff, so he gave me the African origins of civilization.
Yeah, we can do that one as well, right? Because I really want to get it in his words, right? So if you have something that's more relevant to this conversation that I'm showing, I can show this after. Do you want to pull up yours first?
You go ahead, because I have not went over this source.
Okay.
I grabbed it up and he wanted me to show some points. So I got to leave soon. I was going to try. So go ahead with what you have to say and let me see if I can get a grip on this.
Right. So if you take a look, I went ahead and highlighted the two different fields, right, in this table, right? The African clan and the Indo-Aryan clan, right? One of the biggest two, I guess, differences, Diop says that the African clan is a matrilineal clan, right? Means that it's founded on the woman, right? Indo-Aryan, patrilineal. I think this is what Sosa was just mentioning, right? Now, we're painting these societies, we're painting Africa with a broad brush when we do that, right? Can we necessarily say that the African clan in its totality had a matrilineal structure, right? I don't think that we can say that that is accurate. We also
study on that. Have you done the studies on that?
Yeah, I done a study on that, and that's not accurate. You had different matrilineal and patrilineal depends on the circumstances of the society they live in. It's not just this one racial thing. It depends on the environment you live in and what works.
Matriarchal.
I'm sure he go into more detail than just that right there.
Yeah, but there's many characteristics. Let's try to get through some of them, right? Right. So one of the other, two similarities is that both were created by, the man, created by the male, right? The African clan, the man decided, right? They cognitively decided, said that yes, we're going to have a matrilineal structure. Indo-Aryan said that the men decided to have a patrilineal. Okay, that's sort of a wash.
But look, matriarchal, and then patriarchal. Matrilineal just means descent.
I'm sorry, matrilineal and patrilineal. Okay. Right. Patrilineal. I'm sorry, I'm mispronouncing.
No, I'm saying patrilineal. Like when you say it's matrilineal, patrilineal, that's like along the lines of inheritance.
Okay.
Matriarchal and patriarchal, like governed or ruled. It's matriarchal or patriarchal in terms of governed or ruled.
Okay, that's good point. Great point. Now let's go to the other one. It says that the African clan was considered sedentary, right? While the Indo-Aryan clan was considered nomadic, right? Can we say with a broad brush, is that accurate? Again, right? Were all the African clans, when you say, or the majority of African clans considered sedentary? I don't think we can make that claim.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so did we come in like the Assyrians, the Romans, the Greeks, everybody who came in, so we were doing that? We was like, moving around doing that?
What do you mean?
So you're saying that the Romans were nomadic?
Sedentary and nomadic, right?
Right.
So we did more moving than they did.
I'm lost.
What are you? I'm not sure what you're asking.
Who was them and they? What are you talking about?
All right, go ahead.
When you say the Romans, were they nomadic? No, the Romans, they had a civilization that was absolutely sedentary, right? The Roman state wasn't, actively, nomadically moving around.
The government was in Rome.
Again, that didn't on its face, right, isn't accurate. Again,
how does you describe that?
They was hold on. The Romans were expansionists. That's a fact. So if that's what you mean, yes, the Romans was an expansionist empire. They expanded their territory and they used their military to do that. But their government, it was a sedentary government and society based in Rome, period. And then later on Turkey. But for the most part, it's a sedentary society.
American dream. You had a good point.
And again, we're giving examples here, right? Of course, you're going to find examples of nomadic clans in both, in the African continent and in Europe, right? The problem is that we're painting these different areas with a broad brush that I don't think is very accurate. I don't think we can do that. Here's another example. He says that the African clan is based on subsistence, right? It says subsistence based on agriculture, essentially, right? And it says that the Indo-Aryan is subsistence based on raising cattle, right? We absolutely know, we talk about the pastoralism in Africa, right? In Nubia, right? In Upper Egypt, right? We talk about that.
Repeat those characteristics again. Repeat those again.
Okay, let's do this. African clan, it says subsistence based on agriculture, right? And then the Indo-Aryan, subsistence based on raising cattle, right?
Let's go with percentages.
Hold on. Let's deal with it one at a time, right? Because we talk about the subsistence based on cattle raising in the Indo-Aryan area. But we know that we had an economy based on raising the pastoralism as well and raising cattle over in Africa. We know that.
What's the percentage of that? What's the percentage? What's the percentage?
Who are
So
you
we're saying
screaming
who did more of
What are you
what?
talking about, bro? And first of all, it was cattle in the Middle East before the Indo-Europeans even got there. So what the fuck are you talking about?
Man, you talking about agriculture, bro. Let's get a percentage on what they were doing for agriculture versus pastoralism. He's making it. It's simple.
Okay, well, you make some notes and you go grab those percentages and bring them back to us. We're just doing the compare and contrast right now.
And first of all, pastoralism is a subtype of agriculture in the first place.
So, but the agriculture is first, right? Is more, right? The agriculture more.
He's asking what's the pastoralism or agriculture more?
I'm asking for the percentage of both.
I don't have that percentage.
Fertile Crescent, you got the Fertile Crescent. Agriculture spread rapidly through the Fertile Crescent.
Right. And let's look at
I'm saying
consistent agriculture when it's like constant, like you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, like hunter gatherers were not in Europe.
On that, man. Give me a source on that, yo.
Well,
we gotta
pull it up, but you need to look into it yourself. Otherwise, you be taking that word for it.
See, there's a lot of gaps. Let's look at the historical statement.
Right, and again,
we saying those characteristics. We making it so simple. Like
a lot of this stuff is we've talked about this on previous.
But we're guessing right now.
Like,
right,
it was
now,
mostly
not at all.
Well, yeah, because there was a conversation on this channel talking about cattle was brought over, particular cattle were brought over from Iran and Mediterranean areas to Africa. Then you also have Diodorus Siculus, and you also have Aristotle and a few other people statements saying that the Egyptians didn't really have to do everything that the Aryan had to do in order to grow because their land was already set up from the inundation. So we know that Africa had it a certain way and Europe had it another way. Go ahead.
No, that's not true.
But the question,
Europeans didn't even come from Europe. They came from Central Asia and Middle East. What the fuck you talking about, bro?
That means they were migrated in. So exactly what I just finished saying. Those cattle weren't in Africa; they were brought over, and we know that the ground was not tilled the same way.
Which cattle species? What cattle species you talking about?
Well, go back to the conversation y'all had on this very channel about cattle being brought in to Africa from Asia, from the Middle East, and from those other areas.
You did have some cattle that came in from
not brought in, they migrated in, right? The herds migrated in,
right. So let's not get about what we brought up before, but historically, we also have Diodorus Siculus. You got other Greeks and Europeans saying that Africans' landscape was better for growing crops and easier due to the inundation of the Happy River. So we already know.
No, the Fertile Crescent, the Tigris and the Euphrates, that shit in hold on. The same process happened with the overflooding of those rivers also. So that's not.
Those rivers
that's
like
not
what?
Name a river and you talking about
the Tigris and the Euphrates overfloods
the Tigris
also.
And Euphrates didn't flood like the Nile.
Oh,
it wasn't like the Nile. Come on, man, stop playing.
All right, bro.
He's bugging out. So yeah, you know clearly just from the landscape and from the fact that they have black land and Deshret land, meaning that out there is the sun is burning stuff up or it's ice age. It's nomadic out there. Over here, you don't have to worry about being a nomad. You're gonna get a chance to do.
Are you
farming.
telling me that the Tigris and the Euphrates does not have floodplains? That the people got that? What are you? Oh my God, man! This is pseudo.
It's not like the Nile. This shit dried up. This shit was like poison when it hit the land. It stopped everything from growing.
All right, this a rabbit hole. I don't even want to go down it.
I'ma
just say y'all wrong. I'ma just say y'all wrong, and we can get back to Diop.
You ain't bringing no sources.
Right.
My man just said what the people said. He brought sources. Diodorus, right? That's a source. Sir. That's a source, bro. You just talking.
That's facts. So we
Bring me
know
a source that
exactly
says
what we're looking at
Mesopotamian River, the
last week.
Tigris and Euphrates River, was flooding every. I'm saying every like the same time every year. You know what I'm saying?
Annually.
Birth and rebirth. But let me see they do that. Come on, man.
Right.
You
And
must
I think
you must don't read. You don't
we're
read.
somewhat moving the goalpost as well, right? Again, let's bring it back because we were talking about the subsistence based on agriculture, right? And we talk about the subsistence based on the raising of cattle, right? We all know that we had a pastoral economy in Africa on the continent.
Yo, bring me the
We
source
know.
on that, man.
If
Bring me
you
the
if you
source
haven't
on
if
the
you
man
don't
just said.
if you don't know that, you must have not been listening to any of these previous shows that we've been having.
Come on, man. I
talking
know,
about
this Black City shit ain't new to
and I
me,
can
bro.
I can bring that source. I can bring
Bring
that.
the source that say
Well,
that. You know what I'm saying?
we'll do that again. We'll do that.
With that. So here, brother, because
We'll-
you're right concerning the cattle, but the
Thank
grain house is where the money was at, and everything was based, and you were paid in grain. If you were in the army, you were paid by bringing the king feet and hands. But when it came to farming,
bro, what time period are you talking about? You skipping all over the time and shit. What the fuck are you talking about?
This is nutty. Listen, everybody. Listen. In the spring, hold
take
on.
this down. I'm gonna take this down.
In the spring,
I'm gonna give
Assad,
Sister
chill out.
Juju.
Hold up. We got
Oh my
And
god.
this shit is getting crazy, man.
Right.
Yeah, I'm gonna get off. I don't like when this dude on here. He be tripping, bro. This shit be weird.
You don't like them facts, man. Them facts be hurting.
No, you ain't fact. You don't never show no fact. You don't ever show your own sources and none of that shit.
Today we just brought up 2 sources. You ain't brought up one yet. You bring in your opinion, and we know you hate Joe.
Nah, I bring up sources every time. You just be talking out.
Hey, gentlemen, I've muted everybody because this is what we not gonna do on the pseudo killers. So everybody can express themselves and their opinions. Let people finish talking. Address your issue with whatever idea someone has that you don't like. At the end of the conversation, let's just try to be adult about it. Okay? Please and thank you.
Thank you, Juju. Now listen. All right. In the spring, when melted snow from nearby mountains flow into the Tigris and Euphrates, and the rivers overflow their banks, the crops that were ready for harvest could be planted. If the flooding persisted too long, then the crops would be destroyed. Same thing was happening in the Tigris and the Euphrates that was happening on the Nile. They on floodplains, man. That's what made them conducive to agriculture, right? So y'all just be making stuff up, but go ahead, y'all get it in.
So you just compared the Tigris and Euphrates to the Nile, right?
He did. Just snow.
The Tigris and Euphrates is in Iraq, bro. Ain't no fucking snow. What are you talking about, dog?
Didn't he just say it was snow on the mountain?
The mountains.
Yeah, in the Zagros in the mountain area, but not on the floodplain zone.
Hey, read it again, Catherine, in case he missed the snow. He will never be listening. Go ahead, read it again.
On a mountain? You're tripping off snow on a mountain? Really?
He just said it was snow up there, didn't he? Didn't he?
Yeah, that's a rabbit hole. I was just showing.
Snow got to do with it.
No,
why mention snow? What snow got to do with it?
Yeah, and this would be out, man. This is some old ass, outdated ass shit. This ain't no fact.
Yo, Chef read the source, right? I'm saying,
what do wintertime do to your crops? Make it make sense for everybody.
All right.
Yeah, plants die in the wintertime. It's difficult to harvest and grow in the wintertime. Don't tell us that Tigris provided the same type of thing that the Nile provided the same way it did, when we know that there's a hot environment and there's a cold environment. Get your heads on straight.
Man, you was
damn, man, he just making shit up.
He making shit up. Ain't no fucking snow, no tick. We talking about in fucking Iraq, bro.
You can
What
go
snow?
to area.
When do it snow in Iraq?
You can go to area to where it's not snowing, but if you go up to the damn mountain top, the mountain, that damn altitude
Yeah, it was snow. It's snow on the mountains in the spring. In the spring, when the snow melt. Right. Fuck.
So once again, the pseudo cast that was just talking, he
Now
just
who
said
not
it's
listening?
snow. Explain your pseudo thinking.
On the
Go.
On the
Let him explain what he's saying,
mountains.
bro. Shut it up. Let him explain this shit, bro. Go ahead, read it, chef, and then after you read it, explain like what it means.
It was saying that on the mountaintops, there's snow. In the spring, it melts because it gets hotter. Now, when it melts, it runs into the streams that come down the goddamn mountain, and it floods the Tigris and the Euphrates. Not that it's snowing in Iraq. It's the mountains that's nearby there that has the snow.
And when it gets hotter, it melts.
This nigga talking about somebody ain't listening. This nigga ain't listening at all.
Dummy, after I said that, tried to say, no, it don't mean that. It don't get hot. It don't get cold. If it's snow on the goddamn mountains, it got cold at some point in time. When it gets hot, that snow melts and comes
In
down.
the mountains,
That's
bro.
different from
It don't
the
mean
flooding
same
of the
thing.
Nile.
It comes down, bro. You ain't
That's
listening.
different from the flooding of the Nile.
The mountains
Hold on one second. Hold on one second.
crazy shit, though. The mountains at a different altitude.
I got a question. So
I can't.
Why is the Tigris so the Tigris and Euphrates have a natural flood just like the Nile have a natural flood?
They don't. It comes
a question. Yo, hold on. Hold on.
Absolutely. Go ahead.
Yeah. I want to explain how tell me now how the Tigris and Euphrates flood now. Like,
all right, we're gonna go to Britannica. We're gonna go to Britannica.
That's what Job said.
The
right?
rivers. Hold on. Right? We're going. How often do the Tigris and Euphrates flood? The rivers have 2 flood periods: an irregular rain-fed rise of minor proportions lasting from November to the end of March, and the main snow melt flood of April and May.
Snow melt.
But even the rain, the monsoon brings in the Nile inundation. Hold on. What could be you niggas' point? What is y'all point? Really?
The point
that the Nile is greater? Is that
what you said about the Tigris and Euphrates River? We were saying that it's not like the Nile River. That's what the point.
Okay, all right. Fine. I don't even want to argue that. If in your minds that rain and snow doesn't make those rivers overflood, giving it a wider area to have crops and shit. If y'all niggas are arguing that that's not damn near the same phenomena, right? That contributed to both these civilizations, having widespread agriculture. If y'all want to argue that, fine. We're moving on. I don't want to argue that.
Come on, Chef. Come on, man. You know better than that.
Let's not have
you know better than that, Chef.
Of the way that the river fills up, or does the same thing inundation-wise is the same. Absolutely. Go ahead, brother.
So how the Nile flood? What caused the Nile to flood?
Rain is easy.
It's not really that important how the Nile floods. Both of them flood.
No.
So we can just move forward.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Let's just move forward.
Why do you feel a civilization about river, yo?
Yeah, let's get to the 2 cradle. Let's get back to the 2 cradle, because we have to understand, right, the Diop's theory before we can actually say, okay, well, is there any credence there or not? Right. I think that was the whole purpose of doing the compare and contrast there, not to dig into point for point and go down a rabbit hole. I think that's what we ended up doing. Right. Sister Juju, did you have something from the other source that you wanted to share? You mentioned earlier, I think you had the African origins of civilization, because I want to get some things in Diop's own words as opposed to everybody else piling in and throwing in their own thoughts.
Hold on, Brendan. I gotta read this. Hold on. I gotta read this. I got to. What did the floods of the Tigris and Euphrates bring every year And what was the effect? Over time, these people learned how to plant crops to grow their own food. Every year, floods of the Tigris and Euphrates rivers brought silt, a mixture of rich soil and tiny rocks, to the land. Same thing that happens in Egypt. Same thing. So you niggas are pseudo. Y'all think that Egypt and Africa is magical. Y'all really believe that happy is real. Go ahead, Brendan. Keep killing them. I just had to say that.
Let me break it down again before you.
No, we moving on. We moving on, yo. We gotta move on. The show gotta go.
Moving on with your self flooding rivers and shit.
Oh yeah, for sure. What the issue was this, and I'll say it again. Diodorus Siculus and Herodotus pointed out that Egypt had an easier time doing this than they did in Europe. Why? Because the floods happen annually. The floods can be measured. It wasn't going to be an issue of did it snow.
Bro, the Tigris and Euphrates is not in Europe, bro. What are you talking about? You talking about two different locations. You crazy.
You lost. Jope is talking about a comparison between European and
African.
No,
we talking about between the Tigris, Euphrates, and the Nile. You all the way up in Greece, some shit.
Where is Europe at? Yeah, all right. So you talking about
we said the Tigris and Euphrates. The Tigris and Euphrates is not in Europe, bro. That's in the Middle East, bro. What are you talking about?
We know it's in the Middle East now. How often does it snow in Iraq and Iran? My point. Now, I'm going to say it again. How often does it snow in Iraq and Iran? Answer the question.
Guy crazy.
Every year in the mountain.
Oh, sir.
How often does it snow in Iraq and Iran? And don't make me pull up no percentage on you real quick, huh?
This guy's a mess, yeah.
Man, get out of here, man. You a goofy, bro.
Don't try to front like it was the same denial. What the question was initially when our brother was talking about Joke comparing the Europeans and the Africans, back on track, was did they have it an easier time in Africa? The question would be yes, because the Nile floods annually. Europe doesn't have those same conditions, which is why the comparison between the white and the black was in question. Our brother Kefren brought up Tigris. We said that's fine, but it doesn't flood the same as the Nile. And obviously it doesn't. It has to rely on snowfall. Go ahead.
So, sir.
And rain, bro. And rain. It's both.
And rain. It says snowfall and rain, bro.
You be lost. Go ahead.
No, you lost, bro.
But I think the issue comes. I think the issue comes, and I think our point was when you say that.
What happened, Brendan? Brendan, you muted out.
Yo. I think everybody got muted.
I think you lost him. Yeah, when he was talking.
No, everybody got muted.
Yeah, I think somebody's happy with the mute button. But again, back to our point, right? The reason why we brought up the whole idea of these pastoral economies in Africa, right, is to give that contrast to what Diop was saying, right? What do you say about his theory when we give you solid examples of population groups that was based on pastoralism, right? The raising and herding of cattle, right? For millennia on the continent of Africa, right? And then we say, okay, well, you know, how does that give credence to Diop's theory when that is in contrast to what he's saying, right? We have examples of pastoral communities in Africa, right? So we can't really, what you would say, paint it with a broad brush of what he was saying, right? And we went through example after example, right? It wasn't one thing. And back to Gulla's point is like the continent of Africa, these people weren't just one thing.
But to start
several, right?
I started off with a statement and a position to frame and have some perspective. And apparently, Sosa felt that there was something objectionable that he can challenge. I mean, it was along the lines, but it was dealing with some solid facts, because even if he thought I misspoke, I just want to know what he thought that he disagreed with regarding my, perspective on the whole matter regarding race.
I don't care about that.
Hey, what's
I
going
want to
on?
hear Diop's argument.
Let's stay
We'll
on
talk about it on
topic.
another show.
Sosa, don't run,
Talk about
Please,
that on
let's
another
stay on
show.
Don't run,
topic. Let's
Sosa.
stay on topic.
Don't run, Sosa.
No, we're not. No, we're
Yeah,
not.
I'm
Hey,
running, bro. I don't
Sosa,
ran.
you
I don't
ran
ran.
no
I don't
more.
ran out.
hey, what's going on, y'all?
Hey, what's going on, Mel?
Hey, what's going on?
So what? Here's
Hey,
the question: which
Yeah,
part of
so
Joe's argument would be incorrect?
because that African origins of African civilization source, he's the one that produced it in the chat. I put it in our back chat because he had some points to make. I would like for Melvin to go ahead and clarify and make those points for us right now without any interruption.
It's a lot of reading, so I'll say this real quick. I want to go back to the beginning of the topic, which is the cradle of civilization. I'm about to put this in the back chat as well. 1 second. So actually, I'm gonna use a different source. African Origins of Civilization does briefly talk about it, but it's more intricately discussed in the text called the Cults.
Melvin, can you know how to share your screen? Can you share your source?
Yeah, I'll share right now.
Okay.
Let me pull it up 1 second. Okay. Can you guys see it?
It says the cultural unity of Black Africa. Yep.
Yes.
Yeah, and the domains of patriarchy and a matriarchy in classical antiquity. And this is about Joe. The reason why I brought up the African origins of civilization is because that is what he's mostly known for, and so a lot of his theories in that text is not really well expressed until later. You realize that African origins of civilization came out around, I think, 70s, like 74 or 75, where this is a text that came out much, much later. But I want to go to a specific page here because even in this book, he goes over the different crescents. 1 second. And this would be his words directly, not a third party, which is what you want to hear directly from the source. So this is chapter 3 of this text. Again, it's in the back chat. I'll put it in the YouTube chat in a second. But this is chapter 3 of that text, History of Patriarchy and Matriarchy, and he goes over the Southern Cradle, the Northern Cradle, and the Zone of Confluence. So I'll just read briefly here. We'll go deeper into the different sectors of each cradle if you guys want to, but I'm just going to read the intro section. So he says here, properly speaking, there's no question here summarizing even briefly the history of the 3 cradles, since this would scarcely offer any interest for the purpose we have in mind. The method which would be applied consists of choosing in each cradle the outstanding historical facts whose nature is such to prove that a particular cradle is indeed characteristic of such and such a system. So he starts off with the Southern Cradle. He says the study of the Southern Cradle will be limited to Africa to limit the bounds of subject to cogent facts. In fact, Africa is the southern continent, which has been the least changed by exterior influences. The Arab penetration was stopped by the forest to the south because of the tsetse fly, which killed most of their horses. The first expeditions to reach the heart of Africa, those of Livingstone and Stanley, came later than 1850. And so in the Southern Cradle, he starts with Ethiopia. He goes into Egypt, and I think he even goes into Libya here, and Black Africa, which he labels this continuation. I want to go to the Northern Cradle here. Yeah. So the Northern Cradle, he says the geographic area which would be studied here comprises the Eurasian steppes, which are the civilizations of the Tumuli, Germany, Greece, Rome, and Crete. Actually, Crete already appears as a zone of transition in the open sea between the south and the north. Taking into account the priority of its civilization, it is by the study of the latter that it is preferable to open this chapter. So he first studies the Northern Cradle, and then he decides, first studies the Southern Cradle, and then goes into opening the sector of the Northern Cradle. And in the Northern Cradle, he has Crete, Greece, I believe I've listed them all already. He just breaks them down one by one. Rome, Germania, Scythia, And then lastly, he goes into the third cradle, which would be that zone of confluence, which is Asia. So any comments on that? Again, this is directly from him, directly from Job's words. So no third party commentary needed.
Very good source.
Yeah, that's a good one. I got to go back and read that because I'm presuming there's a lot of context in there in terms of what Diop was really saying about these different cradles. So, so yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah. I want to make sure we always go directly to the primary source. But let me post this in the chat here.
Yep. I just downloaded.
Appreciate it.
The reason why source stuff is important, it's important for context and clarity. There is no confusion when you have it in front of you.
Absolutely. Yeah. I must say,
since you've read this, Melvin, right? Have you read chapter 3 of this book?
Not the entire chapter, no.
Mm-hmm. But you've read some of it. So,
yeah,
in your estimation, right? What was Diop saying, right, in terms of this idea of comparing and contrasting the patriarchal versus the matriarchal civilizations, or these cradles, right? The differences between these population groups, right? What is your takeaway from this?
Well, he tries to start with elaborating on Edward Blyden's topic, where there's like a single origin of humanity that evolved, and then as they evolved, we continue to develop, and that development starts identifying differences within us that are culturally based, based on the response to different environments and necessities to keep life going. So this is pretty much his response to Blyden. That's all it really is. Yeah.
Hey, but when you look at matriarchy, right? I think like the consensus is now that matriarchy was widespread. It wasn't just like limited to Africa, right? So a lot of times they analyze like they look at the they would make they were making fertility goddess. They look at those fertility goddess worship, but it's not just limited. It's not just limited to Africa. What?
I said, how they look at us is what you're saying? You're saying how they look at us is what you're saying?
No, I said the scholars, they look at they look for the fertility gods, the worship. They find predominant statue making of these women. Sometimes I forgot what it was. They had a woman that sits on a throne and she's giving birth. One of them. Then you got the Venus worship. So this matriarchal society is really widespread, and they really saying like patriarchal society popped up later on. I ain't have my computer to pull everything up, but it's not matriarchal society ain't just limited to Africa. So that argument, so you can't just make that argument.
We're not saying that.
I'm talking about Sheikh at the job is making his. He's basing his argument based on matriarchal. That's part. It's not just one thing. He's laying out his theory. You gotta. That's why you gotta listen to the whole theory, and then we can understand this whole theory. Instead of like Nick picking up certain points to argue on. Yeah, the whole.
Nitpick. Y'all just said that we didn't nitpick when Brandon said what he said. We had a conversation on that.
Don't take it like that, bro. Don't take it like that.
No. I'm just saying we had to clear it because it was some disagreement. It was some misunderstanding. I was just like,
I apologize for saying nitpick. I apologize for saying nitpick.
You ain't apologize to me.
I rescind nitpick.
Challenge my information, and then talking about you no longer want to challenge it. I mean, when I come on here to speak,
okay, go get it. Okay, let's show right now, bro. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Show it. Just show it.
I'm still on topic. Don't cut my knowledge. You see, when I come here, I'm coming with factual information. I was reading from the U.S. Census, the 2020 census, and you had no problem with it. No one did. But when I went off, you considered what I had to say based on I've been everywhere. I made an observation, and you challenged it. I have the information to back it up.
All right, go ahead. Where it says 66% of Europeans have no interaction with
Right.
Black
So,
people have.
yeah. So just because I said that, what is your problem with that? Because I said, you know what? About 66% have no interaction with y'all niggas. You know what I'm saying?
Do you
So
have it on the
why,
screen? Do you have it on the screen?
why would you doubt that?
Do you have it on the screen?
Yeah,
why would you
I'd
doubt
like to
that,
share my
sir?
screen.
Washington Post said it. I dropped the link, and then about 3 other sources. Washington Post said 75%.
But Sosa, why would you have a problem with that?
I didn't have a problem.
Is the
My problem
question.
was
And
that
let me
you
share
took his word for it without
screen.
seeing he was
No.
correct or
But why
not.
do you
That's
have a
my
problem
issue.
with what he said from what he said?
I said it sounds crazy to me, bro. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong.
It
Share the
sounds crazy.
shit.
How is it
But
look?
then why are we wasting time? Just show me I'm wrong and I'll take
Man,
it back,
come
bro.
on,
Put it on the
man.
screen.
Come on, man.
Like, why are we gonna
Come
waste
on,
time
man.
with that shit? If I'm
Are
wrong,
Man,
put it
we
on the
asking you
screen. I'll say,
questions,
you know
man.
what? I'll take that back.
Well, right
Put it
now,
on the screen.
Mel got the share right now. But let's agree that the social construct that we're talking about that created racism is matriarchy and patriarchy, according to Sheikh Anta Joe. And so far, he doesn't appear to be wrong. You might say he's wrong, but
I mean, what? Like,
No, we're not
what?
gonna agree with that.
I don't even know what you're talking. Like, I'm
No.
so confused by that
if
statement.
you
Like,
don't know what I'm talking about, you ain't paying attention to this conversation. We've been talking about matriarchies and we've been talking about patriarchies. Africa has a matriarchy, he said. Europe has a patriarchy. Those are the
what
divides that
time period? What time period are you talking about?
what time period Sheikh
All
Anta
right.
Joe is talking about.
So
when
you
he's
see the
talking
screen?
about it, saying that's
Yeah.
what separating them. Time doesn't matter. He's saying those are the two things that separate the two cultures. Are we clear on that? Or still lost on that?
I lost on that one.
Okay.
I think anytime you say all of Africa was doing one thing, I think you already kind of messed it up a little bit, right?
Yep.
Exactly. And that's our point, is that you can see these elements in both the Indo-Aryan locations and in the African locations. It wasn't one thing, right? So I think basing his theory on this compare and contrast, right? The patrilineal versus the matrilineal and all those things inside of that table we were talking about, I believe that's flawed, right? When you base your conclusion is based on a flawed premise, of course the conclusion is going to be flawed, right?
So
The whole premise is flawed.
So you saying his research is flawed, right?
That's what he's saying. But if you say that, let's look at where the opposition with each other starts. It starts with Egypt and it starts with who?
Egypt. Like,
That's where they start to connect with each other. You are aware Africa's surroundings, right? So Europe is in contact with Northern Africa first. The opposition with each other starts. It starts with Egypt and it starts with who?
somebody got to mute up.
Right. Somebody got the thing playing. So who
It might
would
be
like
Chef.
to say where the European area starts to have an issue with the African area?
Can't even follow your conversation. The European area. You're talking about when Greece, like.
Wow. This is bad. This means that you guys ain't really comprehending. We just read.
What do you like?
So look, let's read.
What time, at least give me a date. What time period are we talking about?
So look, let's read what Job has to say about Egypt real quick.
Right. That's
not
a
only we
shame.
just cut straight to the chase. So this is again same chapter 3 in the same text. For Egypt, this is one of the African countries where matriarchy was most manifest and most lasting. It has been determined, in fact, by means of astronomical calculations of mathematical precision that in 4241 BC, a calendar was in use in Egypt. That is to say that the Egyptians had acquired enough theoretical and practical scientific knowledge to invent a calendar whose periodicity was 1,461 years. This is the interval of time separating two heliacal risings of Sothis or Cyrus every 1,461 years. Cyrus and the sun rise simultaneously in the latitude of Memphis. It is probable that this figure was fixed by calculation rather than by experiment, that is so to say, by observation. It is difficult to imagine, in fact, that 48 generations would bequeath their observations of the heavens so that at the end of the stated period, at a precise dawning, the 48 generation could prepare itself to witness the helical rising of Sothis. This would also assume the existence of written astronomical archives of precise chronology at a period considered as prehistoric. B, that as it may, the myth of Osiris, Isis and Osiris, precede this time, since it dates from the origin of Egyptian history. From this distant period into the end of Egyptian history, marriage between brother and sister existed in the royal family, Isis and Osiris being at one and the same time man and wife and brother and sister. During this lengthy period, unique in history by its duration, Egypt must have known all the refinements of civilization and must have instructed all the younger peoples of the Mediterranean without its own social structure ceasing to be essentially matriarchal. It is therefore possible to be legitimately surprised that there was no transition from matriarchal to patriarchy. And then he says here the agrarian and matriarchal character of the Egyptian society of the pharaohs is amply explained in the myth of Isis and Osiris. According to Frazer, Osiris is the god of corn, spirit of the trees, the god of fertility. And it's a quote here. It says the examination of the myth or ritual of Osiris, which proceeds, can suffice to prove that under one of his aspects, the god was a personification of corn, about which it could be said that it dies and returns to life each year. Through all the pomp and glory which all the priests later invested his worship, the conception of Osiris as the god of corn is shown clearly by the feast of his death and resurrection, which is celebrated in the month of Karnak, at a later date in the month of Atir. This feast appears to have been essentially a feast of sowing, which fell just at the date when the peasant committed the grains on the earth. On this occasion, an effigy of the god of corn, made of earth and corn, was buried to with full funeral rites. It was hoped that in dying here and dying there, he would be able to return to life with the new harvest. The ceremony was, in fact, a spell designed to make the corn shoot forth by sympathetic magic. The author then describes the ceremony which identifies Osiris with a tree. In the interior of a pine tree, which had been hollowed out, is placed the body of Osiris modeled in wood. The author thinks that this is doubtless the ritual counterpart of the legendary discovery of the body of Osiris found shut up in the tree. He goes on to describe the Feast of Jed, which finished on the 13th Koak by the erection of a pillar, which was nothing but a tree with its branches cut off. This erection would symbolize the resurrection of Osiris, since in Egyptian theology, the pillar was regarded as being the vertebral column of Osiris. Isis, according to Frazer, was originally the goddess of fertility, and indeed there exist many reasons which could prove this judgment. She is the great and bountiful mother goddess, whose influence and love rule everywhere, among the living as well as among the dead. She is, like Osiris, the goddess of corn, the cultivation of which he is said to have invented. A quote from Frazer here. Isis must surely be the goddess of corn. Indeed, there exist many reasons which tend to prove this assertion. Diodorus Siculus, whose authority appears to have been the historian Manetho, attributes to Isis the discovery of corn and barley. Stalks of these cereals were carried in procession on her feast days to commemorate the gift she gave to mankind. St. Augustine adds another detail. Isis discovered barley at the moment when she was offering a sacrifice to the ancestors of her husband, who were equally hers and who had all been kings. She showed the newly discovered heads to Osiris and her advisor, Thoth, or Mercury, as he was called by the Roman writers. That is why, adds St. Augustine, Isis and Ceres are identified with each other. End quote. Here, Job says, there is here to be found by some confirmation by legend of tradition which attributes to women the active role in the discovery of agriculture. At the time of the harvest, the Egyptians indulged in lamentations in honor of the spirit of the corn, which had been reaped. That is to say, in honor of Isis, the creator of all green things, the lady of bread, the lady of beer, the mistress of abundance, personifying the field of corn. Frazer sees the proof of this identification in the epithet Soshet given to Isis, which still signifies in Coptic a field of corn. The Greeks identified her in the same way with Demeter and consider her with the goddess of corn. It is she, yeah.
Quick question, because they probably, Geechee Gullah turning over in his stomach right now because you read something.
I can't understand it.
Did you not make it clear that it was Egypt which was matriarchal and that there was a discussion with them in Greece, which is in Europe, and at some point in time, which you haven't gotten to yet because we've read the book, right? That eventually patriarchy started to have a beef with matriarchy.
Did this nigga say corn? Did we just read that Diop said?
It's not a beef between matriarchy in Egypt and patriarchy eventually in time with the European cultures.
Oh, I think
is that not what you're starting to see a picture of?
Is that what Joe is saying? Yes. I'm not saying I agree with that. I'm just saying that's what he's saying.
I thought we was reading the same.
Let's say about Rome and Greece.
Oh, hold on. Diop said something about corn.
Yeah.
You want to listen?
Oh, Asar, did you hear that?
Yeah. We read. I got the book, but
do you agree with that?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Do you know that Adonis, Asar, and Addis are not one in the same nutshell?
No, corn. He was talking about corn in Egypt. Did I hear that?
I just told you about the wheat grain spots.
Oh no! Fuck all that. Can somebody clarify that I heard him talking about corn in ancient Egypt?
All right, go ahead.
Is that wrong?
Did I hear? Because I was upstairs and I was listening off of my phone. Did I hear that?
You think corn is only in the Americas?
Yeah. At that time.
You're wrong.
I'm wrong?
And Diop just said you're wrong.
Man, somebody got sauce up.
And agriculture say you're wrong. This is why I was trying to explain at the beginning, thinking that we were all the same bread, knowing that there's a difference. So
no, hold on. Are y'all ignoring what I'm asking?
No, there's corn in ancient, and the Tsar was called the corn god for years in pre-dynastic Egypt. Because the agriculture is different, which is the point our brother was bringing up. He wanted to see if there's a difference. Now, how he came to the conclusion Job was wrong, I don't know. But Job is clearly stating the field for you that harvesting in Egypt much easier than other countries, which is what Job pointed out. And probably how the social construct came into being.
Right, y'all just talking over me. Now I'm lost. All right, go ahead. Continue.
Okay.
No. Let's address this. So, it is your position, Chef, that corn did not exist in Egypt.
I never heard that before. This is gonna be a good one. Like I must have had a large brain fart.
That shit is already good. It's already
for years.
Upside your head.
You did.
Okay, you learn something new every day.
Matter of fact, I got a video.
So Brendan, are we still saying that they were more of a pastoral, just like in the two cradle that we were talking about when he was doing the the differences, the difference between the two cradles as far as agriculture and pastoral?
Am I saying that they were pastoralist communities in Africa? Yeah, they were.
No. We're not saying that. We're not saying that. It's like if you have to make a
what did you ask?
An overall synopsis, or overall. Would you say that when you state the overall synopsis, or is it like, hey, they're mostly this or they're mostly that?
I wouldn't say mostly one. I wouldn't say mostly one or the other. I don't have the information to make that claim. Right. Only thing I can do is say, okay, well, at this particular time in history, I can look at swaths of, Northeast Africa, and I can see populations that had their economy based on pastoralism, right? And the herding of cattle and all their economies was around that. Now, when we talk about that, it's not just cattle, right? Of course, it's the grains. I think Usar Aminkar, I'm sorry if I messed your name up. He mentioned about grains being a part of that as well. We know that, the cereals and all that stuff is a part of pastoralism. But again, right? There's times in Africa, right? You had very, I guess you would say, established cultures, right? The Nubians, for one, right? That were based on pastoralism, that didn't have a wide scale economy based on agriculture, right? So to say that this, this whole two cradle theory, where Africa all was one thing, right, and everybody in Africa had these social constructs based on sedentarism and agriculture, that's not true, right? And that's just one example. If you go through, right, that table in Civilization of Barbarism, there's many examples that don't quite fit with the different cultures throughout African history. And that was sort of my point, is like when you paint with a broad brush, how do you reconcile these African these African cultures that don't fit nicely into these categories that Diop explained? Are you going to put those people over with the patrilineal side, right? And say that they're more aggressive? You're going to have to throw the Nubians over there, right? Because they had an economy similar to, you would say, the Indo-Aryans, right? Based on pastoralism and the raising and herding of cattle. So those are the things that you have to end up reconcile when you see these cultures that don't fit nicely into Diop's categories.
I agree.
There's going to be a misconnect, because even before Sekou's presentation on Diop, I threw it out as red meat, and niggas thought I was talking about food. So it's going to be a misconnect on this goddamn panel, man. It's got to misconnect. All right?
I think you killed it right there, Brendan. Like that's it. Like I wouldn't know which tribe or civilization I could point to that actually would stand out like that. But like, since you just directly went to one and that we all can not even verify, familiar with, like that's it. That's a wrap. Like,
so let's go back to the question I just asked. Let's see if they get it now, because we know the connection between Europe and Africa now. So Egypt was a matriarchy. The social construct of race appears to come from the disagreement of patriarchy with matriarchy. Europe becomes a patriarchy. Do we all agree that matriarchy and patriarchy beef with Egypt and Europe, because Egypt had most of the African representatives in their area, is what started racism? Are we there?
If we're saying that's what Joe was saying, I mean, he said what he said. That doesn't mean we all agree.
Well, that's the question.
I think right there you basically just said Egypt.
So it's a social construct, not a genealogical construct. It's a psychology he's talking about, because patriarchy and matriarchy are two acts of a society. So it's a socialist thing. It's who you socialize with. Has nothing to do.
That's not what he said.
Okay. Show us the part where he mentions gene pool, because there was mention of that in the beginning when we read it. Not when Melvin read it.
Hey, Melvin, you gotta combat. I'm moving around. I can't even combat some of the crazy shit I'm hearing right now. I'm doing. Please filter this conversation.
Hey,
correct
Asar.
implication.
Hey, Asar. I would ask a question. Was Nubia considered a patriarchal or a matriarchal society?
Nubia was colonist. Remember, Egypt comes into being due to Nubia, in my opinion, and in a lot of the scholars' opinion. So that's a little difficult to say.
Okay.
All right. On the corn topic, because I see it's got the chat lit. There is only one source that I could find on corn being in Egypt, and when you talk about corn being in Egypt, you mean in early ancient Egypt. Because he's talking about the gods and goddesses, and so in order for them to be, specifically Isis and Osiris, in order for them to be identified with corn would have to exist really in prehistoric times. There's only one source that you're going to find. It's called Corn from Egypt, The Beginning of Agriculture by Maurice Gompertz, but he's the only source. As far as the consensus is that corn and maize and sorghum, all of that begins in the Americas. So there's a dispute there, but again, understand that there is also, when it comes to Joe, there is also a understanding that he's trying to combat blighting. Don't forget that when you hear me reading this, this is a response to blighting. Blighting saying that when it comes to civilization, civilization for the most part begins in one place, and then out of that one place, and out of the humanity evolving, we begin to develop differences, and those differences allow us to culturally identify differently from others that are just like us. And because of those differences and because of those cultural differences, those are created by responding to the environment that we're in. That's Blyden's stance, and what Joke is doing here is disagreeing with that.
And there's more than one corn. There's Bruggish, there's Petri, there's shoot, even Wallace Budge mentions the corn. If you go get the book, the Osarian and the Osirian, his 2-volume set, he tell you in the beginning. He also tell you that Africans from the Congo was Egypt. So all those are sources. All of those
I'm not in agreement that Egypt is a matriarchal society. I'm still not convinced.
That's okay. Just produce
I'm
your
about
story.
a male-dominated society in terms of pharaonic helm, many wives, many concubines. So why would Egypt be a matriarchal?
Okay, Hatshepsut was a king.
Yeah, so was Queen Elizabeth.
And she wasn't the only king.
And wear a beard.
Yeah.
Queen Elizabeth was a queen. Hatshepsut was a king. So you got to get it right. And she had a husband.
Yeah. I'm just talking about in terms of rulership, in terms of the woman leading, being the head of power, the seat of power.
You have to marry into the seat of power. So you had to pick the right woman in order to get into the right family. You do know that, right?
Yeah, I do want to say this real quick to a comment I said. Somebody said that sorghum is not in the Americas. There's like 25 different species of sorghum. A lot of them do exist in other places. The majority is Australia, but there is some in Africa, like we said, and there's some in the Mesoamerican region. So you got to do your research on the sorghum. It's like 25 different species. So.
And the Saul was a corn god from pre-dynastic times. That's why I was trying to point it out earlier before we start to overstep the actuality of the fact.
So let me I want to keep going through this because he's trying to make a point that Egypt is matrilineal. So hold on, I just passed it. Okay, here you go. All right, so let's start here. Marriage with the sister is a consequence of matrilineal law. It has already been seen that under an agricultural regime, the pivot of society is woman. All rights, political and otherwise, are transmitted by her, for she is a stable element. Man being relatively mobile, he could travel, immigrate, etc., while the woman raises and feeds the children. It is normal, therefore, that these latter owe everything to her and not to the man who, even in sedentary life, retains a certain nomadism. To begin with, in every clan, it was the female element and to her alone that the bulk of any heritage was left. It meant it. Yeah, it seems that the need of avoiding quarrels about succession rights between cousins, that is to say, between the sons of brothers and sisters, had led these within the framework of the royal family. To perpetuate the example of the first couple, Isis and Osiris, imagine a brother and sister descended from a royal couple who marry outside their own family with another prince and princess. In accordance with the matrilineal law, Only the child of the sister can reign over the country. The child of the brother will reign in the country of its mother. If matrilineal law is enforced there, if this is not the case, he will have no throne unless he usurps it in one country or the other. In marrying the sisters, the pharaohs kept the throne in the same family and at the same time eliminated disputes about the succession. Now, the pharaoh who marries his sister is at the same time his son's uncle. Now, under the matrilineal regime, only the nephew inherits from his maternal uncle, and the latter has the right of life and death over him. In contrast, his own sons do not inherit from him, and he himself does not belong to his wife's family. All these inconveniences are eliminated thanks to what has been called royal incest. This is the only example of a meridonial family of the matrilineal type, in which both the man and woman belong to the same family. It is a specific type within matriarchy itself and is accounted for by the overriding interest of the nation and the cohesion of the royal family. It affords also a glimpse at the possibility of an explanation of the case of Queen Hatshepsut, which will be given in chapter 4. I think here he goes on marriage. So yeah, he's talking about why the Egypt is matrilineal. He's eliminating any opportunity for anyone to say it's patriarchal.
Exactly. What say you, my brother, Sosa?
Sosa shouldn't have shit to say.
Damn. Again, this is not saying. Look, I just want to get it directly. Right? Look, real quick. I just want to make this clear. My position here. I just want to make it clear. I'm only here to show exactly what the source says.
Yeah, that's deep.
Right, and that's good. I think this you're giving really good context.
I'm listening on a damn headset, so I'm popping late. That's what my answer is.
Yeah, I'm not saying I agree with this. I'm just want to give it directly.
That's his argument. Yeah, that's exactly. What I was saying. That's the
exactly. Argument. Right. And I would have another question, right? So let's go through these categories, right? So Diop says that the African clan had a morality based on pacifism. Now, is that something that you guys would agree with?
It depends on what king said.
Okay.
So that's going to depend on the dynamic.
Let me. Yeah, I want to share something. Can you pull yours out, because you were getting to something. Asar, you were getting to something. But before Asar loses his point, because he said that you were just going to say it based on the kingdoms. Let's go to the middle. I think this is the New Kingdom. Let's go to the New Kingdom here, and I got a map, right? And this shows. Let me know if you guys see. Okay, let me know if you guys can see this, right? And I'm focused on this map on the very right, the very dark pink. Can you see this, Asar?
Yeah, we can see it. Come on.
Yep. So the dark pink, right? This shows Egypt when it was marching towards empire, right? This whole region of control here along the right side. This is Egypt's territory in the Levant. Right. So the question would be, right, since Egypt, of course, had this morality based on pacifism, according to Diop, right? One of my questions would be, how did Egypt acquire all of this territory outside of its own borders, right, on its march towards imperialism, right? Did they acquire this territory through peaceful means? And, did the people just say, yeah, hey, Egypt absorbed my borders? Did Jerusalem just roll over? And or did they do this through war and conquest?
So that's a mixed answer, right? And I'm going to tell you why. The dynasty that you pick out is going to be what determines it, because we can turn around and point to Akhenaten, right? And he didn't go help out anybody. He wouldn't go to war with anybody. And that's the main one they talk about. But his father, Amenhotep III, after he did his conquest, he would just send gold. And the gold was enough to suffice. And we have that in the Amarna letters. But when it comes to Egypt being just pacifist, no. But if you talk about the whole of Egypt, What they wouldn't do is what Greeks do and what other cultures did at the time. They would come to war with you. They would say, we need this. And then they wouldn't occupy your country. They your country. Greece, the Persians, and everybody else, they would go to war with you and then they would occupy your country. Egypt would just say, keep sending us this and there's no issue. We just want this because we do this for worship. We do this for this. We like this. We do this. You can do what you want to do. And they never had a problem with your religion.
Right. And I'll just read this small, this gradient here. It says, the new kingdom, this is Amos of Thebes, laid the foundation for the new kingdom and took power after expelling the Hyksos from Lower Egypt. Right, and this was in 1532 BC. Right, under later pharaohs, Egypt expanded its territory across the Mediterranean and reached the fourth cataract to the south. So not only were they expanding right along that eastern or that eastern shore of the Mediterranean, they were expanding their territory towards the south into Nubia as well, right? Because it says it reached the fourth cataract. This is all the way down, squarely into Nubian territory. It's trade increased and renewed prosperity, allowed the rulers to construct enormous temples. And again, this is the imperial Egypt that we talk about. And in my estimation, this is not a pacifist Egypt, right? This is an Egypt that was squarely, prepared to have war and wage conquest, right? Based on, those ambitions for empire. So again, those are just points that we can go through and we can debate, right? In terms of those comparing contrast, right? I'm only just being fair and
being fair. Yep. I'm gonna say this, right? Because if we say that, and this is why I just keep throwing these counters out, like we could go look at Horemheb, or we can go look at the other brother. He was like, I'm going to make a brother who disagrees with another make up with each other. And this is basically two countries that had beef with each other, that the Egyptian, he grabbed one of them, this one of the kings, grabbed him and took him down to the Nubian cat that he was warring with and made them squash the beef. So it just depends on the dynastic family you're talking about. Without question, there's warrior pharaohs, right? Because that's when we're talking about the expansion. But we miss the times where we discuss peace. Like when Zazimo says, no Christian can disagree that at the time of the pagan, it was the most peaceful period in history.
And again, I think you're giving credence to what we're saying. We're saying, because we're saying that the African clan, as described, right, by history, isn't just one thing, right? Egypt wasn't purely based on didn't have a pacifist morality. At times, maybe leaning towards that. At other times, it was leading towards the more warrior morality, right? And it had those ambitions of empire. So again, the categories and these things sort of blur, right? When you're talking about what really happened in history, as opposed to having these very clear, distinct delineations that Diop is describing.
Hey, Brendan.
Mm-hmm.
So I was asking the question, right? What is meant by the African clan? Like the African clan.
Oh, the African clan?
Yeah. I mean, nobody has an issue with that. Like,
I think it talks about, let's go to the chapter, because I think it talks about it in terms of the clan organization, right? And its role in society, right, at the very beginning. So let me see if I can, because chapter 5 in this book is very brief. Let me see if I can show you. Mm-hmm.
Yes. We're
like the title of that.
I'm sorry. Yeah, he's sort of going in and out a bit.
My bad. It just sounds kind of pseudo to me. The African clan, like
yeah. Yeah, I think what Diop is trying to explain, he's saying that this idea of clanic organization is something that was used historically, that was in place to sort of lay the groundwork for these cultures. But I'll read in his words here. This is the previous page that we shared earlier. It says a clanic organization, in that it is founded on the taboo of incest, marks the beginning of civilization. The human being is no longer a simply biological animal. His sexual relations are henceforth dependent on very strict social regulations. So essentially what he's saying there, he's saying that the clan sort of emerged, right, because people were marrying outside of, their immediate family, right? That was one of the big drivers of that, right? They no longer based on incest or anything like that. He said the clan is also and above all a social organization whose purpose is to meet economic needs and to challenge nature. It is founded on a deliberate choice of a unilateral type of kinship, patrilineal or matrilineal, according to the economic context, right? Of a private or collective type of ownership, of a mode of inheritance, etc. So that's sort of his explanation, or how he defines the clan as an organizational construct in history.
Gotcha.
But did that sound kind of answer your question?
Yeah, it does.
Yep.
All right.
There was another.
I want to do another. I want to show something else real quick.
Yep. Go ahead, bro.
Okay. So this is the same book, chapter 2. I want to go down. So this is criticism of the classical theory of a universal matriarchy. So this is his. He's going to disambiguate why that's not the case. So here he goes into Southern cradle and matriarchy, and he's going to make a comparison between the matriarchy that's practiced versus the patriarchy that's practiced. So here it says the preceding account establishes when the social structure. Let me bring this up so everybody can kind of see it.
Basically, we're going to start talking about the question I just asked. Is matriarchy and patriarchy the reason for racism?
All right, so it's a little too big, but yeah, it's better. Oh, the people in the chat can see it. So here it says Southern cradle and matriarchy. The preceding account establishes that when the social structure is such that on a marriage, when the woman leaves her own family to found one jointly with her husband, one is in the presence of a patriarchal regime. In the beginning, the family was evidently merged with the clan. Conversely, when the social structure is such that the man who marries leaves his clan to live within that of his wife, one is of the presence of a matriarchal regime. Now, the first example is only conceivable in nomadic life, and the second only in a sedentary and agricultural way of life. In fact, it is only in this framework that the wife can, in spite of her physical inferiority, contribute substantially to the economic life. She even becomes one of the stabilizing elements in her capacity as mistress of the house and keeper of the food. It also seems that she even played an important role in the discovery of agriculture and in plant selection, while the man devoted himself, next page, to the hunt. In those primitive ages, when the security of the group was the primary concern, the respect enjoyed by either of the sexes was connected with its contribution to the collective security. In an agricultural regime, it can thus be expected that the woman receives a dowry instead of bringing one to her husband, as happens in nomadic life. Remember, nomadic is not matrilineal, this is patrilineal. Sociologically, the significance of the dowry must be explained thus. It is a compensation or a guarantee provided by the less economically favored sex. If the Indo-European woman in providing the dowry cannot be said to be buying her husband, no more can the African man in providing one be said to purchase his wife. It can equally be understood that descent should be reckoned in these two social structures from that married partner who does not lead the clan after marriage. With the Indo-European nomad, descent would be patrilineal. His wife being only a stranger in his genos. In contrast to this, among sedentary peoples, descent would be matrilineal because it is a man who is a stranger whom the woman can at any moment repudiate if he does not perform all of his congenial duties satisfactorily. Here's a quote here. Usually the female portion ruled the house. The stores were in common, but woe to the luckless husband or lover who was too shiftless to do his share of the providing. No matter how many children or whatever goods he might have in his house, he might at any time be ordered to pick up his blanket and buds. And after such orders, it would not be healthy for him to attempt to disobey. The house would be too hot for him, and he must retreat to his own clan or gens, or, as was often done, go and start a new matrimonial alliance in some other. The women were the great power among the clans, the gentes, as everyone else. They did not hesitate when occasion required to knock off the horns, as it was technically called, from the head of a chief and send him back to the ranks of the warriors. This text by missionary Arthur Wright, quoted by Ingalls, relates to the customs of the Iroquois. He could have saved Ingalls from an error of interpretation of a cohesive matriarchy based on the idea of primitive state of promiscuous intercourse, for he shows that the woman owes her social rank and her esteem exclusively to the structure of the society, which allows her to play an economic role. It is unfortunately that this economic factor should have escaped the Marxists. The extent of the blue families of Ireland is an illustration of what has just been stated. The necessary conditions having been realized, we can see a matriarchy rise before our eyes in modern times, independent of race. When the husband, on the other hand, is a stranger, having no family in Ireland, the small family which he founds is incorporated into his wife's family. It is called the blue family or glasphemed. Because the husband is considered to have come across the sea, it is then said that the marriage belongs to the man and the property to a woman. The immigrant who leaves his country, his clan, so to speak, is thus at a disadvantage, although the patrilineal system is in vigor in Ireland. The system of inheritance is consequently subordinated to that of descent. In the matriarchal system, in its purest form, a child does not inherit from his father, he inherits from his maternal uncle and is married to his uncle's daughter, so that the latter is not completely disinherited. All political rights transmitted by the mother, and except for the possibility of usurpation of power, no prince can succeed to a throne if his mother is not a princess. The importance of the uncle on the mother's side lies in the fact that he who aids his sister is her representative everywhere and, if need be, takes her defense. This role of aid to the woman did not originally fall for the husband, who was considered to be a stranger in his wife's family. This conception is diametrically opposed to that of the Indo-European. The uncle in certain African languages means someone who has the right to sell, implying his nephew, that is, to ransom himself by giving his nephew in his place. Hence the definition of nephew in the same language, he who can serve for ransom, one who sells to liberate himself from the bonds of slavery. In Wolof, a language spoken in Senegal, the following terminology exists. Nah, Diane, I can't really say that, but the translation means one who sells or uncle. And then the other translation to be worth a ransom or a nephew. And so he's saying that these customs were generally throughout Africa is vouched in a study by Delafosse.
Yeah, there's a lot to pack away with stuff, huh?
Yeah. Yep. So he's easily making that comparison. I keep going here. It says this does not prevent the role of the head of the family being filled by a man, although it is sometimes occupied by a woman, but among the peoples who do only admit a female consanguinity. The head of the family is the blood brother of the mother. Among the other peoples, it is the father. In reality, nowhere among the black peoples is the woman considered to belong to her husband's family. She continues to belong to her own family after marriage, but she is separated temporarily from it for the benefit of her husband and consequently for the benefit of the latter's family. This is why the custom universally acknowledged in Black Africa, which he addresses in chapter 3, makes exigent for there to be a valid and regular union, the payment of an indemnity by the family of the husband to be to that of his wife as a compensation for the wrong caused by to the latter family by taking away one of its members. There is no purchase of the woman by her husband, as has been wrongly alleged, since the wife does not legally cease to belong to her own family, and in no way becomes the chattel of the man she has married. It's simply the payment of an indemnity, or more exactly of a bond, which moreover varies enormously with the different countries and with the status of the future couple, ranging from several hundreds of pounds to an object which is only worth a few pence. In the latter case, it is the fulfillment of simple formality required out of respect to traditional customs. So here he goes back to talking about the Indians as well. So again, he's making it very clear: Indo-Europeans are patrilineal, and then Black Africans. So Black Africa is matrilineal.
And we're gonna ask them one more time to see if they comprehend this by now, because 3 times I don't know what he's talking about. You're lost. Do you believe that the social construct of racism starts with matriarchy found in Africa versus patriarchy in Europe?
I would have to get information to substantiate that before I say yes. I don't. Do we have any evidence to substantiate one way or the other?
Is the question you should ask is it possible for it to exist in both?
That's a good question.
I say yes.
That would make it a unison, right? But if we're disagreeing,
I would say yes.
We got to look at both, and we got to look at the differences between the two, because that's what he bases the difference off of, right? That's what he's telling us. He's saying this is why you have that social construct between the two different cultures.
Yep.
And I don't think it was just racism as well, in terms of what Diop was suggesting, right? Again, I don't want to throw on a lot of, I guess you would say, theories and thoughts that other people were, subscribing to Diop. But from what I understand, and any of you guys, you probably know the two cradle theory better than I do, right? This idea that the northern cradle was inherently more violent, or inherently more, I guess you would say, possessive of land and territory and possessions, right? Because of their environment, and that you say that patrilineal versus matrilineal construct, right? And also, some people were also saying, when I say some people, I'm talking about the guy who was the guy on Sonetta the other day, talking about the Sekou, right? He made the suggestion that it was environmental pressures as well, right? Not just the idea of the patrilineal versus the matrilineal that was causing, right, some of the, I guess some of the characteristics of the Indo-Aryan clan, right, as being more warrior morality based, and more aggressive, and things of that nature, right? He was saying that the environment that they lived in was causing some of these things. I don't know if that's the same thing that Diop was saying.
Yeah, I disagree. I disagree with that primarily because. Yeah, I disagree with that primarily because just because they live in a separate environment doesn't mean that those properties of those differences that allow them to be who they are can't exist elsewhere. We know when we talk about the beginning of humanity, that exists in Africa, even today, but especially during prehistoric times when you have tribes warring against one another. out of necessity for maintaining order of the land or trying to expand. That's common in nearly every civilization. So I disagree with that entirely.
Right,
All right,
and
done.
he was making
Can I,
he
can I
made the
say something?
statement. Yeah. Just
Yeah.
one point to piggyback off what he said. I'm gonna pass it over to you. He made the idea that the European cultures they developed during an ice age. Well, technically, the entirety of humanity developed during the ice age, right? It was
Right.
it's a global. The Pliocene was a global ice age.
Exactly.
So to be technical, mankind itself developed during an ice age.
Right.
But go ahead. Go ahead, Supi.
Can I say something? Can I say something? Hold on. I'm listening to you and I'm listening to them, but I'm not understanding this. So I'm going to ask you, as somebody who write master's paper, right? Because you write papers for your masters, right?
Correct. Yep.
Yes.
Said you
What
right.
other source they have? What other reference apart from Diop they have about this theory? Is Diop? I'm not hearing them stress anybody else to say anybody else agreed with Diop. Who else agreed with Diop?
Chancellor Williams. You've got actually agreed with Joe. Bruggish agreed with Joe. 809. And Bruggish also agreed. Bruggish and Wallace agreed with Joe. After they make this dissertation and they start writing, it's actually Joe is after them, but yes, man. They start to do that. Even before Joe makes this assertion, you find it in their books, in their forwards, even though they were being paid by the church to go do the excavation and paint a certain picture. So yeah, they said it in their books too. You can go, like I said, you can go right to the beginning of the Osiris series that E.A. Wallace Budge does, and he'll give you a full breakdown of what he really thinks.
So break it down to fundamental now. For a layman like me, hold on. For a layperson like me, who barely speak the Queen's English, what are we saying that? There's two distinct development of human beings as we know them.
No, there's
two cradles. You know, that's why I think Ankh has a right.
I'm here now.
Right.
Hold on, whoa. Okay. Saul, what you saying? Hold on, Saul, what you saying? You saying what? It's two cradles.
He's saying there's two cradles. He's saying northern and something.
I know who. You agree with that? Y'all agree with that?
Well, Strupes is saying that right now, so I don't know exactly.
Stupes. What about North America? What about North America? There's the Olmec civilization.
But they just came 14,000 years.
Hold on, Stupes, get out of the conversation. This ancient argument.
I didn't agree with that.
Right.
I was just
it was a saw. Hold on, relax.
Yeah.
It was a saw and Mr. Rich the whole time saying that motherfucking Diop and the other boy that was over on Side Netta had a leg to stand on. With this nonsense.
No, they don't have no legs.
No, I ain't heard Sekou yet, so that wouldn't be true.
Yeah, well,
Diop. The joke would be correct in saying that.
Assad. You're pointing forward. Yes, last time we was on here, I was like, okay, I see the game you playing, Assad. I see. I smell you a million miles away. I see how you did it. I asked you pertinent questions and you flunked. So now you just put the cherry on top. So from this point going forward, before you say anything to me, you need to have a source ready. So all that two cradle theory shit is bananas. You know it and I know it. Based on, if you really read it, I don't know if you read it. If you really read it, we can clearly say the man was wrong. You can't say the two cradle theory and then agree with evolution, bro. You couldn't say it. It wouldn't make sense. You can't say a man's attitude is horrible because he was in the ice or he was in the snow. And then forget about the people that's in the goddamn Arabian fucking desert. You can't forget about that because they're two harsh conditions, bro. One is cold and one is hot. So if you don't act crazy because you're in the desert, then why would you act crazy because you're in the cold? You know what I mean? Okay. Like Assad. Assad, come on, bro. Like I'm not gonna run around with you and play this game. Matter of fact, I'm not playing. Hold on, bro. I'm not playing this game with none of y'all, dude. I have enough time dealing with Concrete Corey, Chef and L and them niggas, and then y'all fuck it all up after I get it real straight. Y'all can't do this, bro. Like the man was wrong. It's okay. Nothing wrong with that man being wrong. No. Nope. But for you to keep supporting that, then I cannot pay you no mind. That's not fair, dude. You understand? Do you understand evolution of salt? Do you agree with it? Yes or no?
Well, there's 3 different kinds. Which one do you?
No. What? I said everything. You know what I saw you're officially eliminated from the conversation on this channel, dog. It's official, dog. No, ladies and gentlemen, nobody listens to nothing this man says. He says there's 3 kinds of evolution. Yo, this is a scientific listen, bro. This is a scientific literate channel. Simple as that, bro. We do not play these games.
Of the evolution.
Hey, do we want to go down that rabbit hole and ask him what the 3 types of evolution are?
He know I know my evolution. So
you don't know your evolution, Asar, I don't even want to talk to you about that. I'm not doing that. I'm not gonna waste the listening audience. Now, if the listening audience one in the chat room, come on, Steve.
There's just
now,
one.
If the listening audience, so if the listening audience wants to hear you fuck it all up, right? You know what I'm saying? Then I'll hear you fuck. Now, if you're talking about mechanisms, that's a different thing. But those mechanisms still fall under the evolution. So I don't want to talk to you, bro. Now, if the listening audience say, yeah, we want to hear that shit, then I'm gonna say, go ahead with it. What'd you say?
Okay. So you know there's 3 types of, and that's clear, right?
3
so,
types
yeah,
of what? No. I didn't say that.
Evolution.
I didn't say no damn
there's
3 types.
Mechanisms. Okay.
Oh, okay. You got more than 3. Okay, say it right. You got more than you got more than 3. So long as you agree it's a mechanism, hold on. There's mechanisms that are at play. So you agree to that, Assault?
Yeah, we agree with that.
And they're not separate, though. They're not separate evolution. You can't say but. You can't say the but.
No, I'm saying but for the no, because we agree with evolution. The question is, which mechanism do you agree with? And we're not going to get into that conversation.
No, we're not going to get into that conversation because no scientist would say what you're saying. It's not whether you agree with it or not. It's whether when we're looking at what went on, what mechanisms are at play. There's sexual selection. There's natural selection. There's adaptation. There's horizontal gene transfer. You know what I'm saying? There's vertical gene transfer. There's a few things, bro. So we're not going to play this game. And it can be several things that mix and match in that. Let's not play this game. I spent the majority of my career learning this shit. So when I run across people like you, Asar, you don't trick everybody.
I ain't tricking nobody. What I do is uncover.
Get on your game, yo. Get on your game.
Last time.
Get on your A game, but get on your A game though. Don't play. Because you have some good things to say, but you fuck it up with your pseudoisms. Right. And you fuck it up. You're trying to do shit you can't do. You fuck with the meta that you used to stay.
I'm just saying this. When it comes to Shake and to Joe, what we are discussing is what he says concerning racism. He says patriarchy versus matriarchy is what caused it. That is where we are at. I agree with him wholeheartedly.
Okay, stop right there. So here's where you just died. It's dependent on the culture, whether it's matrilineal or patrilineal. And those cultures are all over planet Earth. So you can be in Africa and have patrilineal and matrilineal. You can be in Australia and have patrilineal and matrilineal. You can be in North America and have patrilineal. And there is no one way, bro. Each culture decides for themselves. Not because Diop said it, and not because you said it on how they want to run a thing. And not to mention, if you read chapter 5 in Civilization Barbarism, we can pull that shit up. He says that the man started that shit in Africa and in Europe. And the man decided that it would be patrilineal. And in Europe, the man decided, you know what I'm saying, that would, no. The man in Africa decided that it would be matrilineal. And the man in Europe decided that it would be patrilineal. It's still the man, bro.
So he
Last time I
disagreed with
checked.
me, y'all. So you just agree with me, I can rest my case. Go on and say what you
I
gotta
don't
say.
agree. No, I don't agree with you. I'm simply
disagree with
saying
me
that you're
wholeheartedly.
mischaracterizing what Diop said. Diop is still flat wrong.
You just put it in
He's still
words.
wrong. He's still wrong.
How
But at the
wrong?
end of the day,
How
what's the
wrong?
point? Hey, yo, what's the point if the man's still doing? If the man is still at the head of the ship, what difference do it make, bro? Think about what you're saying.
Because it would base what Kefren wanted to read off of patriarchy and matriarchy, and the fact Africa was ran matriarchally. And
No,
that
you lied. No, that's a lie.
Europe
We're
was
not
ran.
going to do this because I know you heard what I just said. No, I know you heard what I just said, bro.
So
I know
which
you
one was
heard me.
Egypt,
You trying to
Asar?
confuse everybody right now? Is what you're doing. I said in Diop's book. Diop's book. Civilization of Barbarism. Chapter 5, nigga. I'm just don't cut me off right now.
No, I was gonna tell you, I got it.
No,
I got it for you if you want it.
Okay, good. You can cut me off the statement. You got that, motherfucker.
No, I was gonna say.
I always get my man like that.
I was gonna say I can pull it up to back you up.
All right, pull it up. All right, pull it up. Right, bet. Pull it up to back me up.
I'm gonna take the screen share. Yeah.
Right. So listen. The point I'm trying to make here is
Egypt wasn't
there is
matrilineal
no
anyway.
system.
Go ahead, kill him.
Yeah, there is no one way of doing business when it comes to culture in Africa. It is a diverse place, diverse genes, and the whole 9 yards, bro. So we're not gonna act like they just ran around and say the women run this. That would be a lie, and we're not allowing that on this channel. I will fight you to the end of the day on that shit until you bring me proof besides Diop's book. There go the chapter right there. There you go. What it say?
So here's the question.
No, we're not. No, we're reading that. We're not listening to you. It say the clan.
Go ahead.
It say the clan. Whether patrilineal or matrilineal. Hold on, bro. The clan, whether patrilineal or matrilineal, has always been a male creation. So at that point, I'm done, nigga. I'm done.
Hey, look,
I'm done, nigga. We done, nigga. Hold on. So once again, the women lose, my nigga. You trying to make the women win. Oh, the women, nigga, I tell you, the men still do it, nigga. So I'm
look, check this out.
The people can see it. Go on and finish that up.
Yeah, even in the Europe, even when it comes to the Europeans and nomadic, he said the man is responsible for that. And then even in African agriculture, cemetery, Melu, it was again the man who founded the matrilineal clan.
Right.
So yeah, you're right.
They don't read. No, they don't read, bro. See, that's what burned me the fuck up. Nick, I spend time fucking reading.
And we said that earlier.
Look, he got a chart right here. He got a chart right here. Created by man.
He's just going crazy, but he's still agreeing with what everything I just said. So the social construct is built through matriarchal beef. Correct? Correct.
No, bro. No,
Did that nigga just answer himself,
bro? Because matrilineal ain't just ain't the only thing that's in Africa. You got patrilineal societies that became patrilineal on their fucking own, bro.
Hey, Gullah.
Hey, Gullah.
Hold on, stop. Everybody freeze. Hey, Gullah. Do you remember 7 years ago fight me over this? Do you remember that?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
He's like, nah, Unc. He's like, hold on, Unc. Just like you do. You do me like this. Hold on, Unc. That ain't. Nah, look at this. Look at this. Come on, dog. Like, we've had these conversations 8 years ago. Melvin, you know that shit. Like, this ain't new to us. So Asar, knock it off, bro. I'm about to call you a flaming shooter in a minute. You tripping, dog.
Definitely on fire.
Yeah, you ain't saying that. You tripping,
want you to do that because you came on here and already straightened out some astronomy. I'm saying this. If
now we ain't switching the conversation right now because right. Yeah, don't bring up the astronomy when you never showed the paper. Matter of fact, bring it up. Where's that paperwork you got to prove that the experts to listen to your calculations? Where's that at? You had plenty time to find that email. Where that's at, bro? You got it?
And he has the Japanese Nobel Peace Prize.
I'm on my phone, driver. Well, people have seen my certificates.
Hold on, you said you got the Japanese Nobel Peace Prize, yo. You said that. I saw you said that. I saw.
I said my teacher has the Japanese Nobel Peace Prize. You're going off on a tangent right now. But let me bring y'all back.
The hell is the Japanese Nobel Peace Prize? That's Oh my God.
Is the Nobel
You not
Peace
know
Prize
what
in
a
Switzerland?
Japanese person is
Yes,
who won the
yes, two
Nobel Peace
P's.
Prize?
The shit is in Switzerland. How the fuck do the
And he's saying
Japanese
that.
got their own Nobel
So
Society?
he's saying that
I never heard that
Japanese can't
before.
win a Nobel Peace Prize. And Americans have won a Nobel Peace Prize, but it's in Switzerland.
Yes, because it's the
Goodness.
Nobel
Oh,
Society that issues those awards. Yo, just talking.
Well, I asked a couple of questions.
Don't switch it up. It's called the Nobel. No, hey, yo, listen to me. It's called the Nobel Peace Prize. Man. It's not called the Japanese Peace Prize. It's the Nobel. That's for everybody on Earth. You trip.
No, so Japanese people can win it.
No.
That's what we heard could not happen from y'all. You saying someone from Japan can't win it, which would make.
What's his name? What's his name? What's his name? No, what's the Nobel Peace Prize winner name? What's his name?
We ain't getting into that right now. I'm driving.
No, it's the teacher. What is his name?
On a certificate and show me.
No.
But I'll bring it on this
What
channel
is his
next time
name?
I come on here. We'll go through my credentials. That ain't a
Hey,
problem.
who is Nobel? Hey, yo, who is Nobel, yo? Who is that?
This is not important. What's important is that the research.
Man, it is
was
important.
done
Yo, why are
and
you
he won
doing
that
that, though? Hold on. That's fine. So I'd rather you
And
say
that's
yes,
the
a Japanese
certificate that
person. Listen, bro. I can understand you saying that a Japanese person won the Nobel Peace Prize or whatever it was, Nobel Prize in Science or Literature, whatever it was. I can respect that. But you cannot tell us that there's a Japanese Nobel Peace Prize. You can't tell us that. Wrong channel, bro. Wrong channel, wrong moment in time, you're in the wrong space. You quote me 20 years into it, wrong place.
All right.
Wrong group of dudes to try to fast talk.
So let's go back to what it is.
All right,
there's patriarchy and there's matriarchy.
Wait, hold on.
No.
There was a question about race. Blumenbach's theory of race and Diop's.
Oh, man, let that man finish that. You mixing two.
Oh, man, this question was standing out.
Well, let us finish. But can we finish, though? Can we finish? Because we know you're going to be complicated.
No.
Both of y'all end up getting off. We're not doing it. Yeah, don't come in and just finish. Let them finish it, and you definitely next. Because we got to deal with complications and pseudoisms at this point. I want the voice to be heard.
Let's ask the question. Where do Africa and Europe start to clash at? What hemisphere? Northern Africa? Where does the clash start to happen?
I don't understand the question. Nobody's thinking about this. What you're saying. No one's even knowing this.
This is what we've been talking about today.
Man, that was made up.
This is what we've been talking about today.
I'm saying they don't clash nowhere, yo. We just making it up, yo.
Well, Chef suggested there was an interface.
Yeah, there's an interface. We're talking about clashing.
Oh, man. Come on, it's semantics now, man.
What are we doing?
Yeah, what are we
doing? Yo, we talking about the two cradle theory. I'm not forgetting that point.
What's
y'all
the
can play this crazy.
The
what?
What's the Megiddo battle? These are the battles. These are actual battles that took place. Battle of Marathon. Why were they fighting?
You talking about the two cradle theory? Yo, stay right there, sir. I'm not letting you trick us. Stay right there. Explain that to us. I don't want to hear about they battle. What's the two cradle theory?
Talking about the racism. So he ain't listened to the conversation. He just adding stuff. You want the two cradle theory? You go talk to my man Sekou on Sinetta because I ain't heard him yet. You want to talk about where racism started?
I don't want to talk about racism started. Racism is what started where, bro?
I'm about patriarchal or matriarchal right now. I ain't touch no northern and all that stuff. My man Stroopy brought that up.
Okay.
You got
so we talking about what? Hold on. So what we talking about now? So you saying that the whole of Africa is matrilineal? That's what you're trying to pull that one off.
That's not the argument. Hey, Unc, do not let him drag you down that road. The conversation is about Diop's two cradle theory. And him and Mr. Rich came on here supporting that madness. The matriarchal and the patriarchal is a sidebar that he's trying to win something on when the position is whether Diop's assessment of where racism came from and how it perpetuates in society is it innate in Europeans. That's what Diop was proposing. So that's what we're dealing with. Matrilineal and patrilineal, Asar, you know what we talking about. Stick to the topic.
What it is. So stuff is very simple. Where was the war fought between Europe and Africa? And what is it?
Never was a such war, bro.
And we can point to a couple things. We can point to those Amarna letters because everybody in Europe do two things. And we can see the matrilineal and the patrilineal in that discussion. We can
so we're talking find out. Hold on, we're talking find out. Hey, check this out, dog. See, everybody pay close attention. I always say, yo, you gotta have chronology, right? Which is the organizing of time and space, bro. You just said Europeans and mix it with the Omano letters. The Omano letters is during Anan's time, and that's about 1300 BCE. And not to mention, these aren't Europeans; these are Asiatics. So what are you trying to pull off on us right now? We're listening to you. You're saying what I saw?
When you talk, you're talking the Greek period, and you're also talking an
Asiatic
Amana
period. Letters. No, we said Amana letters. No, you said the Amana letters is what I saw.
Okay. And the beef is where? It's in the Middle East, right? And parts of Europe.
Lies.
And the issue, because the Hikakasu, according to Manetho's timeline, which is more correct, it shows Greeks and it shows people going back to Palestine in the Hikakasu case. That's where they ended up going back to, and eventually to Syria. So we know exactly where. And what? And we're talking 18th or we're talking 15th dynasty and 12th dynasty in that time frame.
Man, I don't know what this nigga talking about, yo.
Now we got that.
It's cheaper to do the meal, right?
When it comes to the beef with Akhenaten, we're talking 18th, 19th dynasty. And in the 18th and 19th dynasty, they're asking
good looking, man.
For what? They're asking him for gold. When they talk about his dad, who led right before Amenhotep III, they're talking about, please send us gold. Please send us your women.
Hey, bro.
One thing Egypt didn't do.
He rambling, yo.
Hey, bro, freeze. Hey, bro, freeze, bro. Stop. I ain't even mean to let you go that damn far. Let's rewind. Yeah, let's rewind. You hollered Amana letters, then you hollered Hekakasu. Yo, you all over the motherfucking place. Now, people who aren't well studied don't know you all over the place. Do you want to try that again? Now, the Hikakasu simply means foreign chieftains. They also named the Nubians foreign chieftains, bro. So what are you trying to say about the foreign chieftains? Now, hold on. Wait, not the people. No. It doesn't refer to the people or the fucking leadership. I'm asking you, if you get this question wrong, you getting kicked off the panel. How about that? Because you flim-flamming too hard. Now, I'm going to say it again. What does it apply to? Since you know so much, I'm asking. Now I'm putting you on the spot. If you don't know, I'm going to say, I got okay.
What apply to?
Hikakasu.
Hikakasu would apply to those from Syria who made their way over to Egypt, stole gold, and then after they stole the gold, got chased out by Amos and Hamos.
Freeze. Hey, kick him off
and
the panel.
Amos son of Ibanya.
Kick him off. Hey, yo, kick him off the panel for lying. Kick him off the panel for lying. Kick him off. Get him out of there for lying. Now, you know what?
He might just be wrong.
He's lying. He's not just wrong. He's lying. No. Whoa. No, hold on. You know why I'm saying it? Now, hold on. Let me tell you why I know he's lying, because the nigga read Metanetra, yo. So I'm going to ask you again, nigga. And Metanetra, what do the word Hikakasu mean in the fucking Metanetra, bro?
Hick means shepherd ruler.
It mean what?
And if you use the just term, it means shepherd ruler. You know what Hick means, right? And it ain't the country
so now
boy.
You can't read Metanetra, right? Okay,
you don't know what Hick means,
yo. Hold on, do they apply that term? Now you lying. Do they apply that term to the Nubians, yo?
Now I'm lying.
Do they apply that term to the Nubians? I'm going to ask you again. Do they apply that term to Nubians?
Call the Nubians
bro.
No, they don't call Nubians Hikakasu. They don't call Nubians Hikakasu.
Kick them off the panel,
They use the term Hick for ruler. You
Nah, get him
understand?
off there, yo.
You
So you
just
don't know
said
what you
Hickman
Nah, I
talking
ain't
about.
Shepherd.
doing
Make
that.
yourself up
I ain't
over
doing that,
here.
yo. I ain't doing that, yo.
You
Now I
make
made
yourself
that
up.
mistake 20 years ago, yo. So I'm gonna say this to everybody. Listen, look, man.
You made the
I got
mistake
this
the other
book,
day
right?
trying
It
to say
really,
you knew
I'm saying,
astronomy. Yo.
man, you ain't pulling that astronomy card off, bro. Get out of here, yo. You act like man, stop that. You
I'm
got
getting
beat
off.
up on that
I'm
shit.
getting
So
off
I'm
because it's
back to this.
clear. It's
So I'm
clear.
back to this
You
point.
running around.
This goes not people. Every time a leader, the people there.
You running around like a
Real,
Hempstead festival right now.
leadership came in and the ace that was in the car. They all him,
Aren't you breaking me?
and he didn't even because already they were should have won more. You stop there. Name so foreign chieftains.
He
That's
just
what it
talking.
means. Foreign chieftains, foreign rulers.
You mean
That's it.
foreign
It
chieftain?
does not apply.
What?
Yo, you talking
What?
over me right now, though,
No.
yo. So two people can't talk at the same time. Right? We can pull up the Wikipedia article, bust your head. It's a leadership group,
We can pull
bro.
up the dictionary and look at the
Now
actual
we
word.
ain't doing
It
all
don't
that
mean
shit. You can't even
foreign.
get
It
past
says
Wikipedia,
hick.
yo. Nah,
The,
it's
the
his
throw
post, man.
stick for
Stop.
barbarian is what means foreign. So you're messing up the medu. You're messing the medu up. You know I know that, right? So
Now
the
you
throw
don't. I
stick
don't
means
trust you.
foreign.
I don't trust you
Don't
no
mess
more.
up the
Now I
hook.
don't trust.
The hook means rule. Pull up this
Now I don't trust
dictionary. You should always trust me. I'd have had your back for years. And I ain't even
Yeah, but I don't trust you now.
you
I
should
don't want
know
you to
that.
have my back because my back is because now my back is I ain't got
Exposed.
nobody. I ain't
It's
got my back.
exposed.
You got me naked as fuck now.
I
Got
pulled
me
that
exposed now,
astrology.
bro.
You that back out. So now, let me be clear. Hick means ruler.
Now you're gonna change. No, we ain't listening to you. Nope.
Hick means ruler. It doesn't mean foreign.
Yeah, right.
Foreign is the throw stick for the barbarian. Just so you know.
Made
So
that
you
up,
know the
yo.
difference. Because you'll also find
Made
hick
that up, yo.
in terms of Egyptian rulers, won't
Foreign chieftain.
See that
Foreign
same crook and fell Egyptian ruler, won't
Nah, nigga. Nope. We're not doing all that. We ain't
Is
doing
the
all that
Egyptian
flam flam
foreign
bam
too?
bam boom.
We need
Getting off the
Smash.
head.
What's
But
Smash
anyway.
at?
I
Man, we
got it.
don't
I'm
need no
about to pull
smash,
up the
man. I started my
TLA right
career.
now.
Smash is going dog
I'm
on
gonna get
it,
him
but we don't
on
want
get that
that.
goddamn TLA out.
Unc say he flip
Uh-oh.
flamming too hard.
Hey, bro. Hey, bro.
That's
He's
right. Go to the
flamming.
TLA. Go to the
Hey, bro.
That's
I'm
TLA,
gonna
right.
tell
Get
you
Jeff.
what
that
he's doing.
TLA out.
Hold on. I'm gonna tell you what he's doing
He
right now.
flip
Listen.
flamming
I'm
too
gonna tell you
hard.
what he's doing.
I
Hold on. I'm gonna
said
tell you
the
what he's
hook
doing right now, yo.
foreign.
He's using what he's doing
I
is
said the
he's
barbarian
using
throw stick
his
is foreign.
Hey, dude, I'm not gonna yell over top of you, bro. Like you gotta respect somebody when
You the
they in
only
their
one
house.
talking. Go ahead.
But this is my
Go
motherfucking
ahead. Go ahead.
house, though. So when the pseudo
get kicked the fuck off. Because that's going to be the new rule. Because y'all trying to overrun a motherfucking position. Y'all
You
doing
just
too
running
much
in
today.
the
This ain't the friendly motherfucking channel where you can say any motherfucking thing. This ain't the African friendly motherfucking channel. This ain't it. This is real African channel. If you want to talk about real Africa, we can have that conversation. If you act like a nigga ain't do something they did do it, yo, we ain't buying that. Generations is tired of that shit. Tired of floating across the Serengeti, bro. Tired of people acting like they know better than you and then on purpose fuck it up. Like, we ain't doing all that, bro. Like, that ain't what we doing. This ain't the friendly spot to parlay and make up some shit or something. You know better, yo. Come on, dog. You gotta stop that, yo. You know you overboard like this. You know you're Wikipedia away from getting smashed off today. Come on, yo. If you get shot and killed today, yo, you shot and killed today. You can get started over again tomorrow. So I'm gonna ask you one more time, bro. What does East Coast mean? You better Google it. You better hurry up. Better get it right. We can just go right to the Wikipedia. Oh, give me you on the clock or something. Ticking. Tick, 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 tick.
Ekakatsu just means ruler.
Yeah. Yeah.
I can't do a sorry accent.
Yeah. Easy work, yo. We already and they Amorites, yo. The
Look at that
leadership,
motherfucker
like they
TLA
call
up.
them.
Let's check the TLA.
Hold on.
I know I saw it and
That's
jump
right.
off of
Oh, we
here.
just
Did y'all?
He jumped off, yo. He ran. Asar, why you run, bro?
His new name.
Sure? Hopefully nobody kicked him off.
Ain't nobody kicked him off.
Did anybody kick him off?
I wanted to know the name of the Nobel Peace Prize Japanese. And nobody said the man get away. The man teach and him don't know the name. I wanted to know the name. That's all I wanted.
Hey y'all, his new name Abracadabra, y'all.
Yeah, but I think we beat up, right, this whole idea, this foundational theory of the two cradle, right, based on these characteristics that Diop was basing his argument on, right? The whole idea that the African clan was sedentary, when we know you have Africans, cultural groups that weren't, and they were nomadic, right? The idea that all African clans were matrilineal, and we can point to ones that were both patrilineal as well, right?
Somebody got to mute out.
Even these categories don't even align up nicely when we talk about this.
That was nasty ass Mike.
That was on the background.
So hold on, let me make sure I don't have anything.
Nasty ass Mike. I don't know what he's doing.
That was
Oh, okay.
Yo, Brandon, when you finish talking?
Yeah, and I would say this for the record. I want to put something on the record, right? In terms of what the brother Sekou was saying maybe it wasn't yesterday. Whenever he delivered his diatribe on the two cradle theory, and he sort of superimposed his ideas, his race. I'm speaking here. This is my opinion, right? I totally disagree in terms of what he was doing, right? He was being what I consider an absolute demagogue. He was throwing red meat to the listening audience, saying a lot of things that he thought, right? He's playing to the worst, right? The basest attitudes in our population, in our audience, right? And I'm completely against what he was doing. Right. Even a lot of that's why, when we opened this conversation up talking about the two cradle theory, I wanted to have it in the context of what Diop was saying, right? And not with what Sekou was saying or what anybody else was saying, because they're in my mind, I postulate they're superimposing a lot of things on that Diop is not saying. So the whole idea, and I saw it in the chat, they were like, preach, brother, go. And what he was doing, he was advocating going back to race science, saying that we need to examine, or we need to analyze Europeans based on this idea that they are more violent or more warrior-like and not conducive to societal norms based on their environment. And we need to examine or analyze them based on that. It's basically advocating race science at that point. So I'm completely against what that brother was doing over on Sanetta's channel. I hope that he does not get a regular audience on that channel to spew what he was spewing, because I'm completely against it. I think it's dangerous. So I just put that out there.
Let me ask you a question.
Hold on, man. Don't ask no questions. Y'all see the screen? Y'all see the screen?
Yeah, we see it.
What did I say? The University of what?
California, Los Angeles, UCLA.
University of California. All right. I ain't even gonna read all the top. I'm gonna come right here. It say, as the word Hyksos is simply the Greek version of an Egyptian title, Hykakasu, meaning rulers of foreign lands, hill countries. I'm done, yo. I don't feel like doing all that. I'm done.
And where was they from? Hold on. It says it.
Ain't from nowhere. You read up at the top. What it say? Go ahead, Chef. Read that.
Why your man do that, huh?
If you study fake news from ancient Egypt, you would consider the Hyksos a band of nasty, marauding outsiders who invaded and then brutally ruled the Nile Delta until heroic kings expelled them. In fact, the Hyksos had a more diplomatic impact impact, contributing to progress in culture, language, military affairs, and even the introduction of the iconic horse and chariot. The story of these two competing explanations reveals much about ancient Egypt and the mysterious group. As a word, Hyksos is simply the Greek version of an Egyptian title, Heka Kasut, meaning rulers of foreign lands, hill countries. While much is misunderstood, we know the Hyksos comprised a small group of West Asian individuals who ruled northern Egypt, especially the Delta, during the Second Intermediate Period. These rulers were recorded as Egypt's 15th dynasty in the Turin royal canon, the only known kings list that documents their existence. Scroll up a little bit. For decades, the writings of the Ptolemaic Egyptian historian Matrilineal influenced the popular and scholarly interpretations of the Hyksos. Preserved in Josephus' Contra Minoium 1, Matrilineal presented the Hyksos as a barbaric horde, invaders of an obscure race who conquered Egypt by force, causing destruction and murdering or enslaving Egyptians. This account continued in Egyptian texts from the Second Intermediate Period and New Kingdom. As Egyptology developed, years of debate over the extent of destruction and the ethnicity of the Hyksos people transpired. Only in more recent decades have the Hyksos been revealed as a small group of rulers. We know of 6, and not a population or ethnic group. Hyksos simply the Greek version of an Egyptian title, Heka Kasut, meaning rulers of foreign lands. Heka Kasut means rulers of foreign lands. Was 100% correct. What's your name? Asar, you are a priest of Medunetta. You need to come back on here and apologize or prove UCLA as being wrong.
Plus, I spent $500 on that fucking book. It's called The Hyksos, right? It's the Archaeological Survey. Get to my house, I'm gonna show y'all. Man, my whole career started on this shit.
Yeah.
And I was wrong as 2 lying feet because I looked at Chancellor Williams' work and he said they was the children of Israel. So my whole video that had 100,000 views was wrong.
Yeah, one of Unc's first videos about the Hyksos, when I first seen Unc, when he was by the fireplace by the Egyptian statues and shit, talk about the Hyksos and shit.
Yeah, but that upgrade shit. See, that's the upgrade package right there. You gotta get that book. So this is something we need to realize. Egyptians, like all people do, in their political stance, so they just lie. All this obscure race came and did all that. I mean, that was the political shit. But in real life, man, in the Delta, there were people already settled there. You've been there for long periods of time. A leadership group came in, Western Asian, came in, organized their ass, right? Family, organized them, and eased their way in and took the shit during a week period. Yo, that's what they did. So I'm expecting Assad to come back and apologize, yo. Like you can't do that to our people. See, we giving him some merit.
He in the chat now. Hold on, he back in the chat. He in the chat cutting up, yo. This guy's a riot.
Why is he cutting up, yo? We got it. I'm not believing him over the American Research Center in California. I'm not. You come on, yo.
But he studied under Raketi Amen. So
and his only excuse is that he on his phone, but all of us on our phones and shit, sharing
all of us
shit
on
at
our
the same
phone.
time.
Right, we on our phone. Nigga. That's how you say shit from your phone.
He said, watch this. He said, watch this, y'all. He got a trick up his sleeve.
He ain't put no money on the situation.
Is he jumping back on?
Oh, he said, "Where's the link?" I'm about to send you the link right now, bro. Man, this a good ass show though, man. Hey, you gotta get to your computer though, so we can really go over.
What I said?
No, yeah, Hey, James, you made some good points early on. You went off now. You know what I mean? But
Questions. I was only asking questions.
Yeah, but but when we first started, when you first came on, you made some good points. I ain't gonna lie. You know what I mean? It definitely helped the conversation move forward. Then we went down a rabbit hole. But
yeah,
you know what I mean? Definitely.
Gotta go back and listen before I confirm that.
Yeah. He must have started drinking halfway through.
I just fucking with him. You know what I'm saying? I gotta fuck with him.
Look, he be fucking with you too, Sosa.
That's why. So you understand? It ain't personal. You know what I'm saying?
James, but I do like your new profile pic. Right, that's fire.
Yes. Oh, thanks, brother. You know, I got to keep it real.
Right.
Okay,
yeah, you confusing, nigga. James is very confusing.
Asar, I know me and Brendan put the link back in the chat, so
You don't want that conversation.
You
I started my
bullshitting at
career
this
off with
point.
the His Coast. I spent money on that situation, nigga. Archaeological surveys, that's my bread and butter right there. You ain't getting past that. I don't want to hear none of that. I got the text in the archaeological survey. It got the actual text where the Egyptians, like a SIP check, actually start talking about how an obscure race came and enslaved them. Yeah, they wrote that shit, but that don't mean it was true because they wrote it. So you definitely, yeah, don't do it, bro.
Yeah, Chef tried to start a show because I was like, yo, he's reading the shit. I'm like, okay, shit, I'm like, this shit gonna be fire. Yeah, that nigga jumped on and was like, nope, nigga, what about
him and Mr. Rich?
I'm like, God damn.
Him and Mr. Rich could not handle it. They just couldn't handle it. Yo.
Hey, Uncle Rich was like, what do you mean that there was pastoralism in Africa? Go and get that.
What?
Man, you missed that. Right?
Word. Nigga. If you take this pastoralism away, you done killed the Nubians. You done killed all this shit. You done lost the conversation.
That's why I was like, Mr. Rich, you could
get back in the tank.
You couldn't have been watching any of our previous conversations, any of the previous shows, for you to say that there wasn't any economies based on the raising and herding of cattle. You haven't been listening, right? You haven't been listening.
Get back in the tank or saw back.
I mean, he gonna talk us through that.
It's going down. The thing that took the
he's got his source. He's sourced up. Asar is sourced up.
So let's go to Wreck Me Rise Tune. Let's see if our brother Hawk can read this. I'm gonna read it for you, if you. Let's make sure, because they're using a blanket statement in an article, as opposed to knowing or giving you a breakdown of how the metal network works. Let me pull up OsirisNet.net. Let's pull up the Hikakasu tune. Let's pull up Wreck Me Rise. It's not the people, is what said, right?
Right. Hey, stop sharing your screen, Let us all put this pain in. He about to put this pain on.
They already.
Go ahead, share your screen, Asar.
I'm in your house. I'm white. I'm gonna give you that, but I'm still about to give you this work. Let me see.
Yo, you ain't giving nobody no work now unless you got an archaeological survey.
I'm gonna take you right to the tomb. We're gonna read it. Hold up.
No, I want to go no damn tomb.
You got sources, Asar?
No, he can read the metal netter straight off the wall.
I don't believe him no more. I don't believe him.
Exactly.
I don't believe him.
I think when someone challenges my information,
What dictionary does he use to transliterate?
I can
Man,
pretty much go to all
man,
of them.
this dude is just like Zachariah Sitchin reading Hebrews and shit.
Right.
Right.
That was Zachariah. Oh, you talking about that pseudo dude?
Yeah, we ain't doing that no more, yo.
Yeah. He should be a mess, bro.
Color funny as hell.
Hold on,
So,
let me
what
go
you think
to
you
his
trying to
phone.
do, Sal? You about to just
I'm gonna take you
flame
to
your
the
way
phone.
on?
You gonna
I
read
don't
it,
want to go to
family.
the tomb.
No,
I don't
let
want
him
to go to
kill
the tomb,
himself,
yo.
Unc. Let him kill
That's the
himself.
place it's at.
I got the TLA up. Let him kill himself.
So you didn't want that Pew Research
Yeah,
I had?
go
You
in
didn't want
there.
no more, right?
Which one?
Come
You
on,
know what I
Asar.
was talking? I said 66% of them white motherfuckers don't even interact with you. It turns out it's 81%.
Oh yeah, that's a fact. But we moving on.
And
We can get to that later.
Let's stay focused, brother. Stay focused.
Oh, I got Wreck Me Rod Tomb here. I'm just trying to pull up the picture while I'm driving. Don't worry. I can share it while I'm driving. It just gonna look a little
Assad, I don't want you to get distracted. I'm trying to keep it on the rails.
Yeah, because Unc then got quiet. Once yo said I'm gonna pull up that tomb, Unc got quiet. Hey, Unc, don't let me down, Unc.
Man, I'm a champion, yo. I'm a champion, yo.
Assad, you behind the eight ball. You behind the eight
Hold
ball.
on.
So I don't know.
Let me take a poll.
I don't know.
Let me take a poll real quick
All
in the
right.
chat, because you know Ankh is our big brother. Should I do him like that, or should I just let him slide?
Yeah, do me like that. Yeah.
He
yeah,
asking
do me
for
like
it,
that.
Assad.
I don't think you can get past the University of California. I don't believe.
I think we can get past University.
Now, I don't think you're gonna
This
be able to do
nigga
it, bro, 'cause I ain't
crazy.
listening to that shit. I definitely. Yeah, I ain't listening to that, yo. I ain't listening to that. No, sir.
All right, Assad, you rumbling through them papers on your desk. Get it?
Yeah.
You know,
He said, "Look, hey,
So defeat them.
Get through
Brendan,
your
defeat them.
files.
Hey,
Get through your
Brendan,
files.
he said I definitely can get past UCLA.
Yeah,
I think it's you know. So like he pump faking. You sure you want me to let you out? You want me to let you out of this?
His phone gonna drop out. I guarantee you his phone gonna drop out.
Let me see.
We're
We're gonna cover the
just
medal.
share, sorry.
The crook is the part. Remember, I had
Man,
to
you
correct
said that before, nigga. You said that before. That don't save you.
What makes them foreigners? And we're gonna also look at an Egyptian king who used that same book to describe himself. And we're gonna
What's your source, sorry?
Wreck Me Ra's tomb. We already covered that.
The tomb of Wreck Me
Nah,
Ra.
nigga, that don't count. Nah,
we
don't
How
trust
a
that.
Egyptian tomb don't count?
Nope.
We don't deal with the rest
Oh, that's a primary. No, I can't let y'all do this to him. That's a primary.
As a group, and watch.
Assad, let me help you. Assad, stop. You're gonna dig your grave. Let me set it up for you. Assad is using the tomb of Wreck Me Ra. That is a primary that has to be accepted in this conversation. You can't do him like that.
No, it don't. Not with him reading it.
Hold on. We can check that though. We can check that. Let him pull it up. We can check that.
How is the tomb a primary for which the topic?
Well, we're talking about Hyksos, and Hyksos,
Now your phone
broke
don't
up.
work.
On purpose, yo.
Yeah, so that's how you do it, bro.
The waters of noon get you every time.
we about to show them because we about to look at some non-rulers that's called Hyksos, and it's going to be very simple.
So you trying to
Man,
prove?
not
Rulers?
That ain't the point.
Foreign rule.
What you mean?
Foreign rulers, bro.
Foreign rulers, bro. Not
We're
just.
going to see if these particular Hyksos are foreign rulers or if they're just Hyksos.
What?
You say Hyksos means what? Ruler?
What do you mean, yo?
They meant foreign ruler. And the article also said they only know of 6. It doesn't refer to a people. That's what he just read,
You're
right?
saying
Hyksos.
That's what he just read.
You're
Read the
saying
article again.
Hyksos meant ruler.
He said that. The article he just read said that.
Said
Y'all ain't even
6
listening to what he read.
Nigga, what is you talking about, yo?
That article
Yo,
says
this
we
nigga
had
wild.
6
That
rulers.
Hyksos just mean ruler? I'm trying to figure out your art.
No, Hyksos itself
what, yo?
means ruler. Hick. The term hick.
Means
We
what?
talk about the Hickokatsu. So I'm gonna give you a chance to correct it now. Hick doesn't mean foreign. We had that discussion. I told you the barbarian throw stick means foreign.
I'm not correcting shit. I said it means foreign chieftains and foreign rulers. I ain't correcting shit. I'm gonna stand on mine. Now go get that.
Big brother.
Yeah, you
Sometimes
talking to an intellectual gunslinger. Yeah, I'm shooting. I'm an intellectual gunslinger. Now get it right. Now don't show us a word if it have different things can change and mean that. Don't do that to us. Because we're on top of all that. Matter of fact, I'm gonna send a link to Reggie. I'm gonna get Reggie because I know Reggie ain't gonna lie.
Nah, I don't trust Reggie, man. We need to simply smash.
Hold on, let me get the image.
Reggie gonna make that shit money.
What are you doing? What are you trying to do, bro?
In conjunction. Let me see if I can pull up a
What's the source, Asar?
Go on, man.
What's the
Taking too
source,
long,
man?
Asar.
He trying to flip
now. You done asked me the source 3 times. We're going to Wreck Me Ra's tomb. We're going to the picture of the Hickokatsu.
What pictures? Who has the pictures of the tomb? What museum?
You can go to osirisnet.net, but if you pull up Hyksos and pull images, it's going to pull it up. So I'm pulling it up.
I don't want to go through images. So if I just go to osirisnet.net and look up Wreck Me Ra's tomb, it'll pull it up.
Yeah.
So you saying that was so you trying to say that's an invasion, right? You saying it was an invasion, yo? That's what you trying to say?
They're walking as tributaries to the king, Wreck Me Ra, because they're being given by their country to Wreck Me Ra.
And y'all trust osirisnet.net?
Yeah, that's the
.net.
.net.
Never heard of it, so I don't know. I have no idea.
What is this nigga talking about, yo?
Hey, so what I'm saying, why can't we just go to the TLA?
Right.
TLA is not going to show you a primary.
Oh man, yo.
I mean, but it's going to be if it's correct in the TLA, right?
It's not going to show you the primary. We're looking at primaries to define a word. So let me share.
So you saying the Hyksos? So you saying that the Hyksos is a people, yo, and not a rulership group? Is that what you're trying to tell us right now? I'm gonna lock you into it.
The Hickokatsu are people and they're rulers, but you were saying that.
Hold on, whoa,
what?
Whoa! Stop right there. What did you just say?
They are a people and they also rule. They're rulers.
Now that's come on, you gotta stop this.
Your article said.
Who do you think you talking to, yo?
Your article
said. Who you talking to? Do you realize what channel you on, yo?
Yeah.
How the hell that's gonna be that? Think about what you say. They rulers, so people don't rule, yo.
They also who didn't say they wasn't rulers? You said that.
So how can people be rulers? Listen. Come on, Asar. Don't do this to us, yo. You said they people and they rulers. What do you mean, Asar? Like, are you kidding me right now, yo? So a whole group of people was rulers, yo.
No,
that sound crazy.
Some of them wasn't. But what did your article say?
Man,
we only know of 6 of them, and they were
only know of 6 of them.
We don't know if it's exactly.
They didn't know if it was Joe. They got the king, Joe. You just playing, yo.
Right.
You
So
playing.
you know exactly what the article say. Is my screen sharing yet? Let me see. Microsoft.
You barking up the wrong tree with this one, yo. Like you picked the wrong subject at the wrong time to display your metalecture skills, yo. Like damn, that's one thing you can't do. You can do all kind of shit with metalecture, but don't fuck with the Hyksos. I'm gonna beat all metalecture niggas up with this. I'm letting you know. That go from Asar, Wuja, all of that.
I don't understand why it take a star so long to get this goddamn source up.
No, I'm trying to get it clear for you, but here, this is the
That's all you bullshitting us, man. If you wasted our time, man.
Yeah, man.
All right, so I found
Melvin and found it before you.
No, he won, but is my screen sharing?
Well, yeah, your screen sharing. You want to?
Finally.
Oh, you showing that? That's not.
Is you gonna do us like that, yo? Make us some shit, yo.
That's not. What is that?
Yeah, what is that? This is what happens when people who try to front like they
No,
know
I
better.
mean like I mean it's edited. Like that's
gonna
not.
tell you what it is.
No, I
This
mean
is
like it's edited. Like that's not.
I mean edited. That's the part that says hick.
Hold on.
That's the part right there.
What?
So we going
Hold
right
on.
here. You have
Hold
the
on.
scribe.
Let me go to mine.
So let me state, right? You got the scribe in front of him, and you have the crook right there. And then you got the Q sound, which is something different. We ain't getting into that. And then you got hills. So it's a hick. You don't even have the kasut there. This is somebody giving tribute to the king. He's not a king himself. Is he a ruler?
Say it again, Sal. Yo, you said what?
Yes, sir.
Say it again. It's just
right here. It's right here. That little hook.
Just the hick. So he's just the hick, right? He's just the hick.
He's just a hick. He's a hick. He's a hickory dickory dock.
He's a hickey.
Oh my God.
Man, what does Hikakasu mean, man?
Hold up. There go the hills we was talking about right there. This is your hick.
Yeah, we getting off track. You talking about damn and shit, nigga.
Sit back. This is your Hikakasu right here.
No, it's not. It's just the hick, like you said, yo. It's just the hick, yo. Like you said.
This is the Hikakasu right here.
Hey, man, this is some bullshit.
Not only is this the Hikakasu. Hold on, let me go to the other one so you can see the group of them and you can see that they not.
Man, you flip. We can't decipher now. Hey, man, get smashed, man. This is some bullshit.
Yeah, come on, man. You gotta stop, yo.
Man, you pull that down. Pull that down. Let's go to the TLA. Let's pull this down for a second.
He trying to get something, keep a nigga goddamn blurry.
Yeah,
man.
I'm gonna use what Smash taught us how to do. I'm gonna use what Smash taught us how to do. Is this?
Man, we gonna get him out.
Shout out Smash.
Is that the word?
Shout out to Smash Rockwell.
So
Yeah, that right there is gonna say ruler of foreign countries. Click that. That says
and break down.
No, hold on.
Hey, yo, you talking over people
Brendan.
right now, bro.
Hey, Brendan.
Yo, you gotta.
Yeah.
When you click that, it's gonna say rulers of foreign countries.
All right, so let's see this. All right. So what are we looking at here?
Say it right there.
All right. Hyksos. Is that's what the word Unc was talking about?
Exactly.
Hyksos, ruler of foreign countries, right?
That's exactly
are
what
we
it
saying
means.
that this is? Are you saying, Asar, that it means something different?
I'm saying Hikakasut is not just the rulers of foreign countries. Here you see hick, and you don't see foreigner there.
Oh, so this is a different word that you're referring to.
No, we can't let him do that. Don't let him. No, fuck that.
What is that?
Yeah, we break
Yeah, he bullshit, man.
So this here, this doesn't mean Hikakasut.
That means Hikakasut. That's the hills to show that they're not from Egypt.
Okay, and then it translates this here.
The crook means ruler.
Okay, and then this is the English.
Foreign would be the throw stick for the barbarian to know that they're from a different country, because you can have a Hikakasut that's from Egypt, obviously, as you know from the ghetto and them being born there, and me showing a hick just a second ago. Without that throw stick, they're birthed in Egypt.
I got use that
from Egypt. Now, so once again, if it's not
listening to you, bro, we're not listening to you right now, yo. We're not listening to you, bro. Like you just lost it.
Look at the word. How do the words
No,
start?
we're not listening to you, man. The whole conversation was based around the Hiscos, bro. Not you.
Capital H. All right, so Brendan, you gotta put in capital H.
He ain't want to claim the Hyksos when I showed him.
Hey, Brendan, you listening?
Yep.
If you back up, put that first word in the top part.
Okay.
Not in translation. Put the first word in Lema. Erase that.
Okay.
And put capital H. No. Erase the bottom one, right? Erase the top one.
Hold on.
Erase the top one. Now put capital H, lowercase q, capital A. Now click that. Yeah.
Okay.
Since he's saying this is the issue.
All right. So do I need to keep this check box here?
Keep the check. Keep the check.
Look at Chef, man. Chef, he knows his way around this thing.
All right, there you go.
All right.
Hiccup means ruler. To rule. To govern.
To govern.
Right.
This nigga, man.
Was right completely.
This is cool. Man, it's my favorite subject, yo. I'm killing all meta-nature scholars on this subject. Bring them all. I'm killing them all.
So what was you saying?
I want to show this.
Now hold on,
Brendan, can I show this real quick?
Hold on, Melvin. Hold on. Let's make sure we get this out the way. Yeah, we gonna break down each part. We gonna break down each part of the word. Since he's trying to say it doesn't mean that.
Where is foreign?
Oh my God, Joe.
Man, we don't want to talk.
Listen, we about to find it. We about to find it. This the first part of the word. Brendan, go back.
Right now. You got ruler. Where's foreign?
We about to get to it. We done proved that.
How you gonna get to it if it ain't in hiccup?
Hold on. What the fuck? Go, hey Brendan, go hit the backspace.
Okay,
go back.
Let's go back. See. Now, Chef schooling me how to use this TLA.
Right. Now erase that out.
All right, got you.
Now put in X, capital A, lowercase s.
Okay, so what word is this?
That's the second word.
That's kasut.
Kasut.
He's saying ruler and he's saying foreign.
Okay. So let's see what this means.
As opposed to showing, like I said, ruler is the crook. So you caught.
Foreign land, desert dweller.
Hey man, I'm sorry. That image you showed is from
Foreigner. It says foreigner.
The Benny Hassan.
Exactly. But also Wreck Me Ra's tomb.
Oh my God.
But no, that's not Wreck Me Ra's tomb. It's somebody else's tomb.
Has tributes.
Do y'all see the demonstration?
But I'm saying that image is not from Wreck Me Ra's tomb.
I know. I was digging up one so you could see the spelling, which you seen Hick.
Oh, okay. I was just trying to vet because that's what I was saying. Like he was wrong because
no, I got
that wouldn't be in his tomb. But yeah, I got the show. So that's fine.
Y'all see, we found the word foreigner, right?
And you didn't see no ruler there, dude.
Yeah, but this is the other piece of the word, right? Or the term.
It's
more a phrase.
You see that barbarian throw stick next to that man over there?
Right here?
Man, you talking too much, bro.
Yeah, I mean, I can't do this, yo. It's right here on the screen.
Oh, wow. Wow. So, once again, you got ruler by itself. Now, pull up Hicka Kemet.
Nah, bro, that ain't the word.
I want to show you where he got that image from.
Yeah, hold on.
All right, go ahead, show it, because we can't trust you. So
hold on, but yo, why would y'all get away from the exercise that me and Brendan was just doing? We was proving them wrong.
Yeah, don't worry. I still have it pulled up. We're not.
Yeah, you can pull it.
We're not
you can pull it back up after. Yeah, you can pull it back up after this. I just want to show this real quick.
Okay. All right. So
if you were saying this is
because Chef is on a roll here.
On a real roll.
Yeah, it'll be quick.
Himself up into a pizza roll right now. He ain't did nothing but he showed ruler by itself, which I already stated, and had the crook. Now I just need you to show different rulers. Let's see.
Now, how you gonna act like the conversation wasn't about who the Hiscos was, nigga? Don't play us. Go play Lotto. Go get somebody else, yo. This the wrong channel. I keep telling you. Nobody's listening, bro. You don't put that channel where you get favor because you know meta-nature and you love Africa. You get no favor. You might get looked at super crazy because they've been trying to trick us for the last 20 years on the subject matter. So then you probably should just be quiet and do what you do and then just be right. That's not gonna help you, yo. We smell you a mile away, dog. You ain't getting past it. You in trouble right now. Yeah, you ain't listen. I said, yo, this is my favorite subject of all time. I said that, and you kept running the stop sign, yo.
It don't mean you got it right the whole time. It just means it's your favorite.
That means that I had to learn thoroughly where I made my mistakes and I fixed my mistakes. See, you ain't made you now. You had to fix what you thought you knew. I've already done that. I tried to tell you that. I fixed what I thought I knew. I told you that.
All right, so the kasu, if y'all looking at it, it always referred to a foreigner. Whatever is after it is telling you what type of foreigner it is. Y'all see that?
Yup.
Uh-oh.
So it's not just it's just not
You're talking too much. You're talking for no reason right now. It's not gonna help you out. Not gonna help you out, bro.
You like pickers, so we can go to ruler and see the different types of rulers.
No, man. No, we're not listening to none of that. What you're saying, yo. This called the pseudo. We are used to dealing with people who are sophisticated to their approach of pseudoisms. Right now, you're sophisticated, bro. You're doing too much. Nobody believes you, yo. You might get a person who
got a whole that believe me over here.
You're not listening to you, yo. Use the wrong channel, yo. You can't even get that off over here, yo. Yo, you know how hard I gotta make sure I'm on my A game to fuck with this shit, yo. On this channel, dog, you got me fucked up. Yo, I always wanted the channel to be hard, bro. It's hard, yo.
Let me say this. I respect y'all.
This is a gym for me. This is a gym for me, yo.
Just say any yo thing. Y'all check me. That's why I like coming on here, because I think you gotta have balls to come on this channel. Because
y'all have balls.
Stuff. You'll make a cat you'll make a cat be like, nah, you right. But not over here. You know, if I come over, I'm pull to the wall. That's why I get. I said, y'all want me to show them wrong or right? So Hick,
we're still waiting. Still waiting, man.
Let's see what kind of rulers there are. Because I bet
so now you're gonna play that game, yo. You really think you can get that off?
I'm not, because it's your house. I ain't gonna do it.
No, I'm gonna tell you how you try and get it off. I'm trying to say, yo, you can be different rulers. See, we know that. We're not tripping off of that. That's not what we're talking about, though. See how you can't get us off our mark right now? You can't. See, but keep going. Keep going.
Y'all standing strong.
I'm standing strong. Go ahead. I'm be quiet. Go ahead. What you doing?
So go to Hick. Pull up Hick, and let's see how many types of rulers there are.
All right, you gotta walk me through it, Asar, because I'm not versed in how to use this tool too well. So right here, type it at the top.
Yeah, type capital H, type Q lowercase, and type in capital A. Hicka. It's trying to make you make the glottal stop sound with the H and the A.
Okay. All right, let's see here.
So the first one, we just have ruler to govern by itself. Let's go down just a few. It says guardian, God of Osiris. Why is there God of Osiris?
You surrounded nigga. Just concede, nigga. If you teach us something different, yo, we don't mind learning some extra shit right now. Asar. We're not worrying about that. You just say you lost that war. We're moving on now to something else you're trying to teach us about some extra shit. We can take that.
All right, I'm gonna let
it. Yeah, Chef took some of your territory, man. He planted his flag down.
I love him.
He's a metadata scholar. We have to understand Chef is coming into his own as a metadata scholar.
What? That shit horrible when that nigga learned that shit that quick. I was like, how the fuck you get that quick? I said, get the fuck out of here. Man, he learned that too.
So, you know, we have to understand that. So
I'm popping back to the audience. I love the pseudo killers. Don't let nobody tell you different. You ain't got no heart.
We with you, brother. We with you.
We with you, brother. But some shit you just can't get off around this bitch. Now go ahead and teach us what you want to teach us on some different, on splitting the word up and all that old shit and different kings. Go ahead. We listening, nigga.
Yeah. So this here was what he just showed. This is from Hotep. This isn't Rekhmi-Ray's tomb. So that's what I was trying to say. Like, this isn't like he was saying it was from the tomb, but the inscription is not specifically from that tomb. This is tomb number 3 that they
man, he's mixing up tomb.
Yeah, man.
He ain't do that to us.
I wanna show this. Man. This is his source. I don't really know about OsirisNet.net. Like, they don't even have an about page to tell you what they're really about.
Right. We don't need that shit. None of that shit.
But apparently they got 14 pages on Rekhmi-Ray. And so I guess they go over the history of the tomb and everything. I can't necessarily trust this particular source. Where on this site did you want us to go? I'm sorry.
Nah, he gave up already. Saul gave up, yo. He just wanted to.
He gave up.
Shit.
Wow.
He gave up on that. Yeah, he realized what he couldn't do.
Yeah, you kicked him out.
You realize that really is unfavorite subject. Oh shit! I thought I could trigger my.
He would go so.
He tried to. I don't know what he was trying to do, but you gotta watch those guys, man. They are fast talkers, right? They'll get you with the fast talk. You gotta slow it down. We let him fast talk.
But Chef, you know what happens when you start believing the stuff that you starting to learn, and you don't separate belief from, the research, and you get caught up.
Yeah, but he couldn't even believe that it was an inundation in goddamn Asia. He thought the inundation only came to Egypt and the Nile. Yeah. He didn't know the Tigris and the Euphrates do the same damn thing. It fucked him up. It fucked him up to hear that. It messed him up. Yeah, the Tigris and the Euphrates overflood and deposit silk that helps agriculture. Both spots did the same thing. That's why they were so conducive to farming. That's why.
Right.
He couldn't believe it. He thought it was Egypt and Africa and that it was magical. And that phenomenon only happened in Africa. He actually believed that shit. It's crazy. You know what I mean? It's magical Africa. I'm telling y'all, man. It's, Africa is on Earth, y'all. I just want to let y'all know that. You know what I mean? It is on Earth.
I heard y'all struggling over the mountains and trying to make it seem like the Tigris and the Euphrates coming from the mountains. Like, now the Nile is different, but no, not the Tigris and the Euphrates. That's crazy.
Yeah, man. It's, but it all stems back to Diop and his theory. He posited a theory.
Yeah.
It wasn't accepted. You know what I mean? This was his own philosophy. This was something that he was coming up with. It was a theory. You know what I mean? Like that, you know how you have a thought about something and he was able to actually articulate it because he was a writer and he put it down. It don't mean that the shit was accepted. It don't mean that it's right. Right? So we need to stop that.
But, you see the Willoff in there and automatically, this is deeper than just him trying to position something for academic purposes, that it's also political.
Yeah, definitely. He always was trying to show some Willoff connection to Egypt, though, even with his linguistic endeavors.
Yeah.
So
Diop, that's what I was saying. I said he was with the nigger. He was with the Francophone Niggertude movement. It was like a Pan African movement for the
Niggertude.
Afro Francophone country.
We got to get you to do a presentation on that, Gullah.
Yeah, when we leave here,
we did that.
We need the details. See, you know what? This is why I like having. This is why it's important to have those strategic alliances between the families, man. Because you guys bring capabilities.
We go.
You guys bring in capabilities that we don't have, and hopefully we can augment capabilities that we have that you guys don't. And that's why I think this was a good show. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, we kind of went over it a little bit in the joke presentation, but we kind of wanted to set the record straight and not really disrespect him. Keep the respect there, because he's still a vital piece to research. It's just understand there's some politics being had, and you got to read between the lines to be able to disambiguate what's political versus what's purely all academic. So
right, and we keep it lighthearted, right? In our disagreements, and I don't think the brother Asar means any harm in what he's doing. So for sure.
Hold on, what did he say? You try to take what? What is all Asar? Man, we gladly was over here, man. He saw that's my man, yo. When he right, he gonna be right. Come on, Melvin. When you right, you right. I say, damn, yo, you right. You know what I mean? Come on, yo.
Right.
Yeah.
Come on, yo. We having fun. That's why this show's so popular, because we having fun with it, yo. We ain't stuck.
Oh yeah.
If you come blast me away, yo, then you got me. I ain't man. I live the day.
That dude I saw said the Nile River floods on its own without no rain and no shit. He just does it on his
Happy.
own.
He was happy.
The
He
magical
believe in
Nile,
happy, yo.
Hey, Geechee, he don't even know about the Rwenzori Mountains, bro, where the Nile goes from, bro. Like,
exactly.
This is crazy.
That's like Uganda. Like, come on, bro. Like,
I mean, hope we know it is snow-capped mountains in Kenya.
Africa.
Like it ain't just snow.
in Kenya, yep.
It snows in the mountain. It definitely snows. Absolutely. And then high elevation.
Yeah, it's magical Africa, but this channel was good for that though. You know, we gotta demystify, Africa and bring it back down to earth, right? In order to properly understand it, right? With the rest of the world.
Yep.
So, we gotta that gotta be our drumbeat. We have all of the other channels that's gonna make it mystical. That's gonna make it special above all things. And I get that. Right, we're not trying to take that away from them. Right, every people mystify their land, right, and deify it. But
we gotta catch up too and actually go and go there ourselves. Like white folks been going to Africa just to get on the slopes for years, especially South Africa.
Where you going at? Where you going? I'm going to South Africa. That's where I'm going to go. Yeah.
Hey, you see them out there in South Africa, like they up in Canada somewhere, and they out there hitting the slopes. Like, it is what it is.
Bloom laws.
Just gotta go.
But yeah, that's Diop conversation, right? It's good that the dude Sekou actually brought it up because we get to delve into it, right? And we get to demystify some of our elder teachers without tearing them down, right? We could just look at the work and put it in its proper perspective without most of the time when we get to arguing amongst each other, we get to turn something down or turn the person down, right? Since Sekou ain't a part of our circle, we could just go over how he was wrong and how Diop was wrong, and what I mean. It don't have to get personal. So I think this is the best way to go about it.
And that's why I wanted to come up and really just like cut to the chase. Here's what Diop said, word for word, and then you just handle it from there.
Right.
And I think I wish he could have did that, or again, I didn't watch it, so hopefully he did that. Showed Diop's word for word. Direct quote. That way, people just got to handle that from Diop's perspective and his position, and then go from there instead of attacking Sekou.
I saw it still in the chat talking shit. I like this guy, man. He a goddamn soldier. He said he gave us a pass, y'all. He said, when I give a pass, accept the pass. Okay, we accept your pass, y'all.
Hey, I do because I'll come off his mic on that one.
I don't expect the pass, yo. Kill me, yo. This intellectual warfare, kill me. I'm gonna go all the way. Kill me. You know what I'm saying? That's what we supposed to do, yo. Let me exhaust everything I got. Yeah, that's how I'm doing it. You killed him with that TLA. That TLA kill him. They get him out the game.
Yeah, they can't get around that. Once I saw Smash work Wu Jai and the saw over with it, and that's the only thing he used, I said, oh yeah, that's a bad motherfucker. You feel me? I said, that's a bad motherfucker. Right?
Yeah. Got out the game. I remember I died in that motherfucker, remember?
Oh yeah, with Reggie.
Dodge City. I died at Dodge City. I was like, dang. Guns were smoking though, but I died. God damn, I died.
Look, we haven't seen the song Wu Jai since Smash opened up that TLA and started wearing their asses out. We ain't seen them since.
MIA.
Yeah, not on that subject. They've been talking about everything but. Right?
Yeah.
Wu Jai be on Facebook every day with some quotes,
You think Sekou had an emotional attachment to Diop's theory because he used to be Muslim? You think so?
Nah, man, no, you tripping now. There you go. I knew it wouldn't take you long.
Somebody trip on a question, and the shit is an intelligent question because you
That's
wasn't
not no
there.
intelligent
You wasn't there.
question.
He wasn't there. You ain't show up. What you talking about?
So okay, so you're saying, do we
jumping
think?
On me like I'm
hold on, James. Let's deal with what you said.
Okay, all right, James. Just calm down.
James said,
clean it up a bit. Clean it up a bit. James.
Repeat that question.
Such a potty. Hey, he's such a potty mouth the last couple of shows, right? Come on.
No, man, they didn't even know what red meat was, man. They jumping on me. I'm speaking English, man. I mean, common nomenclature.
But you said
you got one there.
You said, do you think Sekou is partial to Diop because they were both Muslim?
Right, because Sekou, well, he's doing the presentation, so I'm saying, did he have an emotional attachment to Diop's theory? Because if you listen to him in that presentation, I mean, he was book sold into that theory as if it's like reality, right?
Because it reinforced the racism that he was pushing. That's why.
Okay.
Right? It reinforced the racism. See,
but at the same time, Chef, the racism that he's pushing, there is some reality in it because the figures that I jumped on earlier was, I said 66% of white motherfuckers don't even interact with y'all.
But that's not because of the two cradle theory.
No, it's because of racism.
Racism? No. Nobody on here disagrees with racism, though. You get that, though, James?
Okay.
Nobody on here is saying racism is not real and it don't exist. What Diop and Sekou was positing is that it was innate in Europeans.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
No, even before racism, you got tribalism all over. That's just human nature. Like chimpanzees have tribalism.
Mm-hmm. That's a fact. So
yeah, you gotta. I see.
Right, it's not innate in one group of people, right? It's a prejudice, right? And all people's practice prejudices, right? Look at what happened in Rwanda. That was a race war, but it wasn't a race war according to us, because according to us, their race, all of them is black, right?
Yeah,
but they were having a race war. But we can't understand it because race in America got pitted between black and white. Those distinct differences.
The race war was instigated by our government infiltrating from the side the Horn, coming through saying they're chasing a warlord, and then put cholera up in there. Then they put both leaders on a C-130, and the C-130 is shot down. I don't think you guys know this.
That wasn't the point. If you're right, that's some great additional information. If you're right, that's some great additional information to the conversation. But hold on, it's not germane. It's not germane to the point that we were making, though. But go ahead.
Well, I was saying the racism that is escaping us is there. So we can't say that the racism that he's referring to is a figment of his imagination.
No, racism is not in anyone's imagination. Well, it could be. Some people, have racist thought when it's not even about race. A lot of people make things racist when it's not even racist. They're over sensitive to their ethnicity. Like, do y'all see that? You could be over sensitive.
I see that.
Right.
But the numbers I came up with the census, the 2020 census, is to solidify the fact that race, although albeit a social construct, it is a reality in our paradigm.
Yeah, definitely. It's definitely a reality. Like I keep saying, nobody on here, everybody on here is African American. None of us are going to say that racism isn't real. That's crazy. It's never going to happen.
Yeah, because outside of racism, you got racialization, which is the construct. You know what I'm saying? The construct is racialization.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
We got Sosa back on the panel. Sosa, where you go at?
Unc still got to get him. And
fell off probably the area I was in.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I know Asar ain't give up.
Yeah, Saul got out of here, man. He ran back in the chat.
Say live to fight another day, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, them bullets was coming hot. He got shot up, yo. We did the African thing and then threw on out the back door, yo. They came in and dragged him out, yo. We ain't want to send him. We let him.
I had already looked it up in the TLA, and once Unc brought the UCLA shit, I say, oh yeah, he done. You know what I mean? Once I could read it in clear English, and UCLA said, ain't no way around that. Like you're done. You know what I mean? So
yeah, and Asar isn't a pushover. He's been hard to shake off his square. I tell you that.
Yeah, and we still.
I already knew when I just bring up the TLA. He was like, no, we can't use the TLA. We need the primary.
Right.
Like that good.
Hey, so that's the thing. Our spider senses always go up when they go to the primary. It's like, hold on. Let's get.
They got to translate everything. Translate everything for us. This is a heck. See the throw stick, snake, cobra, carpet shit. Like, nah, I ain't got time for that.
Yeah, where Reggie at? Hey Reggie, where you at? Click the link. We need you. We need you, Reggie. We need you, Reggie.
You're definitely right. That shit funny, yo. He started saying, hold on, let's get the primary. He didn't give us the primary. He gave us a Google picture.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Stop that. I know what the primary is, yo. Remember, yo, I'm the guy that know what the primary is.
But since they did that whole thing over on Sinetta, right? That's a great topic to piggyback off of, right?
Yeah, we're gonna get that.
Racism, right? Because a lot of people in the conscious community believe racism is innately inherent in white people or people of European descent. They think that these people come to Earth with that already downloaded into their psyche. It's just a part of it. Like, no, that's not true. You know what I mean? That's not true. It is a social condition. It's a social condition.
And you know how we can prove it's not true? So here's the question, yo. What when Martin Luther King and them high-powered lawyers, right? What kind of judge did they submit the argument to?
White judges.
Was it Chinese judge? White judge. So then, if that was the point, then how is that possible?
It was only white judges on the Supreme Court then.
Right. So how was it that they was innately racist but could see the points? Was the argument that did that? Oh shit, that wiped out our racism. We got you.
Yeah, and I think look, what's crazy is half of those cases had to go through state court before they reached federal court. Right? So think about the states that these cases was heard at, where the state courts had to push them up to the federal courts, right? Because they couldn't handle them. Right now, these was in racist motherfucking states. And these motherfuckers was white as hell. But their interpretation of the law was like, yo, these niggas got a point. As racist as they was, you feel me? Or we will believe that they was racist. I say that. You know what I mean? But, you know, that's why law can overrule racism most of the time. Like if you just, you know, go by the law, right? It can overrule racism. That's why we need to hone in on that. Right? Martin Luther King and them said, let's go through the court system. Right? Thurgood Marshall and them said, the battle ain't to be won strictly in the streets fighting these white people. Right? Our battle should be fought in these courtrooms and in legislation. And that's what they attacked. And most of the time it was white people.
The free.
You know why they did it though? Freedom, bro. Look, you know why they did that though, right? Because basically the United States, whether you like it or not, is built on some laws, yo. And there's some key shit in the law. Like all men are created equal, the whole nine, yo, all that shit. So you can't stand on American law, yo, and be racist like that, yo. Even though there are some racist laws, but the basis of what it's supposed to be, right? If you attack them through that system like that, yo, they either gonna fold or just ignore the law. Yo.
Oh yeah, once a law, the application of a law is proven to be racist, the Supreme Court is gonna strike it down, right? That's the whole point of those Supreme Court rulings, right? Those Jim Crow laws and those state laws was proven to be racist. So once that's proven, they get struck down. Like it's no way that they can, you know what I mean? It's no way that they can stand. Like if separate but equal wasn't racist, it would still be it would still stand to this day. But the fact that it was racist, the law got it out of here. The Supreme Court had to strike it down.
Yeah. And I want to go to the Oxford as well, just to clear up some misconceptions on the idea of racism, because we hear this is like a continuing narrative that we hear in our community that Black people can't be racist because we don't control institutions in America. Right?
Some blackologist made that.
That's not the case.
I don't believe.
It was a blackologist that made that that definition of racism up. I'm gonna let y'all know that.
Yeah, when I first heard it, I hated it.
That's nearly fuller. That's nearly fuller than them. So listen, for the listening audience, I'm not listening to them. I'm not listening to them on that. I don't agree with them on that. I'm not past that. All right, I'm not past that.
So let's go.
Hold on. I don't actually think that we had the power to make a difference through racism. I don't believe that. I think
let's. Yep. Mm-hmm. Well, let's see
hold
what
on, Brendan.
Oxford
I'm trying to see what Unk's saying.
Go
what
ahead.
am I hearing?
No.
What am I hearing?
Before y'all read it, I'm just
clarify what you're saying. Dead silence.
I think he'd agree. He's saying that he agrees with the notion that Black people can't be. Well, go ahead. Now he's back.
Yeah, I'm saying. Yeah, I thought y'all could hear me. I was basically saying that I think racism, the way it was exacted on us, it's a power. Meaning, if you do not have the power, you're just a person talking. Like the Nation of Islam, they were just talking. They didn't have the power to actually exact racism on nobody. They just was running their mouth. That's my point. I think it's a power.
All right. So what if it's 10 Black people that has a prejudice against white people? It's 10 of them, right?
Mm-hmm.
And these 10 prejudice Black people, because you're saying since we're not in control, we can't be racist, right? That what you're saying, right?
Based on the definition, when you look at how racism is defined, it tells you how it's exacted, right? It tells you the very forms and how racism is exacted in the definition, right? So according to the Oxford, it says racism is prejudice, antagonism, or discrimination by an individual, an institution, or society. Right. So that's 3. You've got 3 levers. Individuals, right?
You just killed me.
Institutions and societies, right?
Uh-huh.
So against a person or people on the basis of their nationality or now usually their membership of a particular racial or ethnic group, typically one that is a minority or marginalized, right?
Uh-huh.
That begs the question, can a Black person, right, be racist against a majority? Because typically it's done it's exacted on people who are a minority or marginalized, right? That's a different point, right? But it says also beliefs that members of a particular race.
What'd you say? It says marginalized what?
Right. It says typically. Right. Okay. One that is a minority or marginalized, right? So it begs the question, if you're not minority or you're not marginalized, right? Can the other group actually exact racism against you? Yeah. Again, that's a question.
That's a question because it says typically.
That's why they use the word typically.
Yeah, it's typically. It's not the rule.
Exactly. For the most part.
Yeah.
Right. Exactly. For the most part.
Yeah, it's not the rule.
Right.
I'm with you. I'm with that.
Mm-hmm.
I take that.
Right. But I like the nuance. But it says also beliefs that members of a particular racial or ethnic group possess innate characteristics or qualities, or that some racial or ethnic groups are superior to others, right? Mm-hmm. And ideology based on such beliefs, right? So based on that, right, we see, the Oxford again, right? Which I love the Oxford. It's a bit, a bit more cumbersome to use than other dictionaries because it goes in so much detail. But again, it's the authority on the English language. It's not me saying it, right? Scholarship says the Oxford is the authority, and it shows the three levers: individuals, institutions, and societies can exact racism, right?
Yeah,
which is interesting, right?
Yeah, that's interesting. Institutions, we know institutions, companies, governments. They did all that. I'm just saying I haven't seen it. I haven't seen us be able to reach that level. That's my point.
Right. Right. And the individuals, and so individuals, right, can be done on the individual level as well. So we have to keep that in mind. Yep.
No, I respect it. I respect the dictionary. I can't run on here and not respect the dictionary. Then I'm going against everything. You either got to win with the tools we got, yo. You know what I'm saying? Yep. So, yeah. But nope, I still don't believe it.
Everybody got a little blackology. I hate when they came up with that shit. Niggas been running with that shit. Black people can't be racist. I'm like, oh my god.
I could have sworn I heard it. No, hold on. This is how it go. Let me show you how you're supposed to say it. Black people can't be racist because we don't control the institutions and we don't control the armies and all that actually will exact racism. I think that's really what it is.
Nah, you
don't control any of those institutions.
They don't have the power to enforce, institutional racism.
To enforce that shit.
Systemic racism.
Okay. But ain't that what really affects us?
Well, I'm gonna
but that's affect us. But you can 10 niggas can run up on a white person and goddamn kill him, like we've seen before.
Exactly.
Because they're racist.
Well, how about just prejudice? They just prejudice though.
That's racist.
Look up the word prejudice with the Oxford. Yo.
No, we already agreed that.
Oh, y'all did?
Yes, we already agreed that racism is a prejudice. Racism is a prejudice. You get that?
No, everybody kind of got prejudice, Tone.
And that's what I was saying.
We all have prejudice.
No, but racism is a power dynamic.
But it's based on.
Racism is an institutional thing.
It doesn't say that. It's institutional. You just ignored it.
Where's Stu?
Come right back as we just read the definition.
Yeah, let me back out of here.
No.
It's
That's
about to
an
get
Oxford
fucked
definition.
up again.
That's an Englishman definition. But we can't be racist. We don't control any factor of power.
Fuck.
Racism is an institutionalized thing. We cannot determine that black man that we descended from the children of what in the Bible. It's who wrote the Bible who wrote that.
Brendan, could you put the definition back up?
Yeah, we gotta put
determine. Let's put the definition.
We
had reached put the definition back up.
We had reached a point of clarity for our audience, and then look what happened that quick.
Prejudice,
cannot be racist.
Antagonism, or discrimination by any individual, institution, or society. So it's not limited to just the institution.
Okay, all right, stop, pause there, pause.
Hold on, he's not reading the title. That says the Oxford. That's Oxford. Where's Oxford located?
All right, pause. Let's pause.
Let's smack dead in English.
And let's no.
We're speaking English, right? We're speaking English.
We're speaking English, but please, pause there. Pause right there. So the first line we're going to pause at. The three things that it mentioned at the end of the first line is individual, institution, or society. And we can only control one level, the individual level.
So that means you can be racist.
Institutional level or the
that means you can be racist.
Yeah, we already said that, bro. We already made that. We already made that clear. We already said on an individual level.
So that means you could be racist.
Not on the institutional level, though.
We said
no.
On the institutional
No.
We already agreed to that. We already agreed.
Okay, so we agree. We only can be racist on a certain level. We agree with that. So they ain't kill us all the way, yo. We can't. We only can take the ground that we got. We can't make up ground. We can't make up some shit.
I mean, we can't be racist then.
We can on individual basis. We can, but not on institutional and all the stuff you named.
On the society level, right? So, all right. So we'll put it 1 out of 3 in bad then. Thank you very much.
No.
Hey, Brendan, could you pop in there colorism?
The Nation of Islam
they got for colorism.
Hold on. The Nation of Islam is
No, go back to
institutional. What the fuck? The Nation of Islam is institutionally racist. Y'all get that?
No.
I get that.
No.
How about the black
NOI don't
institutional?
impact. NOI don't impact. NOI don't impact anybody.
It doesn't
except
matter.
They don't have social impact.
No, they don't. They don't impact anybody else except NOI.
They
What
never
is the
had
greater impact at NOI?
They NOI did not have impact within their environment, their cultures, in the cities where they were.
They had a social impact.
That group of individuals coming together call themselves something.
No, not
This is
individual.
no
I'm talking about
institution.
social.
What
I'm gonna read the word
society.
institution. Everybody stop. I'm gonna read the word
NOI is an institution.
Institution.
Jesus.
A society or organization founded for a religious, educational, social, or similar purpose.
Okay, boom. You take institution off the table, then.
You compare NOI.
Oh my God.
You compare NOI to the Southern Baptist. Sheffrin comparing NOI to Southern Baptist. That's what you're doing, Sheffrin.
Listen,
you're comparing NOI to Southern
There it
Baptist,
is,
right?
Brendan. There it is.
No. Let me ask Sheffrin a question. Sheffrin, you're comparing.
You're not
NOI
gonna win
to
this
Southern
one,
Baptist,
Stu
right?
Pease. Stu Pease. You're not
Yeah.
gonna win this one with 100 questions. We done read
Whoever brought up
definitions. We done read definitions, Stu Pease. I'm not going past the definitions.
Yeah, go get another definition.
Chef, you've been taking too much ground today. I tell you, you're gonna have to give.
I wouldn't even argue.
We gotta have to put another star. We're gonna have to put a star on your lapel, bro.
The dude bring up NOI. You
He gotta get a strike today.
We gotta put another star.
You brought up NOI. Bring up another institution for me.
Hey, Brendan, you get a stripe and a star today.
Listen. The way how I learn it. One example is an outlier. Bring up another example, Chef. Give me another example.
Hebrew Israelites, black Hebrew Israelites.
Yeah, it's just a group of nuts, man. That don't count.
You bring up two group of nuts. Let me stop talking. You win. Both of you win. You are so win because you brought up NOI.
Nobody's saying that there's not more white institutions that can do it. That's not the argument that we're making.
All right, let's be honest. What power does the NOI or the Hebrew Israelites have?
What doesn't matter?
Not a damn thing. Not a damn thing.
What power NOI or Hebrew Israelites have? More than making a bag of noise.
I'm quite sure
talk about power, man.
Influence over their members, right? They do exact influence over their members.
Over individuals. I will give you individuals.
No, the society
over individuals.
They convert people. They help people in their communities, and by helping those people in those communities, they turn those people into either NOI supporters or actual members.
Okay.
So they affect the society.
All right, so the colorism. You wanted to go over this, right, Mel?
No, I just wanted to see what they had.
Yeah.
Colorism. Yeah, no, number 3 is definitely one.
Yep.
Chiefly in America, United States of America, prejudice or discrimination, which is in the same definition of racism, which is against individuals who have a dark skin tone, especially among people of the same ethnic or racial background. So yeah.
Yeah, that's all around the 3rd definition.
Yeah, because I think the other ones have to do with the properties of light. Those are like scientific sort of definitions.
So look at the spelling. Look at the spelling. When you put the U in colorism, it's a different word. Even though they derive from the same context, you could use color COLOR and color COLOUR interchangeably. But when we're talking about COLOR in reference to skin color and skin complexion, that is strictly something that happens in the U.S. against dark-skinned peoples, and that's prejudice and discrimination. When you use the other colorism, it's not in reference to skin tone at all. It's in reference to artistic forms of color.
They're using it down here.
Do they relate that in terms of how we say colorism is in the African American community in terms of light skin versus dark skin?
Yeah, that's why I said United States, chiefly United States.
Oh, so they talk about within groups, or not necessarily, or both.
No. It's saying within the society of the United States, primarily, you have prejudice and discrimination of those who have a darker skin complexion than others that have the same ethnic or racial background.
Here's a new word. It says that the origins of colorism are widely believed to be in the pigmentocracy. Have you ever heard of the word?
Can you pull that up? That says Guardian from 2011.
All right, this is from the Guardian, the pigmentocracy of slavery.
Pigmentocracy.
Right?
Oh Lord, see there?
Pigmentocracy.
Hey, let's file that in the pseudo killer's lexicon, right? The
Exactly.
I like that.
Sheffrin, I'm begging you 2 weeks to come back and debate the point. Can a black person be racist? I'm going to prepare a PowerPoint. 2 weeks. I'm begging you 2 weeks.
You got to debate the definition. You got to debate the definition.
I'm going. No, I do not. Listen, a group, one black person on the panel at Oxford. Who every year they review the definitions, Every year they review the definitions.
Well, until they review that one, go ahead and submit your.
It's an argument that's to read. So I'm begging 2 weeks to put my point out, do a presentation. Can a black person be racist? Am I asking too much?
Yeah, but
let's do it.
But the minute you ask the question, you're gonna have to define what racism is.
Yeah, y'all.
Well, I will use Oxford definition, and I'll rebut it. I can use the definition, and I can rebut.
You're not gonna get past on an individual level. Bro.
I can rebut the definition.
Hey, stupid! You must ain't never heard the conversations that North Nigerians had with South Nigerians. Them motherfuckers be racist as fuck against each other.
That religious base in Nigeria. You know that. Half of that is mostly religious base.
No,
because the people in the north are mostly Muslim. Am I incorrect?
No, that shit go back. That shit goes beyond race. It's got shit to do with pastoralism and agriculture and all other type of shit too.
A major player in that is a major player in the North-South dynamics in Nigeria is religion.
South Africans and Nigerians got an issue too, each other. Get into it.
They don't want Nigeria in my country. It's a power dynamics that in South Africa and Nigeria. They can't show the thing without put it in context.
Is it because of religion?
When
South Africa is not because of religion.
When Bantus came into Central Africa, they was institutional, had more institutional power than the Pygmies or the Twa did. You know what I'm saying? They treated them motherfuckers like shit in certain instances.
And I'm going to argue the point that racism is taught, and it was taught by white people. It was taught in Rwanda when the Belgians went there and divided the people in two. It was taught. I can argue that point too. So you can say Nigerian people racist, and I can argue the point that racism was taught by the Arabs who invaded. And they choose the Muslim and the non-Muslim. I can argue that.
I disagree.
But if they're choosing,
I would say African Institute or African Kingdoms has caste systems way before the motherfuckers even got there. Like, you know what I'm saying?
If they're choosing on religion and not race,
you're using the dynamics. You're arguing that caste is racism. You're arguing that the caste system that exists in every culture. That means in England, when they had caste system, the peasants and the nobility, they were racist.
Racism comes out of that. Racism come out of caste system. Even like when the Spanish had the caste system.
Then again, it come back to the point. Is that taught behavior?
Specifically, you can go to the caste system in India. It's a great example.
Is that racist?
It's based on color.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yes, it is based on color.
Yes, it is because the one in India.
It is not primarily based on color.
Actually, the one in India.
The
one in India influenced. The one in India influenced the shit that's going on over here through Islam and shit.
Huh? The Muslims?
All right, I'm begging Chef for in 2 weeks. I need to do something, man. I need to come home at night time, get my book them out, and get busy. And call 2 people school.
Chef is gonna show the definition. What he gonna do? What he gonna do?
Yeah, man, you can't show the definition. It's my presentation. You can't show the definition. And I can argue the definition. I can argue the definition.
Yeah, for sure. Then submit it to Oxford, so you go to the proper channel so you can get it. So we can not be racist. So black people can't be racist no more. So we can just go hate white people and kill them, and then it just be prejudice, not racist. Even though we're doing it based on race, but so
leave this one.
We're not doing it based on race. We're doing it based on the fact that
might have to jump in the
these
car.
people hurt us.
Man, if you gotta do all that, bro, come on.
Yeah. No, because people don't have no power. Racism is a power dynamics that trickle down. It starts
Somebody told you that.
So you don't have the capability to have power. Like black people don't have a capability to even get power. Yeah, that's what you're saying.
We have the capability to get power, but do we have it?
Yeah, but if you get it, and in the system,
no, but you can't argue
that's racism. That's still racism.
You're arguing from the wrong perspective. You're arguing that we have the capability to get power when we don't have power.
But in some instances where African people did have power and they was fucked up and racist towards other groups of people.
So was the Egyptians racist toward the new black?
They didn't understand that concept at that time.
You gotta be based.
All right.
It has to be based on race, man. It's social construct, like skin color, bro.
Okay. All right. No problem. You guys win. Black people can be racist. Because we can be racist on an individual level. And because we have the NOI and the black people Israelites, we can be racist. Yet still the black people Israelites have white dudes inside there. Dudes who whiter than white in positions of captains. But they can be racist.
Racism is an institution, not a person. Racism is bigger than you guys.
Yeah, and they're racist. They're racist towards white Jews who they consider white. They think the Jews are black, so they don't. The other Jews are fake Jews and imposters.
All right.
Yeah, see, that ain't a battle you gotta win. We try to have
system.
Yeah, we try to plant your flag on the goddamn mountain, the lower portion of the mountain. You climb to the top and then plant the flag. That way it's hard to get you.
Individualizing racism, weakening it, just like they got you in slavery when they mean human trafficking. A big travesty. Watch out for them now.
I don't know where you at, James, on that one.
Yeah, I know. I know you don't, man. It's
no,
all
he's
right.
saying I get what he's saying because the term slavery is actually a colloquial term. The actual term should be like human bondage and shit like that because slavery come from a term that got to do with Slavs and shit. It just became a catchphrase and shit. You know what I'm saying for all for human bondage. Period.
Man, they got a lot of niggas asleep, man. Misunderstanding shit, clear shit.
Yeah, like I was confused at just where it was at. Hey, did we cover most of Diaz's argument though? Probably not. That shit was so goddamn scattered.
I think we did.
I think we did.
Yeah, we went into I think the source that Mel brought up. That was a really, really good one. It gave the narrative in terms of the theory, right? And we pulled up the civilization of barbarism, which was good. Right.
Do we clarify whether ancient Egypt is considered a matriarchal or patriarchal?
I don't think we did that. Right. But we didn't do that because I don't think we had enough sources to prove one way or the other on that piece.
Because it's male dominant. It's pretty much run by male rulers. Like I even think, if I'm not mistaken, Hatshepsut, I think she ruled instead. Like what? I know somebody got more to history on Hatshepsut. She wasn't supposed to be the pharaoh, right? I think like,
well, you know
come
how
to
she
age.
got.
Yeah, she was a regent. She was a regent originally, and she put herself in that power position.
Yeah, yeah. So when they bring a Hatshepsut like she's a ruler, like yeah, she got there, but that was not intent.
Yeah, but that's the thing with Afro-Asiatic society too. It's like with them, it's like it's kind of split between the two. It's like because even with Berber, like original Berber culture is a matriarchy originally. You know what I'm saying, with Berbers and shit. And there were certain other
Yeah,
groups. You got patriarchy in other groups, Afro-Asiatic groups.
yeah. What's the Berbers?
And then too in Europe, and then they talking about Europe this and Europe, and after that, the Minoans, the Minoans, the Neolithic Europeans, they were
Matrilineal,
they were matriarch, and the Celtics.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I was bringing out. I was like, matriarchal is widespread. It's not like Europeans didn't have it. Everybody had a version of it. You know what I'm saying? Like that's what the point I was trying to bring up. But I think like it seemed like Diop was more like kind of cherry picking. You know what I mean? I'm gonna take this part of Africa, this, and then compare it with this part of Europe. You know what I mean? But then Asar was like, "Can we agree that patriarchy led
Led
what
to
caused
racism.
racism?"
Yeah,
I was gonna
like,
say,
no,
Spartans,
not at all.
I was gonna say the Spartans were matriarchy too. The women were landowners.
Yep.
Exactly. That's why we say that these designations don't fit nicely, right? Or exactly depending on what population group you're looking at, whether on in Europe or in Africa. So
no, see, like I look at a matriarchy like in Nubia towards Lake that Meroitic when it's a sequence of queen rulers that come up. You know what I'm saying? Like that's matriarchy. You know what I mean? The succession goes to another queen. You know what I mean? I think it's Marot. I couldn't pronounce that motherfucker. Those Nubian queens.
Yeah, you talking about the Kentuckys, you know what I'm saying? But even that came
Yeah,
out of like
Kentuckys, yeah.
Yeah, even that came out of regency at first, and then it kind of fell into that realm.
Yeah. But then it hit a point where it was matriarchy for a minute. You know what I mean? Like you don't really see that. You don't see that in even though they still have records of queen, rising up to rule. But then the example in even patriarchal society where a lady will rise up to become ruler. You know what I mean?
A lady,
female, man, a woman.
well, that's mighty nice here. That's civil.
I mean, I didn't know that. I thought I was always civil.
No. But you heard Chef female leader.
Sure, sir.
Brother, you correct. You correct and exact.
American Dream, Chef. Who says something?
Well, I guess.
Hello. Let me just close with my racism. The last thing, because people throw at Oxford, and one thing I love with Oxford, but I did learn when I used to do all kind of shit at school, is that I don't only look at the present day definition for a word. I look at how the word was used when it was first introduced. And just by Googling, I realized that word was first used by Brigadier General Richard Pratt in 1902. And how he used the word is to segregate any class or race of people apart from the rest of people. Kills the progress of the segregated people or make their growth very slow.
Now,
that's how Pratt used the word.
Yes. So can I properly address that by saying
yes?
Is that how we use the word today?
No, because what happened is that people people were offended by how that word is used. And how you kill that word is that you include other people into it. But how it was originally used by the person who first used it. By the person who first used the word. By the person who first used the word. Correct.
But it's not about why.
It's not about who. All right, that means when we say Egyptian word, we can make up any, we can say consensus. All right, do it.
Let's just take a pause and just let them get it in, then come back.
Like it's not about why.
Yo.
It's not about why the word intake was changed. It's about utilization, and that's why definitions are constantly updated due to the utilization of the word. So if the word is used differently, unregardedly about why it's used differently, the culture, society uses it differently today than it did back when that word was first brought up. So we can't go back and reuse the word according to how they originally used it when the context is not going to be there.
Yeah, our whole language is to be fucked up when we did that.
So when we think of the group, the Gaylords, that group, the Gaylords, it was an old R&B group, and they call themselves the Gaylords, Gaylords. We're supposed to call them now the Fag Lords. That their intention was that they're the faggot lords. That's what you're saying to me? Because society now use gay in a different term. That's how it was used.
We're talking about defining. We're talking about defining. We're talking about defining terms, not people.
All right.
Places.
The term,
about terms.
The term gay is now redefined.
Okay, but it's redefined according to what? It's redefined according to
according to how it is used.
Exactly. That's all that matters. That's all that matters.
Use it. So no,
that's all that matters.
The Batty Boy Lords.
That's all that matters.
It's no different than when we go back and read old literature. We come across terms. We have to take the definition and use it in the context of how they meant it at that time.
Correct.
Right. But guess what? When it was used originally as how the Brigadier Richard Henry Pratt intended to use it, and intended the using of the word, is that people were offended by how the word was originally used, and it was massaged into what it is now.
What type of world did they have at the time?
Did they have a world?
Did they have a world where black people? Did they have a world where people who were considered the bottom of the class were able to communicate with other people across the planet?
Society now massage the word into a word that they can.
They don't massage the word.
Of course they did.
No, they didn't.
They did then. They changed the meaning of the word.
That's biased.
If you change the meaning of the word, what did
it?
When you change the meaning of a word from its original,
they changed the meaning of the word because now people both on the higher spectrum of the class and on the lower spectrum of the class can explain what that means. So when I say racism today, you know what I'm talking about regarding racism.
Yeah, but terms change all the time. And
all the time.
It's not like they just changed racism. Many words have done that.
Right. He being biased.
I'm not being biased.
You are.
No. What you're saying is that fundamentally, why words change? Why words change? Why meaning of words change? And how many meaning of how many words change? How many meaning of how many words that really change?
Find one.
We're not talking about 1902 wasn't Old English, you know. We understand if you go back to Old English.
It doesn't matter. We don't live in 1902. The world today is very, very different from the world in 1902.
As a result, the people today. As a result, the people today. As a result, the people today.
In 1902,
by that word.
Stupies, in 1902, you and me would not be talking.
Man, they brought somebody from 1902 to 2022. They thought we was a goddamn alien planet or something.
No, we're not talking about YouTube, man. We're not talking about.
We would not be talking.
We're not talking about technology.
If they call me and you talking stupies, they call me and you talking stupies, they would think we trying to overthrow the government. Like the world is very different. So the words that we use are going to be utilized differently. That's all that matters.
You can even look at there's words like they said the word mulatto. Like I think its original term was Native American in white. I think that's its original use.
Nope. Mulatto was being used in the Caribbean just at the same time it was used in America. It was used all over. Mulatto was used in the Caribbean and was used in India.
You made your point. So just instead of like yelling over me while I'm trying to make, you can still beat me, but just give me a chance to put up a little fight, bro. That's it. So mulatto is first used. I think it comes out of South America, right? And that term mulatto makes its way into the English lexicon out of South America.
Yeah.
And I think its original usage was Native American and Spaniard or some shit like it. It wasn't black. It wasn't black white. It wasn't black white.
No. I'm saying it actually wasn't. If you look at the caste system, you know what I'm saying, it was like black and white. You know what I'm saying, mute. You know what I'm saying. Usually, the original word was for muse and shit. But you know what I'm saying. In the caste system, it was black and white, but they used the term mestizo for Native American and white. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I thought mestizo. I think you might have it back. I gotta look that up.
Look up the caste.
It might be back.
Yeah, because they call mestizos blacks that were mixed with the Jews down in South America.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Mestizo was black and something else. Yeah.
Look up the caste system on Wikipedia real quick. They should break it down on there.
Yeah, I'm familiar with the chart and shit like that. But its usage comes before they made that little chart. Like, let me look it up though, because they were trying to figure out where the word came from. They thought it came out of like.
I'm about to look it up right now.
Islamic shit.
Yeah, it's a Portuguese term. It's a Portuguese term that refers to persons born from a couple in which one was an Aboriginal person, another European.
In English, printed use. Let me read it. Let me read it.
This is like the term Creole. It's like the term Creole. It was originally Portuguese.
Let me read it,
but
please.
But a lot of people assume today that it's French or some shit.
Please, let me read it. In English, printed usage of mulatto dates back to at least the 16th century. The 1959 work, Drake Voyage, first used the term in the context of intimate union producing biracial children. They never use it. They use it across the board. If it's mixed biracial children, it's not in Indian alone.
But it's a term specific to a region, though. It's specific to how they saw the people at that time.
Yeah. And like I said, the term.
Since you want the
what I'm saying is, Stupid, listen. Hold on, calm down.
You see, he hostile because he biased.
Stupid, just listen.
No, you wanted to use the Oxford. Let me use the Oxford.
What I'm saying is like,
now you appealing to authority? No, bro.
Stupid, listen. My point is that there are words, right? Like mulatto. There's words that make it out of the Spanish lexicon and come into the English. But it started there. So you have words like mulatto, right? Negro, which is negro, right? So you have words that pour over. You know what I'm saying? And I think that's why I was saying, like, originally, you know what I'm saying? It was Aboriginal and white, and then it gets poured over to America, and then it became for black and white. So I'm saying, like, the usage of the word, I'm just trying to show how the usage of words changed over time. So the context of mulatto in America may be different. The context of mulatto in early South America.
Like Sosa today, in today's lingo, a mestizo or a mulatto, we wouldn't use those terms in today's lingo. Today's lingo, we call them mixed.
Right.
Or biracial.
Yeah, I just me personally, I can't believe Sosa. Like I'm hearing things, right? That Sosa that I've said before, right?
I give you credit for that.
Sosa
had
I'm talking about, when somebody laugh, Sosa had a gut laugh at me.
No, I did not.
Yeah, he do that shit to me.
No, I did not.
I specifically remember you, Sosa.
We was on the same team. When we was arguing about goddamn, it was X. X Architect.
X. Okay, it might have been. Yeah, okay, all right.
I'm
gonna put my gun down. I'm gonna put my gun down.
Like, yeah, I got.
And Corey was going to pull a hammer on you.
Okay. All right.
He was going to pull a hammer on you.
Can I say something now? Can I say something? And it was a, see there, if you go on online, entomology dictionary, it says, mulatto, 1951 is the offspring of a European and a black African. From Spanish and
somebody
Portuguese
sharing their screen.
Can I share my
screen? Right? You said 1951?
No, 1590s.
James,
1590s.
Can I share it?
1590s.
CPs, do you understand what I'm saying? Like, you know, mulatto was used before that, right? I'm saying that when mulatto came to English, the definition changed of what a mulatto was versus its original meaning before it came to the English lexicon. That's my point. I'm not
show me where
saying
it was used before. Show me where it was used before.
You gotta go to South America. You gotta go to South America.
No. Show me where it was used before. No. You need, since you made that something that was used before. Because
go
you
to
implied.
South America.
No.
And
What you're saying? Finish on them. Finish on them.
I thought you asked me a question. You asked me where it was used.
All right.
I'm telling you the reason. South America.
All right. Go ahead. Let me tell you what I'm telling you. What I say now. English, Old English and New English is two different English. Old English is an amalgamation of words from off the continent. When the French came over, when England was conquered by other people, what's the name of the Saxons? They started to use French, Portuguese, English words into English as we know it today. If we go back to England and speak Old English,
you said the English.
Stop talking. Let me finish.
You said the English was conquered by the Saxons. The Anglo-Saxons was the English.
No, not by.
They conquered the Britons, bro.
The Britons were conquered by the last something king. What's his name? The last. My brain. But England, other people came into England, and England is English is an amalgamation of words from off the main continent of Europe. So when you said words were introduced, words is always introduced because the Englishman loves to sound highfalutin. So if he can use a Spanish word and put into his phrase that it sounds more intelligent, he will use that word.
I'm not saying that that's not. I'm saying that that's what happened. Like I don't understand. That's what we arguing. I'm saying that happens.
It's because he's biased.
Even the Spanish got it from the Arabic mulat.
Yeah, some more letters, some shit like that. That's what I'm saying. Words carry over, bro.
It came from the Portuguese, not from the Arab.
And with the Spanish, hey Geechee, the Spanish was referring to like a mule.
Yeah,
from the Portuguese from mule.
Yeah, they was talking about a mule. Yeah, they was talking about like a mule or horse. You know what I'm saying? A horse mixed with donkeys and shit.
Well, not horse mixed with donkey. Yeah, specifically a mule. Yeah.
And made it
you underwater.
Made it into that lexicon through goddamn the Muslims.
Say that again, Sosa.
No, can you hear me?
Okay,
you're good.
Yeah, say that again.
Yeah, because like Stupid was just really making a point. How words can start off one place and then be transferred into another place, and sometimes the definition can change. You know what I'm saying? Like that's the whole point that I was making. Like the word can start off one way with another definition, and then make it into another place. Right, and the definition can change, and then sometimes it could change within the same place, just on contact and people. That's my point, CP.
Yeah, Stoopy's dropped off.
And I ain't debating that. Stupid people want to have a debate.
He's just biased. That's all it is. He's biased. I ain't buying it. Man tried to go back to the early 1900s to bring back the word racism, and like Like
you know how many words
you see
have
what we're doing
changed since
right
the
now. You
1900s?
see how many black people on this call right now, and you talk about some early 1900s racism. They have no idea what this is like. Like people change, people adapt to new things. Technology pushes us ahead. Like you can't keep using the word the same way.
He ain't
Simply
lying.
just like to be contrarian
You gotta
sometimes. Like,
get past these walls we put up, these pseudo walls. You know,
simply like to be contrarian sometimes.
gotta let some intellectualism in. You know.
Yeah, I mean, because a lot of times, a key would be like when a word ain't even an English word. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's a clue. Like, how'd that get in here? You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Like, so you be
Exactly.
like, yeah. So you can follow its origin and see where that comes from. You can trace it into the dialect.
Right. But how we use them today is vitally important because there's context. There's relatability within the language. Like, I'll give it.
Yeah, I know Stupid is going there. Corey, what's going on with you, man? See you come in the building shooting.
Yeah, man.
Corey was on mute. I know American Dream was trying to say something for Stupid. Got in. Better get it in, American Dream. Yeah, but I hate that. When you see like Seiko doing that on Sonetta, it's like we in 2022. It's like we're trying to go backwards. And, you know what I mean?
You know what it is?
It's destructive.
You know what it is? I'm 36. I turned 36 not too long ago. I'm starting to see more and more conversations that pre-existed us, or me. I'll say me. I don't know y'all's ages, but pre-existed me, or actually pre-existed us. Starting to come back. Stuff that was already argued and put away in the 40s and 50s that probably came from years prior. People that were born yesterday are starting to bring that stuff back up like it's brand new.
Each one did a thing.
Like you just got here. Like you late.
Yeah,
like,
maybe it's a cycle. Like every 50 to 100 years, this shit just works its way all the way back.
Ain't no cycle. They late. They late. Get with the program. Like
each one just did something on the Freedmen's Bureau. What y'all think about that?
I don't watch the show, but which one are you talking about? The first banking institution, Freeman's Bank. What are you talking about?
That too, yeah. It's all yeah. That was all part of the whole deal when President Johnson reneged on the whole shit and gave the South amnesty. I don't think they stressed on the amnesty part, but that's what happened.
Oh, I mean, like that territory. I'm Geechee, and we were supposed to have a section of that territory, that southern territory.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah. So yeah, I'm familiar with that. Came back and reneged on that and gave it back, gave landowners back to land and stuff like that.
Did y'all ever get to whether Egypt was matrilineal or patrilineal? Because
we was kind of going over. What you got on it?
It says
Wikipedia. The
Wikipedia.
YouTube changed. Chef, all they can see is the people that's talking.
I know,
but
because I had switched it. My bad. I'll fix it. But it says Wikipedia says, however, ancient Egypt was a society dominated by men and was patriarchal in nature. Women could not have important positions in administration. Though there were female rulers and even female pharaohs, women at the royal court gained their positions by relationships to male kings. So Wikipedia is saying that Egypt was.
That's it.
That's facts. So ask yourself, how many times you see a woman, in that type of position? You don't really even see women priestesses that much.
Right.
Yeah,
It's always a male priest.
more early. The early bar, but trying to get the new king in there, that shit is pretty much done away with.
Right. But I'm saying you don't really see much of that until later on.
Asar, click the link. It's time for Asar to get beat again. Asar M. Carr is saying Wikipedia is wrong.
See, when you look at the head of Tasu, right? And the Simsu suit, I can't I'm gonna start talking straight Egyptian using the name like niggas be lost, man.
Listen, we are clearing a lot of shit up today. Whatever y'all thought it was, Egypt wasn't that. It was patrilineal. Right?
Yeah,
even Hatshepsut, this how you know it was patrilineal. They always go to Hatshepsut. But if you look at her statues, she has a beard on. So she even tried to portray herself as a man. Because that was the power structure of Egypt. Why did she wear the fake beard?
Do you know why?
Yeah, because she was trying to act like she had male qualities.
Why?
Because it was patrilineal.
No, but why? So here's the thing. When you study the society, I'm not just talking about the kingship, the rulers, the people who have some sort of stock in this civilization. I'm just talking about the everyday people. They wouldn't have respected her because she's a woman, which is why she put the beard there.
Exactly. We saying the same thing.
They would have tried to overthrow her, at best kill her.
Yeah, we saying the same thing.
She wasn't impersonating
I mean, Tutmosis III tried to erase her from history. They tried
exactly. See, yeah.
Here come Asar. Here come Asar, y'all. Hey Corey. Hey
Hey,
Corey.
why you think? Why you think
on the panel? Get ready.
Hey, why you think? Why you think Akhenaten was resembled as a woman? It was to disrespect him.
Asar, what up, bro? Let's get it.
Back for y'all. Asar ain't running.
Yeah, it's all about that action.
I'm running up on. I declare
Put your hair.
Y'all should have learned from when
everybody put your PPE on.
Should have learned when we did this at
got
Smash
PPE,
Show. I tried to
put it on.
I tried to give you the victory at Smash Show, and I had to snap it from the jaws of defeat because y'all kept bugging. So let's go one by one. Let me share my screen first, right?
Uh-oh.
Let me just start with the screen share. How do I share?
There should be a big green button right in the middle.
Well, you hit that. It gives you options on the phone like Microsoft OneDrive, Google Drive. I needed just to share my
screen. Yeah, you just want to say screen. Yeah, just screen.
Display over other apps.
Chef, you gotta stop it. Chef, you gotta stop it today. It's blood on the floor everywhere. You got enough bodies. You've killed.
Gotta wipe it up.
You're becoming a warmonger, bro.
Hey, Brendan. One day he gonna learn, and he gonna put plastic on the floor in advance.
Running up on y'all.
Put the plastic on the floor in advance.
Asar is running up on y'all.
You see my screen? You see my screen?
No, we don't.
No, I don't.
Not yet. But why you pulling that up? How many times have we heard in the community that the Nasut, the king or the pharaoh, gets his his right to rule through the woman?
Yes,
right?
I've heard that.
And that's in West. And that's
They
in West.
always say
African
that's the difference between that and Christianity and all that.
Exactly. Even though this is what a lot of people they say, right? Is that the pharaoh? The difference between even though you have a male on the throne, right? His right to rule or his authority comes through the woman, right? Exactly.
His legitimacy.
It sounds like that may not be the case. So this is what we're looking at.
And that's mostly West African shit. That's like, you know what I'm saying? You know how like king, you know, like the next to rule is
the
not
matriarch. It's a matriarch.
And
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's
let me
matrilineal.
explain. Let me explain.
Listen,
It's like it's like the next to rule is not the directly through the not the king's son. It's like through his nephew, through his sister's son. You know what I'm saying? Shit like that.
But look, even when you go to look at Native American culture, right? In order for you to be considered a Native American or to that culture, you have to go through the woman. Like if a Native American male, I'm saying like the woman has to be Native American for you to be into the tribe because it goes to the woman.
That's like Ashkenazi Judaism too.
And look, I can give you another one. In Nigeria, in the state of Katsina, there's the Dara peoples. There's a Dara peoples that live in a town called Dara, and their rulers are called Daras as well, and they're women. And the only time a man has the ability to rule as a king for those people, he has to marry a woman from those people, and he has to rule the other lands. But yeah, that's purely matriarchal. Yeah. Yeah, it's called Dara.
Pan-African
That's
came on.
Yeah.
It's about to get
It's like northern Nigeria, like I said, Katsina.
We about to ask everything is everything to hit that button.
Man.
We about to ask you to hit that button.
I've given up on that, Brendan.
He just be in the chat cutting up, man. Saul, we ready for your source. You can go ahead, bro.
First, what is he talking about, though, Chevron? What is he saying?
That Wikipedia is wrong. Egypt is actually matrilineal.
Oh, okay. He's saying it's
a good thing. So now that you straighten out the matriarchy thing with the women, knowing that Egypt is a matriarch,
no, that's not what we read.
The Hick Kasu. You read something on Wikipedia compared to an actual source from an encyclopedia. You going with Wikipedia over the encyclopedia?
Wikipedia is an encyclopedia.
It is in an encyclopedia.
We can go to Britannica. We can go to Britannica if you like.
Is added to encyclopedia. It's more like a pseudepigrapha because you don't have it always from a source. You had a source from
it's a source.
It has a source, but it also has recommended reading. And if you read the recommended reading, you'll find out that a lot of the statements that are made there are part of the recommended reading. But you got to read.
Right.
And most of
the gloss over.
I would never discredit Wiki. Wiki's a good start.
All right, we have National Geographic. National Geographic said the truth behind female pharaohs and their power. It says these women in ancient Egypt were serving a patriarchy in a context of social inequality. They were stepping into their husband's role. This is National Geographic.
Show your screen, Chef.
I can't.
There you go.
And Sharon.
Can you post it? Can you post it in the chat here, and somebody else can pull it up?
Brendan is.
Yeah.
So women,
but this is the previous.
Somebody already sharing that.
This is the previous excerpt that Chef. This is the previous excerpt that I think Chef was reading from. He talks about women in ancient Egypt. He says, you mentioned the first piece, right? He says women in ancient Egypt had some special rights other women did not have in other comparable societies. They could own property and were at court legally equal to men. Right? However, ancient Egypt was a society dominated by men and was patriarchal in nature. Women could not have important positions in administration, though there were female rulers and even female pharaohs. Women at the royal court gained their positions by relationship to male kings. This is in its source, right? When you say that this is a source,
gender in ancient Egypt,
it provides a source here. That's why, in terms of when we're talking about wiki, right? We have to. I think Gullah mentioned this as well, right? You have to be selective, right? When you're using wiki, right? There's wiki articles that are sourced and wiki articles that are not sourced. This particular article is sourced, right? And you can go and do more research there, right?
Oh, I might have that. Hold on.
It gave us a mixed statement, didn't it? It said women hold place in court, women do this, women do that. Then it tried to say,
says, however, right?
They had to sleep their way to the throne room, right?
No, I wouldn't say that. They said they gained their, their
I got
position
it.
through
About to pull it up.
through their.
Can I get that page number, Brendan?
Hold on. Let's pull
on my source.
Okay, 165.
Thanks.
Gender in ancient Egypt. Yep.
Yeah.
Which is interesting. Yeah, we can drill down into these topics, right?
Yeah. The other thing, I'm gonna drop this in the chat. This is academia. Just because it's not showing, my screen is. I don't know why my screen ain't showing.
Because it's
But to your point, sorry, it is nuanced, right? To your point, it is nuanced.
Right.
It was a male-dominated society.
I think Hatem in the chat pretty much summed it up, right? I think he definitely summed that up for us. So I appreciate that.
Sorry. I think he's Egyptian. He said we were never a matriarchy. We just gave women. Let me put that on the screen. He says we were never matriarchy. We gave women more rights than other cultures. A true matriarchy would literally be women ruling in all high up positions and the household. So.
I mean, in West Africa, in West Africa, even though the man plays position, when you get married to a woman, you move in with the woman's side of the family. In West Africa, you know what I'm saying, with the Niger Congo speakers.
There's still like one.
Can I ask a question?
Let me say this real quick, and I slide out. I'm going mute. There's a matriarchal society still. I forgot what part of Africa they're in. Like still to this day, right? The men moving with the women, like I said. But the woman can divorce that man at any time and go on and get another man. You know what I'm saying? It's a true matriarchy. You know what I'm saying? Versus like, every once in a while a woman pop up.
And
you know what I'm saying? That's different.
Right. Hey, can y'all see my screen?
Hold on.
Can I add something real quick before you share your screen?
Please do, brother. Yep, it's been a while since we heard from AD. Let brother American Dream go in. Yep.
Yeah, I guess I have somewhat of a question. In terms of the matriarchy, is it also where?
What up, AD? You ain't hollering at your boy or nothing today, man.
Hey, man, you right. Peace to everyone on the panel,
peace, brother.
Especially Corey. Yeah, in terms of the matriarchy, I'm wondering if because I think with the patriarchy there is the idea that men are superior to women, that there's like a supremacy of men over women, and I think that's kind of evident in Christianity, for example, where I think the man is closer to God than the woman is. So I'm wondering if in a matriarchy, if there's also the idea of not just women ruling, but women are superior to men, and if that idea is within the idea of matriarchy.
Yeah, it seems like that would be the true matriarchy, right? Where they are the highest in all the ranks, right? In the deities, in society, in the house, all of them. Just like you have in the patriarchal society. I would imagine. I don't look into all that kind of shit, but from what we've seen so far, it seems like that will be the case.
Yep. While he's doing that, I'll pull it up. We don't have to guess. We'll pull it up and see what it is. And let Brother Mel go in.
Well, let me state what I was going to state before I can. So you got the Hemet Necheret, number one, which is the servant of the goddess, not the god. You have the mother of God. You also have women who portrayed themselves as queens and women who portrayed themselves as kings. Not just Hatshepsut was the only ruler on the throne. In that guise. So you have both of those things in ancient Egypt. So you can see them through the society in that way. And you can see that in African culture, such as the Maasai. They don't pray to a male god. Females pray to the female goddess, and males pray to the male goddess or to the male god. The other thing is that link I just dropped in there, since we was talking about Hikkakasut, you can see another Hick who's an Egyptian king, which I tried to get you all the victory. So I was talking wild, man. So if you link I dropped in the chat, if you have academia.org, you will see right in Amenhotep the first tomb, Heka Tawi, and you can pull this up, Mel, since you was instrumental in trying to pull up Rekhmira's tomb, which there's a part in Rekhmira's tomb that also shows the Hikkakassu, but I wanted to show that particular piece. So I showed that piece where you saw Hicks as normal people, not just rulers. Now
You just lied about the Maasai though, but you know the Maasai are monotheistic, but okay.
There ain't no Maasai monotheistic.
Yes,
I can name
they only believe in one deity, which is Dolo and God.
Yeah, this is getting ready to be good. I see Mel's teed up. He's got bullets in his gun.
Yeah, the Maasai only worship Dolo and God, which is a sky deity.
Okay. And we're gonna pull up some Maasai goddesses in just a minute, but not yet.
Yeah, let's let Mel get this off. And then we'll dive into the matriarchy, right? And then we can do some analysis in terms of where we sit with ancient Egypt.
Well, we wanted to finish on the point, right? Before we go there.
On what point?
Up a totally different topic. So,
but I don't want to dive into the Maasai though. We can talk about that. But I want it.
We need to clear up the last point.
What was the last point? What was the last point?
But he's using it as an example which is not true.
I'm just going to throw out a female goddess in a minute, but that ain't a big deal. Hold up. The point is, in the Jed-Ka-Ra's temple, it says the Jed-Ka-Ra Hekatawi. That's his title. Why is he running around with the Heka title? And it's the crook right there. Hekatawi, ruler of the two lands. And he Egyptian.
What?
So that's just going to shut it down right there.
What
he ain't no Hikkakassu, which is a foreign ruler. He's a Hekatawi. He's the ruler of the Egyptian
back on
land.
the old
so
topic.
Be clear, the term Hick does not mean foreign. The term
we know that the Hick meant ruler. Hold on.
The barbarian
oh my God, yo, this guy,
mean foreign. The Hick means ruler, as I pointed out, which is why I showed you Hick Asar, because he's also Egyptian.
The Kasu meant foreigner. Kasu meant foreigner. The Kasu meant foreigner, though. Come on, yo, what do you? Fuck it.
Hold on, are we on the same topic, or did I hit back button on my YouTube?
We had to hit the back button because I told you we was going. Now
so yeah, let's deal with this. We're talking about matriarchy in ancient Egypt now, right? So Mel, you got your source teed up. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm gonna go over this. This is exactly where the wiki got it from. This is Egyptian archaeology, the Black Whale Studies and Global Archaeology. So yeah, if you look at the wiki that was posted, this is exactly where they got that quote from. It's important, however, to remember that ancient Egypt was a male-dominated society. Women were excluded from administration and rule in all but the most exceptional circumstances. Royal women attained their status by relationship to a male king, and the few women who managed to rule as king did so as regent, like Geechee said, to a young son, like King Tut's mother, or brother, and with the support of senior male officials.
Now put a pin in that right there. Pull yours down, and I'm gonna pull this up. Right? And let's look at the definition, right, of matriarchy. Right? And this goes back to what you and Corey were mentioning, right? It says a form of social organization in which the mother or oldest female is the head of the family, and descent and relationship are reckoned through the female line. Government or rule by a woman or women, right? Also, in cultural anthropology, a culture or community in which such a system prevails, a family, society, organization, etc., dominated by a woman or women, right? Again, that last line is important. According to cultural anthropology, it says a culture or community in which such a system prevails, right? A family, society, organization, etc., dominated by women or women.
And if I may ask, Brendan, if that's really what a matriarchy is, and if we already agreed that it's speaking about the supremacy of women, how many men today, especially black men living in America, would want to go back to live in a matriarchal society where they're considered, less than a woman, or where they have to, consider women to be, I guess what
I would never want to go back to nothing like that. I believe in equality. I believe in equality of the sexes. Like period. Now we can move on. I think everybody on here agrees to equality of the sexes. Like that's nuts.
Hey, but Chef, even with equality of the sexes, the type of government and society we live in is still patrilineal.
So peace, everybody. This is Brother James, Pan-African James, as y'all call me. But let me interject a question here, right? No, I do.
Let's get it, baby.
Hold on, I just gotta ask the question.
Right.
That's crazy.
So let me ask this question, right? Why is the seat of the throne on a set's head and not a saw? Let's ask that question.
Throne.
Because it's matrilineal.
So why is it on the woman's head? The seat of the throne is on her head. Why is it on her head? And what about the two goddesses that's on his Uraeus, which both are female? Why aren't they male?
You come to the term to the throne maternally. That's how you come to the throne.
Yeah. There's a difference between matrilineal and matriarch.
Yeah. The lineage, yeah, definitely.
So you saying you have to go through the
maternal lineage.
So you have to go through the mother.
Right. I'm supposing that's the time you get.
Lineal.
See, that's what I think
lineal-archy. Hold on. You're having an issue with the suffixes. All right. Lineal and archy. Archy is rule. Lineal is descendancy. Right. So is
lineage.
It's through your lineage. Yeah. Lineal, archy. Now, once you figure those two out,
we talking about archy.
Yeah, once you figure those two out, right? I think you'll be in a better position. All right, now let's move forward. What was
you wouldn't if I could ask though, you wouldn't necessarily. Let me just ask this question. You wouldn't necessarily
put your gun down, Chef.
You wouldn't necessarily find a matriarchy that's patrilineal though.
I'm not sure. I'm not
right,
sure.
like a matriarchy pretty much goes with a system that's matrilineal, and a patriarchy is normally patrilineal. So,
can we get an example of a matriarchy? Do we have an actual example of that?
There's some in East Africa right now, but like I said, it's going to be women rule. It's going to be just like a definition. It's going to be clear that's a matriarchy, bro.
Okay. I just wanted to. Me personally, I was not sure if we actually had a real actual example of that. You know what I'm saying?
I don't think I know there's one in Africa right now. I think in West Africa. I'm driving, so I can't go to pull it up. But right now, they still run the shit the same way. The husband move in. The wife can divorce the husband with no reasoning. Just say you're out. No court proceedings. None of that. You know what I'm saying? It's women rule. Period. You know what I'm saying?
I think I figured it out. I think I figured it out. So matriarchy has elements of patrilinealism, right?
Yeah.
The patrilineal pieces is included within the matriarchy, right? Because the matrilineal means the kinship, right? Or relationship, right? Related to a mother or the female line. That's included within matriarchy, right?
Yeah.
Now, keep in mind that the matrilineal, right, piece doesn't necessarily mean that has anything to do with societal rule or any of that stuff, right? It has to do with kinship and relationships.
Yeah, line of descent, lineage.
Exactly. Yeah. So one piece is included in the other.
Yeah, that's why when you show a seed on a ice head, that doesn't mean anything in terms of matriarchy.
Right. That's the matrilineal. That's the matrilineal.
Yeah, we can look at all the pharaohs and we can clearly see what it was. And then, like he said with Hatshepsut, she was a regent. She was on the throne before, waiting for her son to come of age.
Right.
You know what I mean?
What about Monique in the first dynasty?
I'm not familiar with her.
That's a good point of clarity there. That's a good point of clarity.
What about Nefertiti when she took over and declared that no more images of her being a woman should be made and that she should be created as a king?
Hold on, you said Nefertiti took over? What you said now?
Nefertiti,
Nefertiti took over? Like what dynasty? Maybe because I'm trying to figure out like what dynasty was that?
You know who Akhenaten's wife was? We talking 8.
You said when she took over.
Yeah. Even Neferu Sobek of Dynasty 12.
No, I don't want. No. I want to stay with.
I'm just giving you a few of them.
I want to stay right where we are.
I mean, we was only talking about Hatshepsut. Let's get off of Hatshepsut. She's 18th dynasty. Let's talk about the other ones since we only most of y'all only know.
Before we go into that, I wanted to show the list of modern matrilineal societies.
Mel, let me get this out the way while he lied earlier about the Maasai. Right here, he was saying it's a Wikipedia Maasai. Why?
Nigga is bludgeoning us all today.
Just like and also got African Civilization by Christopher Eric, where I say other Sudanic cultures was monotheistic too in its definition. But right here it say monotheistic Maasai worship a single deity called Enkai or Engai. Engai as a dual nature. Engai Narok, black. No, listen, I ain't done. The black god is benevolent, and God in Yoki, the red god is vengeful. There are also 2 pillars or totems of Maasai societies: Odu Angai, the red cow, and the Orak Kiing, the black cow, with the subdivision of 5 clans or family trees. The Maasai also have a.
Who's not your cop? Who's not your cop? In Maasai, Nature Cop.
Ain't nobody saying nothing about no Nature Cop, bro.
That's because you don't know the gods of the Maasai. You just got a few of them that you just Wikipedia.
No, that's the same. That's the same deity. Just says that dual nature.
Nature Cop ain't the same deity as Engai. You should know that.
It is, bro.
You're a Maasai expert today. So who is Nature Cop? No, it's not. Nature Cop lived on a mountain. Engai lived
and Dolo and God is the god of the mountain. You're wrong.
How many gods did we just name? 4?
No,
sorry, man. You gotta know these sources. You always
monotheistic, huh?
You be off track. He arguing shit with no sources.
It's the same deity, bro. It just says two. I just read it to you.
History. You don't know what you're talking about.
You don't know what you're talking about, bro.
You a winner, star, man. Like you gotta come on, man. You gotta hit across the head with the source, man.
I'm gonna let him get a victory. I'm stepping off.
Sometimes you gotta do that.
Hey, listen. Even here,
you gotta give my olive branch.
Even here in the Christopher Eric book, it say their Sudanic religion, as we will term it, is essentially monotheistic at a core of a belief system as a single deity or god. Deity was identified metaphorically with the sky and rain, and the power of divinity was often symbolized by lightning. This is Sudanic culture, Nilo-Saharians, bro, and a lot of people. You can't tell me shit about this shit, bro. pseudo.
You don't know. So Ngai is the same as Nkai?
Yes, bro. It's a Nkai or Ngai. It's two
Same
different
one, right?
dialectal terms.
Now,
It's the same
is
deity,
Ngai
one
the
sky
same as
deity.
Netraka?
All right, so
You
you guys see my screen.
He trying to translate it to some Egyptian shit, bro. You crazy.
No, I'm telling you what the Messiah God is. You don't know the Messiah.
Hey, but look.
You don't know all.
No, it's only one deity. It's got different natures of the same deity, bro. It ain't no different. Ain't no woman or no man. You crazy, bro. You trying
So
to
tell
force
us
some
one
shit.
of their myths.
You trying to force
Tell
some
us one of
Egyptian
their
shit on
myths
some
real quick.
Nilo-Saharians, bro. Talking about some Netrika. That ain't no Netra
Now
shit.
call them Nilo-Saharians. All right. So the Messiah.
All right, so look.
Go ahead.
Can we get off the Messiah? Because that wasn't really the real conversation.
Yeah.
I want to get back to this matrilineal and matriarchy. There's no matriarchal societies in pre-colonial Africa. They were just matrilineal or matrilocal. A lot of times people try to say they're matriarchal because of colonialism coming in and switching things to patriarchal, and that's false. So these are the list of matrilineal or matrilocal societies today. The icon are definitely them in Ghana. They marriage is both patrilocal and matrilocal, but the lineage is matrilineal. So everything is passed down through the woman. There's some other ones here: Bamida in Cameroon. Let's see, Garo. Some Asians in here. There's some European groups in here. The Greek is also matrilocal. So that's the list.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you what, we used to have these arguments and folks would be like, see, y'all don't study Africa, right? And it seemed like the more and more study Africa, it don't be nothing like the niggas are saying it was. Like, because that used to be the whole thing. Like, Africa was matriarch. The whole goddamn continent was, according to most. That's how the story used to be told. You know what I'm saying? That when you go back and look over shit, you're like, man, I had a lot of shit. I was fucked up on a lot of topics.
Yeah,
so here's
they told us it was a cultural unity.
I said the same
It was a
thing,
cultural
so-
unity amongst all Africa, right? And they it didn't get broke up into Islam and Christianity, and Asians and different people came in. So it was a cultural unity throughout all of Africa, and all of Africa did things basically the same way. With bullshit. Just all bullshit,
I said
bullshit,
the same
bullshit.
thing, though. As soon as you start really looking into things,
it ain't what they said it was.
And it's worth. Then when you we'll already be skeptical of it, right? But when you actually look into it, it's worse than you thought it was. Like that's that's been my experience. You know what I'm saying?
And then when you get to the hunter gatherer society, like the Khoisan and some of the Batois, like they buy what they call it biology. I can't pronounce.
Yeah, they got the Kongsan here. They got the Serer people. The Serer are patrilocal when it comes to marriage, and when it comes to lineage.
That's from Senegal.
Yeah, and they subgroups. The Grande Comore, which is islanders. They're matrilocal and matrilineal. Matrilocal with marriage, matrilineal with lineage. Let's see here. The Imazizan, this is a North African group.
Yeah,
they're
Berbers.
matrilocal. Yep. They're matrilocal when it comes to marriage and matrilineal when it comes to lineage. Also here you have, what's the other one? Yeah, the Bizagos. These live on the island. Guinea-Bissau. They're matrilineal when it comes to lineage.
Yeah, when you look at the matriarchs, it's clear that Egypt wasn't a matriarchal society. Like, that's not even debatable.
Well, that was a selling point. When you're talking about snake oil salesmen, right? They gotta have selling points. People just don't buy.
That's what I'm saying.
Snake
That's what I'm
oil
saying.
right out. Yeah.
Like Corey's right. That's what I'm saying. Like I prefaced the wiki by saying like there was no such thing as a matriarchy in pre-colonial Africa. That didn't exist. That's like he said, that's a snake oil salesman to try to convince people that, oh well, when white people came in, they fucked it all up. Like no, it was what it was before they got there, and it stayed the same. A lot of it stayed the same when they left.
And it's like, obviously, it's a good selling point. It got Sosa. Sosa liked that. That was a good selling point to Sosa. It was that contributed a little bit to his black.
Yeah. It just make it make you feel more better. Somehow it just makes you feel more superior as an African, knowing that we were comfortable enough in our manliness to let just the women rule because we were just so much more evolved. You feel me? Like, you know what I'm saying? I don't know why that just stuck.
We were already progressive. Africa was already a progressive type state. You know what I mean?
Right. Right, United States, they just getting here, nigga. We've been there.
Right.
Yeah, been doing all that.
That's our natural state.
Right.
And then when you're dealing with Afro-Asiatic speakers, most of them are patrilineal. You know what I'm saying? The two outliers, or the three outliers, were the
Nubians.
Yeah, the Mata group is more linked, so they kind of do both depending on the society, but the Chado Amazigh, like the Chadic people in Amazigh, they matrilineal out of the Afro-Asiatic groups.
Yeah. But even like the Nubians, when you look back at them, they were you can see that like they have aspects of matrilineal society with them.
Yeah, especially coming with that cattle, with the cattle thing. But it depends on what Nubians you're talking about too, because some of the Nubians are Afro-Asiatic speakers, like the Nubian C group who with the Bija type, and you have the Nile Saharian type who used to be matrilineal, but when they got into the cattle culture, they became matrilineal later on. So dealing with the Northern Sudanic groups or the Northern Nilo groups or whatever.
Yeah.
Hey fam, hey, how you guys doing?
Oh, what up? That's my man's from West Africa. What's going on, bro?
How you doing? Hey, yeah. Like I think I told you guys my girlfriend's from East Africa, and I went to Tanzania. It was last year around June. I was there almost a month, and she took me to this restaurant down in her city and whatnot. So we walked in, we seen a Maasai man sitting with this white woman, and I guess one of his clans member, right? A male clans member. And I was like, damn, it's selling out, right? So they the waitress but the waitress put us in next to his wife and his baby. And I didn't know until while we was eating, I noticed she was there. She already ate her food. Everything was, she ate everything, and she was just looking. I guess she was just waiting for her husband to leave before she left. So they were saying a whole different table. She was there with her little baby. You dig what I'm saying? And I found that was kind of strange, So after they like 30 minutes after they finished eating, she got up with her baby, followed them and that white woman while she trailed back a good 20 feet away. No, it wasn't that far away, but it seemed far away. And I'm just looking. My girl like, man, don't say nothing. Don't say. I was like, damn, that's disrespectful. But yeah, I just had to add.
Hey, bro. Can I ask you a question?
Part of the Western world, you're in the Western.
Can I ask you a question real quick?
No, that's the power of the euro.
Is your girl? Is she come from a Nilo Sahara ethnic group, or is she Bantu speaking ethnic group?
She's damn, that's a good ass question. What tribe she is? Fuck.
I'm saying, if she's Bantu, you know what I'm saying, she's East African, but she's a Bantu, migrated her from West Africa, so they brought West Sudanic culture and customs to West Africa. I mean to East Africa. You know what I'm saying? So some of her customs, if she's if she's Bantu, a lot of her customs, streams from West African cultures anyway.
But she's so modern. Her people so goddamn modern. They they're city people. They don't really So they
she probably mixed with both of them. She probably got a little bit of Nilo in and a little bit of Bantu in it too. She's from the city, urban. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
You get a little bit more mixture.
Right, but that it's a lot of Massa people, whatever you call them. They are all the people who travel there.
He went out.
He went out. He muted himself.
No, well, I apologize.
I think you're talking about the Europeans that go over there to have sex with the monsters.
That's the power of the euro.
Yeah,
the euro
travel
is the
attraction. They're travel attraction. When you go, that's all
You
people
gotta
want to do is take
understand
pictures.
that,
Yeah, they want to take picture with the Massa people, whatever.
Oh yeah, they want to put.
Is it because of their
you gotta
height?
understand why people.
Is it because of their height and attire?
Yeah, they want to go over there and hold. They want to go over there and hold the spears and the shield with the neck piece on and shit.
Nah, yo, I'm talking about. Listen, I'm talking about they sell themselves like male gigolos over there for money and shit.
Yeah, that's the power of the euro or the dollar. I mean, what are we doing here?
Like they make good money. They make good money. Goddamn, just women going over there want to have sex with.
No, what are they doing?
The euro,
not what are we doing? What are they doing over there?
But listen. But the European.
I mean,
the European
y'all
woman,
don't understand, why this is occurring. That's what's kind of puzzling to me. It's happening because of the power of the euro or the dollar. So you can buy people based on the power of your currency. That's why people float across the Mediterranean and risk their lives, or people try to come to America. It's all about the currency that you possess.
They cross the Mediterranean to come to America. What?
No, I said they cross. That's why they crossed America. I mean, that's why they crossed the Mediterranean to get to Europe, as well as why people come across this border to get to this dollar.
Hey, you could always buy people though. No, you always.
Well, no, you can't buy people if your currency is worthless. You see what I'm saying?
Well, obviously,
that's what makes. See, like people in America, like black people in America, we think we're special. Only things make you special is your access to the dollar. You'd be just another nigga on this planet if you didn't have the access to this dollar.
What are we even talking? What are we even talking about?
I don't listen. People have wants and needs. And there's always somebody to provide a service for you. That's how I look at it. So I just don't understand what are you talking about, James?
Hey James,
what I'm talking about is how could these white
whatever you want and whatever you need, it's gonna be somebody that's gonna provide
and make a man and his wife sit in the back.
White people
always been like that.
White people always in Africa. They in the Gambia, can read, like they always in Africa.
Yeah, I was talking about the construct that the brother was talking about, how he was confused as to how could his wife and child sit up and let the husband be with this European woman and then have to walk behind them.
No, it's not about
that. Is what the brother was confused about. That's what he said.
It could have been with any woman.
No, it can't be with any woman. That shit ain't going on. She didn't let no other African woman do that. He said it was a European woman.
But we're at that period in time. I don't know.
That shit was last year.
But how do you know she wouldn't allow another African woman to do that?
Right, that's what I'm saying.
Most likely, beyond what she wasn't gonna let that shit happen. She whoever got money, maybe it was the money, like he's saying, it's the money.
That's what it is. How the fuck you think?
Ain't no way.
You know how poor, I'm gonna say
Well,
poor.
if the African lady had money, she would have went with the money.
If the
She would have let
African
him do
people
that
had
too.
money, they would not have entertained that.
Obviously,
If
that's their
they had
moral.
the same wealth that white woman had, they wouldn't even entertain her ass. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
That's
You're
what's
right.
going on.
They
did that. They did that for economic.
I don't believe you.
That's for economic.
If he was gonna sell some dick to one lady, he gonna sell it to the next lady. I don't.
Yeah, but everybody
what
don't
y'all
got that
talking
euro.
about.
Everybody don't got that
like
euro.
what y'all saying. I don't believe that.
choosy.
Right,
Yeah,
like,
nigga
come
ain't
on.
never,
So it's like, like this nigga choosy on who he get the money from. Like,
come on,
get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, y'all don't understand Karen.
Hookers got morals now.
Oh man. Shit. Come on.
Niggas is crazy, man.
No, I was just trying to help the brother out when he was saying that he didn't understand how that was possible for that to happen.
Look, that's what they do. Like, I just don't understand what the white, like, look, whoever had some money for the nigga, he was willing. He was able and willing. God damn it. Whoever got some money.
Like we was selling crack. We didn't know no fucking better. We were just selling
And his
crack.
wife was gonna be good with it too. So I mean, like y'all are talking like, oh, she wouldn't have been good with the black lady doing it. If the black lady got just as much money as that white lady got, they doing the same goddamn thing.
Yeah, but for the most part, we know what the dynamics of that is. Black women ain't going over to pay for dick. They don't do that. You know why they don't do that, Corey?
Say what? Say it again.
You know, white women. You know why black women don't necessarily have to go to that extreme to get a black man.
All right, man. I'm up out of here. Yeah.
I swear.
That was a good time, man. I appreciate it.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
When the intellectualism, when the intelligence drop, I gotta flee. I gotta get out of here.
Right. I still.
Yeah, that's when the headaches. That's when the headaches come and shit.
Exactly,
Bro,
bro.
I mean, the brother, he the one brought it.
We gotta
get about it.
All right, now we got NC-17 is about rated R.
Yeah,
I mean, this is just looking at
crazy.
shit. You know, it ain't even that. I mean, they saying intelligence and drop. I mean, I don't understand how.
All right, the Saw said he coming back. He said he got his computer on.
Man, I'm done with him. I'm done. I'm not like, come on, man.
Yeah, he like the super villain that keep getting more beat up and shit.
Come on with it, Assault. These niggas scared. These niggas scared and now, Assault. Come on in.
Assault like goddamn wild coyote. That motherfucker always try to catch the road runner. Got that trap, blow up on his ass.
Right.
Get caught on his own source and shit.
Yeah, he remind me of Cube. He remind me of Cube a little bit.
Motherfucker, he shoot a rocket launcher. Next thing you know, the rocket chasing him back.
Yeah, man.
It's crazy, man. He just saying shit at this point.
That nigga work ethic though, I swear. You gotta give it to Wile E. Coyote. That nigga work ethic was bar none.
Oh, he determined. He definitely determined.
Did not let failure deter his goal. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, definitely.
Remember the one with Wile E. Coyote and the Road Runner, like they clocked in like they was going to work. Like, okay, we finna get at it again.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, that nigga would paint a brick wall, like looking like a tunnel.
Yeah.
Roll around that motherfucker. Be like, what the fuck?
And that nigga smack motherfucker. Right. I think Roadrunner was pseudo. I think Roadrunner was pseudo though. Really,
yeah,
like
definitely pseudo.
Because he, you know, and then Wile E. Coyote, he was in reality. Because when he tried to run through the wall, he smacked the wall. Roadrunner run right through the motherfucker, man. He's pseudo, but then
because of like stuff in the cartoons, they can't even play it no more.
Yeah, sometimes he might even like the Roadrunner. Okay, he'll draw a tunnel on the wall, right? And Roadrunner will run right through the bitch, right? But then he'll run through it too. But next thing you know, it's a train coming out of the motherfucker.
Yeah, he be coming back the other way.
Yeah,
Hey, that nigga had one of them roll traps. Nigga, roll over there standing there, motherfucker. Look around and then leave. He go, what the hell? That cartoon, that's a trip back in the day, man.
He had the physics because his physics, you know what I'm saying? He was really trying to work his math out and shit. He had draw the blueprint and everything.
Oh, yeah.
That's why I'm saying the road runner was pseudo. The road runner was pseudo as fuck, man.
Yeah, that was a bullshit. He was spending good money for the best Acme equipment money could buy.
Yeah. He'll have it delivered by the Acme.
All right, y'all. The stream is a new stream up. They over there, it's called Monday Night Madness, has started. Go over there, the Monday Night Madness has started. Sosa, Corey, American Dream, all of them is over there. We about to go over there and get it in. That's part two of today's show. But before y'all go over there and finish kicking it with them, I want to let's go to okay. Hold on. Discord. Boom. Y'all join the Pseudo Killers Discord. We had a hiccup yesterday, but join the Pseudo Killers Discord. I have my own channel over there now where you can chat with me all day. You can shoot me video. You can start a video with me anytime you want to argue with your boy. Come over there. It is called Inside of the Pseudo Killers Discord. Got my own joint. It's called Chef's Clubhouse, right? You can chat with me all day, or you can hit a link and go live and start seeing if you can take the boy out, or if you just want to build with me. Come on over there. I can't wait to see y'all in there. It's called Chef's Clubhouse. So come on over to the Pseudo Killers Discord. Copy. Boom. Join the Discord if you haven't. That go the link. But anyway, I got to get out of here. Got to get back over there with Corey now. Keep cutting it up. So let's get it.
Heat Rock 410. What it is though. Take y'all on a journey. Notorious is glorious, victorious. Yeah, yo. I ain't asking for a friend, I need to know myself. Friend, if you never ask, how would you know yourself? It's crazy how your parents know you more than you know yourself. Growth is good, it's important just to know your wealth. Don't let them take advantage like niggas who speak Spanish and you don't speak a lick of it. The game will make you trip a bit. Street money is cool till you get sick of it. And all that bullshit that come along with it. Make sure you stay on your square and keep a strong pivot. Cause them cruddy buddies, they'll do you ugly. And why every female favorite question, do you love me? And if you knew better, baby, you would do better. And once you know better, you would show better. Most men want a housewife, but me, I love a go-getter. Your ex pussy wet, but that new pussy be so wetter. No lies detected, just get high and accept it. Go ahead, talk to him, y'all ain't beefing like that. Come on, Doug, why you being like that? Man, let's keep it a stack. Why you say it if you ain't mean it like that? And when you see him, you ain't give him no rap. Man, let's keep it a stack.